despite everything. "Sure." They began their very cautious retreat, their clammy hands locked together. The snowfall had started to thicken in the last few minutes, making the watch-drill look like a ghost of itself. Very slowly, it began to come in steady pursuit of them, its motion causing the birds on its back to give up their search for parasites and rise into the icy air. "I wish we had some place to go," Candy murmured softly. She'd no sooner spoken than there was a deep resonant boom in the air which shook the snow down from all the branches and blossoms in the vicinity. "There," said Lethio, pointing up into the air. "I told you." Overhead, a large, elaborate geometrical shape appeared in the sky, illuminated by what little light was thrown up from the snow-covered ground. "The house," Candy said. "The dead man's house," Lethio said. The shape kept falling, getting clearer and clearer as it tumbled out of the air. It was immense, and it was clearly going to fall perilously close to them. "It's going to crash," she said, her fear of the pursuant watch-drill forgotten in the shadow of this almighty descent. And still it was falling, its size more and more breathtaking. "It's not going to crash," Lethio said. "It does this all the time." He was right. As the house reached a point about 100 feet above the treetops, it seemed to discover its equilibrium. Its velocity slowed, and it rolled over so that its foundation was turned earthward. Then it began a controlled descent the rest of the way. Only now could Candy get any real sense of the size and the strangeness of the house. There was no building in Chickentown that it faintly resembled, nor any, she thought, in the state of Minnesota. Everything about it was extreme. Its windows were tall and narrow, like the windows of a church almost, only taller still and narrower. The doors were even more emaciated, and the vast roof absurdly steep. She wasn't surprised in the least that this was called the dead man's house. It was like a vast mausoleum that was coming down in the forest, its weight smashing to tinder those unlucky trees that lay where it had decided to put itself down. As it settled, its ancient beams creaked, and a sigh came from its ancient stones. Then it was at rest, and the snow covered it as it fell on the entire scene. After a few seconds, it seemed the house had been there forever. "Well, that's something you don't see every day," Candy remarked. "We should go," Lethio said. "Mr. Masper will be expecting us." "Oh, yes, and you need your 11 Pattersem," Candy said, claiming her hand from his. She glanced back at the watch-drill. The beast seemed to have been just as unnerved by the descent of the dead man's house as she had. Any interest it might have had in Candy and Lethio had been postponed, at least temporarily. She'd no sooner shaped this thought than the beast threw back its head and let out a terrible din. It echoed back and forth between the trees and off the walls of the dead man's house. "What's that all about?" "At a guess, it's summoning some of its friends," Lethio said. Candy was in no mood to wait around and see what the rest of the clan looked like. "If it comes after us, we'll split up, right? That way, maybe we'll confuse it." "You go to the front door and get Masper to open up. I don't want to be out here with that thing. Or its friends." She nudged Lethio, who was staring at the dead man's house, his teeth chattering. "Do you understand what we're going to do?" "Yes, I'm not stupid." At that moment, somebody inside the house began to light the lamps, and through window after window, a warm light came, falling in amber pools on the snow. "Well, it looks welcoming enough," Candy said to herself, and she and Lethio headed toward it, keeping a wary eye on the watch-drill as they progressed. The beast followed them with its piggy gaze, and several times it looked as though it intended to make a move in their direction, but then changed its mind. The reason soon became apparent. From several other directions there came the cries of other beasts which the watch-drill answered with a bellowing of its own. "We've got company," Candy said, nodding toward the creatures that were appearing between the trees. She might have expected the watch-drill's cry to have summoned creatures from the same clan, but no. Each of the 4 creatures that appeared was of a different species. Lethio, the monster expert, had a name for each. The purple beast with a small head and huge bug eyes was a thrak, he said. while the serpentine creature with a head like a mechanical shovel was a vexile. The shaggy beast whose hide was seething with red parasites was called a sanguineous. And finally, the fat beast that walked on its hind legs, its head opening and closing like an enormous fan, was a fever jibe. Here they were, all assembled, the beasts of Efreet. Keeping her eyes fixed on the quintet as best she could, Candy started to retreat toward the dead man's house. The snow was coming down more heavily now. Her feet were numb with the cold, and they weren't obeying her very well. Lethio was no better. He winced with every step he took. Surely the beasts would come after them at any moment. But no. Step by freezing step, she and Lethio got closer to the house, and still the beasts didn't move. Were they afraid of the house? Was that it? Whatever the reason, they were keeping their distance. "Can I lean on you?" Lethio said, his voice slurred. "Of course," Candy told him, and murmuring gentle words of encouragement, she led him toward the door. They were within perhaps 30 yards of the house when the sanguineous, which of the 5 beasts had seemed the least interested in Candy and Lethio, suddenly unleashed a titanic bellowing. It didn't wait for a response from the other creatures. It had apparently overcome its fear of the dead man's house because it now lowered its head and proceeded to charge. Candy caught hold of Lethio's arm. "Run!" she yelled. The sanguineous had obviously been watching them surreptitiously because it now charged directly at them like a speeding truck, cutting a swath through the trees. Lethio attempted to put on a burst of speed, but he slipped and fell heavily on the frozen dirt, sliding fully 10 yards over the ice and into a thicket. The sanguineous instantly understood its victim's distress. It came to a quick halt, its huge hooves kicking up fans of snow as it did so, and turned its horned head toward the spot where Lethio had fallen. He was making a desperate attempt to get up, but the thicket was barbed, its thorns catching on his clothes, hooking themselves through his jacket and trousers, even his hair. The more he struggled to free himself, the more they pricked and hooked him. "Candy!" he yelled. "I can't move!" She half ran, half slid over the icy ground to help him. "Stop struggling," she said. "You're just making it worse." She reached the thicket and began to unhook him from the thorns, one by one. It was a painful and difficult process. The barbs were serrated, which made them doubly hard to separate from the weave of Lethio's clothes. Candy's fingers were soon bleeding. "Wait," Lethio said. "Listen." It stopped. The sanguineous had not stopped, but it certainly slowed its approach, as though it knew its prey had no hope of escape and it could afford to take its time. With its eye fixed on Lethio, it began a final advance toward him, planting its huge hooves hard and heavy in the snow. Poor Lethio couldn't see the beast. The knotted thicket was too dense. He was almost delirious with fear and pain, his whole body shaking. "Don't leave me here," he begged Candy. "Please, please stay with me." "Shush," Candy said gently. "I'm not going to leave you." "No," he said, his voice suddenly growing calm. She glanced up from the labor of freeing him to find that he was looking down at her with a strange, almost puzzled expression in his golden eyes. "No," he said. "You're not, are you?" "No, I'm not. I'm going to stay. Most people would leave, just run. I told you, shush. They'd save themselves. And watch the beast eat you? No thanks. Now pull on your left arm. Go on, pull." His arm came free. He laughed weakly. Candy looked back at the sanguineous. The beast was getting closer and closer. "Okay, you're more or less free. Are you ready to run?" "Yes." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to distract it." He caught hold of her hand. "Don't. It'll kill you." "You just get to the house. I'll see you there." "No. Wish me luck." Before he had a chance to say anything, she made a dash from the thicket, yelling as she went. "Hey, lunkhead!" It was an insult her father used when talking to Ricky and Dawn, and why it would spring to her lips now she didn't know, but it did. "You hear me, lunkhead?" The creature stopped in mid-stride and looked up at her, a frown knitting its thuggish brow. "Yeah, I'm talking to you," she said, pointing at the beast. "Lordy Lou, you are so ugly." The beast seemed to know it was being insulted and drew down the corners of its immense maw and uttered a low, irritated growl. "Well, come on, then," she said, beckoning to it. "I'm right here." She quickly glanced at Lethio, who was up and out of the thicket. Then she ran. The sanguineous instantly came in pursuit of her, the weight of its vast body making the ground shake beneath her. She zigzagged through the trees in the hope of confusing the thing, which seemed to work because she gained a few yards of ground. She chanced another look toward Lethio, but she had lost sight of him. Hoping he had already reached the house, she raced toward the door, putting every last drop of strength into outrunning the beast behind her. The closer she got to the house, the more encrusted it looked, every window frame elaborately carved, every stone busy with lichens and mosses. Even the smell that came off the place, the cloud of antiquity in which the house sat, was complicated. Sweet like summer smoke, but with some bitterness beneath. As she got within 10 yards of the house, the sanguineous roared again, and she looked back over her shoulder to see the creature come powering around the corner, moving so fast the parasites flew off its matted hide. It clipped the edge of the house with its shoulder as it came, and several shards of stone flew off. Candy put on a spurt of speed and raced on to the back of the house. There were 2 doors, she saw. She tried the first of them. It was locked. She rattled the handle anyway and was sure she heard somebody moving around inside, but nobody opened the door. She glanced back toward the corner. The beast had not yet appeared, so rather than run on to the next door and risk that being locked also, she beat her fist on the door. "Open up! Quick! Quick!" She could hear the sanguineous just around the corner. It would be upon her in a matter of seconds. "Please!" she yelled. "Please!" "I gave up saying please a long time ago," said a voice behind her. She turned. And there was Diamanda, of all people, dressed in blue and smiling at her through the snow. Chapter 31. News in Nantes. The little company of adventurers from the good ship Belbello had been wandering the Nantes for several weeks now in search of Finnegan Hobb. So far they had little reason for optimism. Though all reports had said he was here at 3 in the afternoon, hunting down the last of the dragons, they had caught no sight of him. The weather was uncommonly hot for the hour, humid and oppressive, and it was beginning to take its toll on everyone. Perpetual afternoon could be exhausting. It left folks panting like tired dogs, their tongues hanging out. Right now they were all sitting under the enormous leaves of the jacqueline tree while the monsoonal rain, which came regularly but did very little to clear the air, pelted down. The jacqueline tree was in full blossom. What in the Nantes wasn't in blossom? Stones gave forth flowers here, and the rain, when it struck the blooms, made them ring like chimes. To those in a happier state of mind, the sound might have been welcomed as pretty, but nobody in the company was in any mood to get up and dance along to the jacqueline's unpredictable melody. "Damnable flowers," said John Moot, who was usually one of the better-tempered of the brothers John. "And this brain-bruising rain. I am sick to death of rain and flowers." "Not to mention the fecundity," said John Drowse. "Oh, yes," said John Serpent, "the endless fecundity." "Can you shut your kin up?" Geneva said to John Mischief. "They're starting to get on my nerves." "They might live on my head," Mischief said, "but I'm not their master. They have their opinions." "And the right to speak them," said John Fillet. "Peace, peace," said Two-Toed Tom. "It's no use arguing. It just makes everybody sweat more. We may as well get along with one another because we're not leaving here until we find the man we came looking for. Finnegan's here somewhere. This," he lifted up the short stabbing sword they had found wedged between 2 rocks, "is proof of that." "It could have belonged to anybody," John Serpent said. "But it didn't," said Tria without a trace of doubt. It was his. "Far be it from me to agree with John Serpent," Captain McBean said. "But we really have no proof. And you know what? This place is starting to take its toll on me, too." "What's wrong with this place?" John Mischief said. "I think it's paradise." "You can have too much of anything," McBean replied. "Even paradise." "And the way the flora changes every half hour," said John Moot. "It's bewildering. The rain comes down, washes half the plants away, and something completely new pops up. You know, I saw a fruit hanging from a tree that looked like a face. That's just not natural." "Who are we to say what's natural?" Two-Toed Tom remarked. "Well, I might have known you'd be saying that," John Serpent snapped back. "You with your weird little household? Talk about unnatural." Thomas said nothing. He simply leaped, his thick muscular legs carrying him high into the air above the company. John Serpent squealed in terror. "Don't let him hit me!" But Tom didn't have fisticuffs in mind. Instead, he caught hold of 3 of the giant leaves above the Johns and tipped them. They were like jugs filled to brimming with water. It came pouring down on the brothers, soaking them all. "Typical, typical," John Serpent said, spitting out the rainwater. "The man can't take a simple little remark about his—" "Other half," said Tom, still swinging from the thick stalks of the jack-o'-lantern leaves. "His name's Tidal Jim, by the way. He's an oyster harvester, and he has my heart, and I have his, and it will be that way to the end of the world." "Well, now we know," said McBean. "Will we meet him one day?" Tria said. "You're all invited as of this moment to come and eat with Jim and me and our pets." "You've got a lot of animals?" Tria said. 19 on the last count. A coin bird we call Lord Egg, a wise old hog hound called St. Bartholomeus, who was the worst-tempered dog in creation, an old tarry cat who wandered in one day, all kinds." "Sounds like a madhouse," Serpent remarked. "Well, we'll all go in and eat with Jim and Tom and their animals," said John Mischief, "and you can wait outside." "Ha, ha," said Serpent sourly. "I am convulsed with laughter." "No, you're not," said Tria. "That was irony, little girl," Serpent snapped. "Tria, take no notice of him," said Geneva. "He's just a miserable, bad-tempered, and completely unpleasant man," Tria said, her plain speech leaving everybody astonished. "I'm not afraid of you, John Serpent. I may still be a little girl, but I know the difference between a man who has something real in his heart that I should listen to, and a phony like you who just says the first poisonous thing that comes into his head. By the way, you look silly with your mouth open like that. I'd close it if I were you." Serpent said nothing. He was comprehensively hushed. "I think the rain's stopped," said McBean. The rest of the company now emerged from the cover of the jack-o'-lantern tree to see the flawless blue of a Nancian sky appearing above their heads, the rain clouds receding to the northeast. And as the sun warmed the waterlogged hour, the charmed dirt of the Nants staged another genesis, bringing forth a new generation of flora and fauna, their scents sweet, their colors and shapes written from a limitless alphabet of hues and forms. The company had, of course, witnessed this phenomenon many times now, but since no 2 verses from this book of beginnings was ever the same, they invariably found fresh reasons for wonderment. This time was no exception. "Look at that," said John Drowse. "The purple and yellow flower." As he spoke, the blossom he'd been pointing at flapped its petals, raised its antennate head, and took to the air, inspiring a host of its petal-winged brethren to do the same thing. "Maybe we're going to be like those flower flies one of these days," said Tria. "What do you mean?" said Geneva. "Oh, it was just a silly thought." "No, tell us." Tria frowned. The words seemed hard to come by. "I just meant that maybe one day, if we stay here long enough and get rained on often enough, Maybe we'll all change. Maybe we'd just take off on the wind." She stared at the sky, eyes bright and wide. The idea obviously enchanted her. Then she seemed to realize that everybody was watching her, and she suddenly became embarrassed. "What am I yappering about?" she said, looking from one of her companions to the next. "I'm just being silly," she said. "I'm sorry." "It's not silly," John Moot said. "I've thought some of the exact same things while we've been here. I think we all have. I've even talked about it with my brothers." "I think your memory must be misleading you," John Serpent said snottily. "I was never a part of a conversation about anyone turning into a bloody insect." "Forget him," Tom said to Tria. "Go on with what you were saying." Tria shrugged. "I've said what I was going to say," she replied, "except—" "In heaven's name, what?" "I don't think it's only here on the nonce. There's change happening everywhere." "Big deal," said John Pluckett. "So things change. What's so important about that? It stops raining, it starts raining." "It's not the kind of change I mean," Tria said. "Well, can you be more specific?" Geneva asked her. Tria shook her head. "Not exactly," she admitted. She went down on her haunches and gently plucked a tiny flower that was nestled in the mud at her feet. It came out of the earth complete with a pale green root that squirmed gently as if reaching back toward the earth. "Maybe these changes will all seem small at first," she said dreamily, as though she didn't really understand what she was talking about. "But their effects will be enormous." "And what about us?" Geneva said. "Are we a part of the changes?" "Oh, yes," Tria replied, "whether we like it or not. The world is going to be turned upside down." She tenderly returned the eager plant to the earth, where it sank into the ground with a kind of polite gratitude, turning its petaled head up toward Tria as it did so. "Will you listen to that?" said Tom. "I don't hear anything." "I do," said Tria. Everybody fell silent now, but they heard nothing. "I could have sworn I heard a voice," Tom said. "Maybe an echo of us." "No, it wasn't one of us," Tria said. "Tom's right. There's somebody nearby." Geneva scanned the landscape carefully, looking for any sign of a presence. Tria did the opposite. She closed her eyes and stood absolutely still, focusing her attention minutely. Finally, she said, "He's somewhere off to the left of us." Her eyes still closed, she pointed. "He's very close." Then she opened her eyes and looked in the direction in which she'd pointed. The landscape wasn't entirely empty. The area had obviously been washed clear in the last cloudburst, but already bore new growths which were appearing everywhere to carpet the ground. "I don't like this," John Moot said. "I think we should get out of here." "It's not a dragon," said Tria. "How can you be so sure?" "I'm not. I just don't think it is." "Finnegan?" said Geneva. "Well, where is he?" McBean said. "If he's close, why don't we see him?" Tria was staring at the ground. "Down there," she murmured. "That's why we haven't found him," Geneva said. "He's underground." "Underground?" said Tom. "Yes." "Maybe he's using the tunnels and caves under the island to creep up on the dragons?" "Yeah, or else he got lost down there," said John Drowse. "And now he can't get out." "Either way, we're going to discover the truth," said Geneva. "We haven't come all this way to turn back because he's underground." "Let me lead the way," Tria said. "I'll find a hole in the ground, and we'll go after him." "All agreed?" said Geneva. "Anything to get off this island," said McBean. Chapter 32. Events at the Threshold. Diamanda looked wearier than Candy remembered her looking, but she was certainly a welcome sight. "I heard you were in a bit of trouble," the old lady said. "You could say that," Candy said. She glanced past Diamanda to see the sanguineous rounding the corner of the house. It had apparently already sniffed the presence of power in its vicinity because it had slowed its approach and now came cautiously, its teeth bared like a crazed dog. Diamanda raised her left hand, and with an elegant flourish she said, "Be still, thing. That's my will, thing. Or I will make you mourn, thing, the day that you were born, thing." The simplicity of the spell brought a smile to Candy's lips, but simple or not, it did the trick. The expression on the sanguineous's face grew suddenly peaceful and pleasant, and it sank dutifully to the ground, its head laid on its front legs. Despite its enormous size, it suddenly resembled some domestic animal lying down beside the hearth. "There are 4 other beasts around here," Candy warned Diamanda. "Yes, I know. But by the time they come looking for us, we'll be away back to the 25th. I've got so much to tell you." "I'm sure you do. But before we go—" "Yes? The boy who brought me here, his name is Lethio, is somewhere around here, and he's hurt." "Well, we'll have to leave him to the tender mercies of some passing Samaritan," Diamanda replied. "I can't risk anything happening to you." "Can we take him with us?" "Are you fond of this boy?" Diamanda said in her usual straightforward manner. "No, I just promised I wouldn't leave him, that's all, and I don't like breaking promises. As it happens, I know of this boy. He has a curse in his blood, did you know that?" "Yes, I saw. He needs to take medicine, he told me." "Was this before or after he kidnapped you?" Diamanda said. "He didn't mean to hurt me, I'm sure of that." "You have quite a capacity for forgiveness, girl, I'll give you that. I suppose it doesn't surprise me, given what I know about you. Still," she smiled indulgently, "you must be careful with kindness. It's usually mistaken for weakness by stupid people." "I understand," Candy said. "I won't—" She stopped and studied the sanguineous. "I could swear it blinked," she said. "That's impossible." "It did, Diamanda. It—" Before she could finish speaking, Diamanda's gaze was also distracted, not toward the beast, but up to a window high above them. She caught sight of somebody moving away from the sill. "Damn," the old lady said. "Somebody in this house just undid my spell. We're in trouble, girl." An instant later, the sanguineous let out a roar and rose up from its supine position. Instantly its eyes locked on Candy, and it came at her, its mouth gaping as though it intended to simply scoop her up and swallow her. She backed away 1 step, 2 steps, but that was as far as she could go. The locked door of the dead man's house was hard against her spine. The sanguineous let out a fetid breath. Candy put her hands up to ward off the creature, but its attack was a feint. Just as it seemed the jaws would close on her, the creature swung around and instead snapped up Diamanda. It all happened so fast that Candy had no time to yell a warning, much less do anything to save the old lady. One moment Diamanda was standing right beside her, the next the sanguineous had taken the incantatrix in its jaws. Candy had never witnessed anything so horrible. It struck some nerve deep inside her to see this. She let out a sob and threw herself at the creature in a fury of frustration. "Give her back!" she yelled. But the beast had no intention of relinquishing its meal. Instead, it retreated from Candy with a curious caution in its step. Was it nervous of her? Why? Because she had power in her? Yes, perhaps. She'd sent the Zethix packing from the hold of the Peroto, hadn't she? Perhaps the same word would work now. Too angry to be afraid, she pursued the sanguineous, calling up the word, and the power that it contained, into her throat. But before she could unleash it, the beast casually closed its vast maw, its teeth skewering Diamanda in dozens of places. The sister of the Phantomaya did not cry out. She simply let out a shuddering sigh and died. Then the sanguineous turned and sauntered off with Diamanda's limp body hanging out of its mouth to left and right, her blood staining the snow. Shaking from scalp to soul, Candy sank back against the locked door, her hands pressed against her face. "No more," she murmured. "Please, no more." Too much had happened. She was overwhelmed. First Babylonium and losing Malingo, then the mysteries of the Twilight Palace and her abduction. Now this. To lose one of the few people in this troubled world who seemed to understand her and who she was, gone in a few terrible seconds. It was too much, too much. After a minute or so, she looked up through her fingers. The blizzard was getting worse with every gust of wind. The thickening veils of snow had already virtually eroded the Sanguinius and its victim. As Candy watched, it disappeared from sight completely. There came a sound from behind her, the harsh grating of a bolt being drawn aside. She started to get up and step away from the door, but she wasn't fast enough. As the door opened, she stumbled backward, flailing. She reached out for the door handle to steady her fall, but her hands were too numb, her body too weak, her brain too overburdened. She caught the briefest of glimpses of the world into which she had fallen. Then her besieged senses gave up, and she willingly let darkness take her away from the world. Chapter 33. A Visit to Mariposa Street. In the depths of her unconscious state, Candy caught glimpses of Diamanda, on the shore of the 25th hour, smiling at her, on a boat sitting calmly, watching the waters, still smiling, and finally, much to Candy's surprise, walking in the streets of Chicken Town, unnoticed by those who passed her by. The dream or vision, or whatever it was, reassured her. It seemed to say that Diamanda had already moved on about some new business, the hurt of life and of her death, forgotten. Candy murmured the old lady's name in her sleep, and the sound of her own voice woke her. She was lying on a huge bed in one of the strangest rooms she had ever seen. It was dominated by a massive mantelpiece which was carved from black marble. A small fire guttered in the hearth, its pale blue flames barely big enough to tickle the dark throat of the grate. And yet there was light in the room, even if it didn't come from the fire. It bled out of the cracks in various objects around the room, from a vase, from under the door of a wardrobe, even up between the polished wooden floorboards. And where the strands and filigrees of light crossed, which they did in perhaps 36 places, they threw off sparks like fireworks. The flickering filled the immensely tall room with dancing shadows. Candy got up off the bed in which somebody had kindly laid her and did her best to orient herself, but the constant motion of the light made that difficult. Everything had an eerie animation in it, thanks to the sparks, as though all the objects in the room were alive. But after a minute or two, her eyes became accustomed to the dance of light, and she began to tentatively explore the room. On a chair near the fire were some clothes which had obviously been left for her. A pair of dark blue shoes with bright red laces, a baggy pair of trousers which were dark purple, a blouse that was close to the color of the trousers, and a loose jacket which seemed at first glance to be decorated with abstract designs, but which a second and third glance revealed to be representations of creatures from some Abaratian Eden, fish and fowl, bird and beast, all parading around the coat together. She was grateful for the gift. Her present clothes were torn and damp. As she put on the new stuff, she found it was all made of extremely friendly material, fabric that seemed to be eager to comfort her. Dressed in her new outfit, she felt much more prepared to meet the owner of this house, even a little curious. She opened the door and stepped out into the corridor. It was lit much the same way as the room behind her, light leaking from cracks in everything, crisscrossing and sparking. The passageway went on for a long way in both directions and was filled like a warehouse with bric-a-brac. For the third time in recent days, once in Babylonium, once in the Wunderkammern in the Twilight Palace, she was aware of the curious abundance of the Abarat. Sometimes it seemed to be a kind of encyclopedia of possibilities, an A to Z of things wonderful and strange, brimming, overspilling itself in its eagerness to be all and everything and more than everything. And somewhere inside that ambition, she knew, lay a clue to what it really was. Maybe her host would know. She called out, "Hello? Anybody? Hello?" There was no reply but the echo of her voice, so she turned right and ventured down the corridor, continuing to call. As she went, she noted a few of the oddities along the way. The stuffed head of an animal whose mouth was a seething nest of tongues. A screen covered with carved birds that seemed to rise up as she approached. A table with a game that had perhaps 300 pieces laid out on it in the form of two armies, day and night. There were signs from both above and below of other presences in the house. Somebody seemed to be hammering on the floor above, and nearby somebody was singing in a high, thin voice. It was a sad, peculiar song, one that she knew from Malingo. It told of a man called Tailor Schmidt, who had been, the words claimed, the best tailor in the Abarat. The trouble was that he was a little crazy, and the idea soon came into his head that the sky was like a badly fitting suit, and soon the buttons that kept the sky in place would pop. Tailor Schmidt, poor Tailor Schmidt, thought the sky wouldn't fit. The poor tailor was terrified of the consequences of this, the song said, because then whatever was lying in wait behind the sky, monsters perhaps, or simply a devouring oblivion, would break through from the other side and spill into his world. So, according to the song, he spent the rest of his life making buttons so that the heavens could be buttoned up again and made safe. Thousands of buttons, bone and lead, the tailor made till he was dead. Perhaps now Tailor Schmidt has died. He knows what lies on the other side. But we remember him in song and pray to heaven that he was wrong. This was the sorrowful little tune that accompanied Candy as she moved through the house. Every now and then she'd open a door and look into one of the rooms. There was plenty of evidence of occupancy. In one room there was a large bed which had recently been slept in, to judge by the shape of the sleeper's head on the pillow. In another room there was a small table on which a large egg stood, recently hatched, the creature coming forth from it, a sentient plant. She continued to call out as she explored, and finally found somebody to talk to. A diminutive woman dressed in black, with an elaborate ruff around her neck, came hurrying down the corridor toward her. She beckoned to Candy. "Are you the person who brought me here?" Candy asked her. The woman shook her head. "Do you know who did?" "Mr. Masper," the woman said softly, "and I know he would like to talk to you." "Oh? So where will I find this Mr. Masper?" "Come with me," the woman said, her eyes skipping over Candy's face, all curiosity, studying her eyes, her mouth, even her ears and forehead. "Is there something wrong?" Candy asked her. No, she said. "It's just, you're not the way I expected you to be." "And how was that?" Candy asked. "Oh, you know, a woman of power." "Me? You must have the wrong—" "Oh, no, you're the one. You wouldn't be here if you weren't." "Speaking of being here—" "Yes?" "There was a boy outside the house." "Lethio. Yes, we found him." "Is he all right?" "He's under Mr. Masper's protection now," the woman said. "Please go on." "So he is all right?" Candy pressed. "I told you. He's under Mr. Masper's protection." With that, the woman turned her back on Candy and started along down the corridor. "What's your name, by the way?" Candy said. "Mrs. Kittlnubitz," the woman replied without turning. "It is my honor to work for Mr. Masper." She paused at the door and respectfully, even a little cautiously perhaps, opened it. "Enjoy," she said, ushering Candy in. "Enjoy what?" Candy said, looking into the room. "The dreaming street," said Mrs. Kittlnubitz. And as she spoke, a light came on in the middle of the room, which, unlike the other rooms and the passageway, had been in darkness. The light illuminated an odd-looking wooden device that sat on a table there. It was round, perhaps 8 or 9 inches high, and 2 feet or so in diameter. Its outer wall was highly polished, suggesting somebody took great care of this device. Whatever it was, it had slits in it, each no more than 1/4 of an inch wide. "What is that?" Candy said, glancing back at Mrs. Kittle-Newbetts. But the passageway was empty. In the 15, perhaps 20 seconds since Candy had taken her eyes off the woman in black, she had gone, leaving Candy's question unanswered. "Weird," Candy remarked. She hadn't seen anything yet. When she looked back at the device, she saw that it had begun to go around as though a small clockwork motor in its base had been activated, and visible through the slits there was a growing brightness. Fascinated, and thinking there could surely be no harm in a clockwork musical box or whatever it was, Candy approached the table, bending down as she did so and peering through the slits into the circling drum. Whoosh! 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 There was something almost hypnotic about the sound, and about the motion, too. A contented smile came onto her face, and the more relaxed she felt, the brighter the light in the center of the drum seemed to burn. Whoosh! 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 Was there something moving in there? It looked as though there was. She narrowed her eyes, trying to focus her gaze on whatever was inside the spinning drum. There was a name for old-fashioned devices like these, she remembered. They were called zoetropes, or something like that. They had pictures inside that were arranged to create the illusion of movement. "That's cool," she said, leaning closer. And still the drum picked up speed until the slits spun by so quickly that they all blurred together into a single window. And what was the picture on the other side? She'd been expecting something simple, but no. There was a sunlit street there in the drum, and the houses and the sidewalks, the roofs and sky, weren't painted. They were perfectly realistic. And sauntering up and down the street, as though this were a real day and a real world, were men and women, even an ape or two, black people and white, golden-skinned and scarlet. What they all had in common, however, was the extraordinary things they wore on their heads. These didn't appear to be hats or hairpieces. They were strange fantasias rising like many-layered towers from their skulls. Candy stared at the spectacle in astonishment, her gaze still being gently coaxed through the spinning window into the dreaming street vision the drum contained. She could almost feel it pulling on her, seducing her with its brightness and its beauty, to keep looking while the drum spun, keep looking. She had by now guessed what she was seeing. Mrs. Kittle-Newbetts had named this mystery for her. The Dreaming Street, she'd called it. Its formal name, which was Mariposa Street, was written on a sign on the wall, but its nickname was surely more accurate. Here on this bright thoroughfare, the people were not simply wearing entertaining nonsenses on their heads because it was the fashion. These were their dreams they were carrying. A man wandered by with what looked like a single-windowed tower on his head, burning fiercely. On another there was built a cell in which some poor soul was bound up. Yet another, a man with a large fish under his arm, which he was presumably taking home to dine on, had a tiny theater poised on his pate with a skull-headed creature standing center stage. But the illusions contained in the device were only just the beginning. Her sight was still being drawn into the midst of the spectacle. There were new visions to be seen around every corner, through every doorway and open window. Glimpses of lives that weren't being performed the way a play is performed, but were going on quite naturally as she casually watched. A woman was studying at an upper window with her hair like a thicket filled with little colored birds. In another place stood a striped beast about the size of a middle-sized mutt, long-lashed and stubby-tailed, which had on its head a little building, no more than a dome supported by 6 pillars. The humble animal equivalent, perhaps, of the elaborate towers that the 2-legged occupants of Mariposa Street boasted. The zebratic dog seemed to be staring straight at Candy, its gaze so direct that it drew her attention still more deeply into the world of Mariposa Street. Suddenly it seemed to become uncomfortable having her staring at it, and it turned tail and ran. She followed it with her eyes, down an alleyway that ran off Mariposa Street. Again she had that uncanny sensation of being drawn into this little world. But why not, she thought. Where was the harm? The animal led her away down streets that steadily grew narrower the farther from Mariposa Street they strayed. But at every corner, however narrow the thoroughfares became, and however decrepit the buildings, there were still oddities and wonderments to be witnessed. A pale man stood at one corner, looking down with bliss on his face at the child he held in his arms, even though the infant had tentacles for limbs. In another place, a woman sat with a very large and succulent slice of pizza, pepperoni, mushrooms, olives, no anchovies, on her lap. Candy had lost sight of the animal she'd followed from the dreaming street, but she didn't mind. She had plenty more to see, like the man who looked as though he had the blood of clowns running in his veins and was painting something fanciful on the walls, or the patchwork animal that stood patiently in a piece of sunlight feeding her infants, 2 of whom were suckling from her greedily, while a third clung to her leg in an ecstasy of love. Clowns, mothers, dreamers. What a strange world this was she'd been drawn into. She was beginning to feel a little overwhelmed by the experience, not just by the sights, but the sounds and smells of the place. It was time to turn back, she decided. Time to unglue her sight from this place and return to the room where she was standing. But how? She'd come this far following the path of her curiosity, but how did she retrace her steps? Perhaps if she simply closed her eyes, she thought, the illusion would somehow vanish, and she'd be back in the room with Masper, watching the device from a safe distance. But that didn't work. Though she closed her eyes and waited in darkness for a few seconds, when she opened them again, she was still standing in the same place, trapped inside the device. "What's going on?" she said to a pregnant woman with a small forest sprouting from her head. "Why can't I get out of here?" The woman looked at her with a puzzled expression on her face, as though she didn't understand a word Candy was saying. "Can't somebody tell me what's going on?" Candy asked. It was the red-faced ape that finally proffered an answer. "Where are your dreams?" he said. "Everybody wears their dreams on their heads here." "But I don't belong here," Candy protested. "I came from outside." "Outside?" said the bearded man with the fish under his arm. "There is no outside." "Oh, yes, there is," Candy replied. "I've been there." She looked up at the sky, hoping there'd be proof of the room beyond this artificial world, but she could see no sign of her confinement, only a flawless blue. She felt a spasm of panic. Suppose the journey she had taken into this world was strictly one way. Perhaps the dreaming citizens of Mariposa Street had once all been, like her, guileless visitors to this place. Visitors who found that once they were in this strange world, they couldn't get out again. And as time passed, they had forgotten that they'd even had a life beyond Mariposa Street. Well, it might have happened to them, but it wasn't going to happen to her. She hadn't taken a journey through the wonders of the Abarat, risking life, limb, and sanity in the process, to end up a prisoner in some artificial world. "I want to get out of this place," she yelled. "And I want to get out now. Somebody has to be able to hear me." She threw back her head. "Mr. Masper? Are you there? Mr. Masper!" "Just show us your dreams," said the man wearing the burning tower on his head. "Come on." "No," said Candy. "Don't be perverse," said a stately woman with an elaborate pillar of dream fragments on her head. Her voice, curiously, sounded not unlike that of the man with the burning tower. Strange. "Show us," said another of the wanderers, his voice an echo of the others. "We want to see your dreams." "I'll keep them to myself," Candy said. "Show us," said the man with the fish, moving toward her. "Don't make us force you," said the ape. "Keep away," Candy said. The man took no notice of Candy's warning. He reached around behind his back and snatched hold of the tail of the fish as if he intended to hit her with it. She didn't give him the opportunity. She snatched the fish out of his hand and aimed a strike at the dream things he had perched on his head. They were fragile, The pieces flew in all directions. The man unleashed a howl of horror. "My dreams!" he yelled. "Look what you've done to my precious dreams!" The cry was instantly taken up all along Mariposa Street as those who'd witnessed Candy's blow and its consequences sent up their own cries. "Make her show us! Let's see your dreams, girl! Right now, let's see them!" They were advancing on her from all sides, their once placid faces now twisted up in fury. She attempted to protest her innocence, but they weren't interested in listening to her. Her only option was to turn her back on them and run. She looked back over her shoulder. The news wasn't good. She was prevented from leaving the street by a wall of darkness. The sight was accompanied by a familiar sound. Whoosh! 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 The spinning slits were passing in front of her, perilously close to her face. If she chose the wrong moment to jump, she'd surely hit the solid partition between the slits, which would not be good news. But how was she to know when it was best to jump? It was like trying to get aboard a fast-spinning carousel. If she mistimed her jump, she risked being knocked senseless, or worse, caught in the mechanism somehow and carried around and around and... "Just do it," she told herself, and the next moment she was in the air, flying and falling. There were a few seconds of pure terror when the world became a blurred place filled with the din of grinding cogs and uncoiling springs. She feared her nightmare had come true and she'd fallen into the spinning mechanism. Behind her, she heard the dreamers yelling to her that she was going to die, stupid witch, and good riddance, because she deserved to die. The sound of the cogs and springs became so loud she had to put her hands over her ears to shut it out. Even that didn't work. The noise still bled through, making her head throb. "Stop it!" she yelled. Perhaps her demand was heard, or perhaps it was simply good luck that brought her through the spinning slits. Whichever it was, she was released from the racking din of the mechanism and fell forward through the slits and out the other side. The sound suddenly ceased, and she found herself lying on a threadbare carpet, her head aching. "Hello," said a voice. She looked up. There was a man dressed in dark gray standing close to the door. "Are you all right?" he said. Yes, she said, doing her best to get to her feet. From the corner of her eye, she saw the device still spinning. She could hear the whoosh of the device, as powerful as ever, and more distantly, voices from Mariposa Street. "Did you what?" the man said, offering a hand to help her get to her feet. "It felt as though I was drawn into that thing." She shook her head to see if she could rid herself of the sense of dislocation. Only when it had receded a little did she trust herself to raise her head and look at the man who was standing in the room with her. "I'm Mr. Pius Masper," he said to her, "and I own this house." Chapter 34. Secrets and Meatloaf. Across the immeasurable divide between the Abarat and the Hereafter, in Chickentown, Minnesota, things were calmer than they had been of late. The curiosity and the concern that had been stirred up by the anonymous wall defacer at the Comfort Tree Hotel had cooled into general indifference, its position in people's order of gossip-worthy subjects overtaken by the fact that the town's mayor, Harold Meadows, had been accused of taking bribes to overlook certain infringements of health policy, specifically that the runoff from the chicken factory's slaughterhouse should empty directly into the town's drains, making the taxpayers of Chickentown liable for the cleaning of the clogged pipes. As a result of this scandal, Harry Meadows was performing a rather humiliating dance of denial so as not to be thrown out of office, and his "I didn't do it" two-step had the town's eyes on him. There were a few exceptions, a few stalwarts who still patrolled outside the hotel night and day, watching for some evidence of supernatural manifestations, and there were even 2 officers at the police department who gave an hour a day to investigating the disappearance of Candy Quackenbush. But the truth was that these were no longer urgent issues. The citizens of Chickentown had other stuff to debate. Even at 34 Followell Street, at the Quackenbush residence, talk of Candy had become such a source of irritation to Bill Quackenbush recently that Ricky and Don had taken the path of least resistance and simply never talked about her within hearing distance of her father. And then, one day, when they had all sat down for supper and Bill had drained a couple of cans of beer, he said, "I got some news for everyone." "What about, Dad?" Rick wanted to know. "About all of us," Bill Quackenbush said, cracking another beer. "I was talking to your Mom about me leaving Chickentown, going to Chicago or maybe Denver. But now I'm thinking we should all leave, as a family." The boys both started talking at the same time. "Chicago? When would we go? What about school?" Melissa raised her hands to hush the excitement. "We're not going anywhere," she said, looking fiercely at her husband. "Not until Candy comes home. Not until we're a family again." "She ran away," Bill replied, enunciating the words as though he were speaking to an imbecile. "And Melissa, she is not coming back, at least no time soon. Maybe she'll come knocking on the door in a few years with 3 kids and no husband. But right now she's gone, and the quicker we quit thinking she's going to turn up again anytime soon, the quicker we can all get back to living regular lives again." "But, Dad," Ricky said, his eyes brimming, "we can't just forget—" "Don't you start crying," Bill said, pointing to his son. "You hear me, Rick? I swear, if you start bawling like some dumbass girl, I'm going to give you something to bawl about." Ricky sniffed hard, and by sheer effort of will kept the tears from coming. But Don, who was completely dry-eyed, had some arguments of his own. "Suppose she comes back here," he said, "and we're not here. How will she find us?" "She ain't that stupid," his father said. "She'll ask around until she finds a neighbor who knows where we went." "I don't want to go to a new school in a new town," Don went on. "I like my old friends." "You'll make new friends," Bill said, "and one school's just like the next." "You've obviously thought all this through," Melissa said coldly. "Exactly when were you going to tell the rest of us? Or were we just going to wake up one morning all packed and ready to go?" "I'm the head of the household," Bill replied. "I get to make these important decisions. If I don't make 'em, who will?" "Oh, yeah, that's you, Bill," Melissa said. "Mr. Responsibility." "Can I leave the table now, please?" said Ricky, staring down at his congealed macaroni and cheese and his dried-up meatloaf. "You haven't eaten anything, honey," said his mother. "I'm not hungry." "Neither am I," said Don. "All right, you're excused," said Melissa. The 2 boys couldn't get away from the table fast enough. "I'm not changing my mind about this," Bill said after he drained the can of beer. "I'm not going to rot here, day after day with nothing to do." "Then get a damn job, Bill." "There aren't any." "There are plenty." "None that I want." Melissa shook her head. "Well, you know what? You can plan all you like, but I am not going anywhere without Candy." Bill said nothing for maybe a whole minute, then he got up and went to the fridge and brought out another can of beer. "Why don't you just admit it to yourself?" he said, not coming back to the table. "She's gone. We both know it. She never belonged to us in the first place." Melissa's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She pressed the heels of her hands against her sockets to try and stem the flow. "How can you say that? She was our baby. She will always be our baby." Bill leaned against the fridge, staring out into the darkened backyard. "No," he said. "I don't think she was ever really ours." "What are you talking about?" "Oh, come on, Melissa. She was a weird kid right from the start. Her eyes, for one thing." "Lots of kids have eyes that are different colors," Melissa said, her tears suddenly dried up by anger. "And she isn't weird. The only problem is that you never really loved her." "I did my best," he shrugged. "That was your best?" Melissa shook her head. "Whole months would go by and you'd barely speak to her." "Okay, we never got along." "You're her father, Bill." "Am I?" Melissa stared hard at him. "What are you suggesting?" "Well, you were the one who said it. Something happened the night Candy was born. 3 women—" "Oh, so now you want to talk about it. Are you going to tell me or not?" "I'll tell you, but only on one condition." "And what's that?" "You listen. You believe me." "That's 2. Bill." "All right, I'm listening. Tell me what happened." For 10, 20, 30 seconds, Melissa said nothing. "Go on," Bill said. "I'm not kidding. I want to know." Melissa drew a deep breath. "All right," she said. "You know some of it already. The women who came to the truck when you'd left, I told you about them. They just appeared from out of the storm. I asked them where they'd come from, and they said they came from another world, a place they called Abarat." "And you believed them?" Bill said. "Yes, I did. I don't know why, but I knew. I absolutely knew they were telling me the truth." Bill shook his head. "You told me you wanted to know what happened that night," Melissa snapped. "And I'm telling you, so listen." She paused, allowing her spurt of anger to subside. Her eyes glanced over the kitchen as if she was listing the duties that still needed to be done. Trash to be taken out, dirty dishes to be washed, the dead geranium on the windowsill to be dumped. The labor of listing calmed her. When she picked up her account of that rainy night again, the rage had drained out of her. She spoke quietly, so quietly that Bill had to listen hard to catch all she was saying. "I don't know to this day if it was just an accident that they found me there," she told him, "or whether they'd somehow tracked us. I do know they were afraid that they were being followed by somebody from their world. What they were doing was probably against the law in Abarat. But they were desperate. They had something to give me, they said. No, not to me. To the baby that was to be born. They had something to give the baby. And it would change her life forever. That's what they said. Nothing would be the same because of what they were here to give her." Chapter 35. 2 in 19. Henry Murkett didn't sleep anymore. Since his failed attempt to raise the folks of Chickentown from their televisions and their gossip, he was haunted night and day by the terrible prospect of what lay ahead for the town that had once carried his family's name. The dreams that had begun this haunting didn't cease just because Henry no longer slept. Instead, they took the form of daylight visions, which were in some ways more terrifying than ordinary nightmares. He would be standing at the window of room 19, peering through the dirty glass at the unremarkable people going about their unremarkable lives, when suddenly a shadow seemed to loom over the street like some lethal judgment that would soon wipe them all away. He wasn't frightened for himself. What did a ghost have to fear from death? But he was afraid, horribly afraid, for the innocents he saw going about their business, realizing nothing. "You look melancholy." Henry turned around from the window, and his eyes grew wide with astonishment. Standing across the room from him was a face he hadn't laid eyes upon in a very long time. "Diamanda?" he said. "It isn't you." "Yes, it is, Henry." Oh, but the years had been kind to her. Though her hair, which she'd always worn long, was now gray, and her face was decorated with a tracery of fine lines, the bones on which her flesh sat were still as elegant as ever. She had been beautiful in those distant years when she'd been his loving wife, and against all expectation she was beautiful still. It was easy to remember in the first few seconds that his eyes were laid on her again, where his love had sprung. "Is it really you?" he said, scarcely breathing the words for fear this lovely mirage would dissolve and leave him alone again. "Yes, Henry," she said. "It's really me." "But why? After all this time?" "To be honest, Henry, death caught up with me just a little while ago. And you know, As I was floating above the scene of my demise, which wasn't pleasant, I found my thoughts turning instantly to you. Of all people. It's Henry I want to see, I thought. The rest can wait. I came to make my peace, I suppose. You came, that's all that matters. You came. How did you know where to find me? Well, that's both a very long story and a very short one. The short version is, I've got eyes in my head, and I looked. What happened to your fancy man in Chicago? My what? Diamanda laughed. Your fancy man. Everybody told me... Let's get a few things straight from the get-go, Henry Murcutt. Whatever you heard from the gossip-mongers, I did not have a fancy man in Chicago. Or any other place, come to that. Truly? Henry, I wouldn't come back from the dead to tell you a petty little lie, would I? No, I guess not. He expelled a contented sigh. As a matter of interest, he went on, why did you come back? First, Henry Murcutt, to do this. Diamanda walked over to Henry and laid a light kiss on his lips, then another 6 for good measure. It was the first human contact he'd been able to feel in many years. Oh, my lord, I've missed that, he said. So we're just 2 ghosts now, huh? As you say, just 2 ghosts. How did it happen to you? That you died, I mean. I was trying to protect a girl from your world, Henry, a runaway called Candy Quackenbush. So you've heard of her? She was here in this very room just a few weeks ago, working on some school project. A charming enough girl, she seemed. Miss Quackenbush turns out to be a very powerful young woman. Henry looked puzzled. Really? You surprise me. She seemed pleasant, but quite ordinary. Where did you 2 meet? In a world we have never spoken about till now, Diamanda said. The Abarat. Ah, the fabled Abarat. I may have been locked up here for the past half-century or so, but even I heard a little about that place. If there's more, tell me. There's always more where the Abarat's concerned. It's a world without limits. He looked mystified, so Diamanda attempted to explain, keeping the description simple. But the more she told him, the more he wanted to know, and she was soon explaining the whole tale to him, how she'd gone off to voyage the Abarat, how she'd first met a woman of the Phantomaya and been taken, after much preparation, to Autumn Spire, the 25th hour, to be initiated into the mysteries of time out of time. Though it was an extraordinary story that she told, he didn't once doubt her truthfulness. He knew her too well. If she was telling him that there was an archipelago where every island existed at a different hour of the day, then he was obliged to believe her. It was only toward the end of her account, when she spoke about her involvement with magic, that he grew more cautious. You know what the good book has to say about witchcraft, he said. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Those old hypocrites. They talk about killing witches, but the good book's full of magic. Turning the Nile to blood and parting the Red Sea. What's that if it's not good old-fashioned magic? Want a little water into wine? No trouble. How about raising that dead man Lazarus? Just say the word. You're walking on thin ice, Diamanda. No, I'm not. I'm just telling the truth. And anyone who loves the good word loves the truth, right? Poor Henry looked thoroughly confounded. In a matter of seconds, Diamanda had run theological circles around him. She saw the puzzlement on his face and finally took pity on him. Think of it this way, she said. Magic is about connecting things, seeing how the power runs through the world. From you to that crack in the wall, to the spider in the crack, to the song in the spider's head, singing praise to God. Spiders don't sing. Everything sings its praises in its own way, Henry. That's what magic is, the singing of praises, and the verses all connecting up till the power flows. I'm going to have you listen one of these times, Henry Murkett, and I swear you will hear such a magical hallelujah." Henry shook his head. "I don't know who's the craziest, you for saying this stuff or me for half believing it." The tentative smile that had come onto his face now fell away, and he said, "I've been having dreams, terrible dreams." "About what?" "I guess they're about the end of the world, at least the end of Chickentown." "You believe them?" "Yes, of course I believe them. I even tried to warn folks about what was happening." He pointed to the wall where his message remained scratched in the plaster. "Higher ground," Diamanda read. "I know it's sort of vague," Henry said, "but it was the only thing I could think of at the time. Unfortunately, these people don't want to listen." "Maybe we can make them listen, between the two of us." "I hope so. I must say, Henry, you've changed your tune. I thought you hated Chickentown." "I guess when I lost you, I didn't have anything else to love. It was Chickentown or nothing." "Listen to yourself. You sound so sad." "Well, I am. I should have spent my life with you." "Well, now you can make up for lost time. We've found each other again. You're a good man, Henry Murkett. You deserve some happiness, some freedom. How often do you get out of this darn room, anyway?" "Actually, I've never left it." "You're kidding me." "No. I felt I sinned when I took my own life. I guess I thought I deserved to be in here until the last judgment." "Well, that's utter bull-poop, Henry, and I think you should know it. So we are going to go out together, out into the sun." "We are? When?" "Now, Henry. We are going right now." So out they went together, the phantom of room 19 and Diamanda Murkett, the love of his life, walking hand in hand. They weren't visible to most of the eyes that casually turned in their direction, except perhaps as vague shadows or a subtle disturbance of the air that might have nudged people as they passed. Their voices, however, were another matter. They weren't as clear as ordinary voices, but they were still perfectly audible. They sounded like whisperers exchanging gossip at a nearby corner. It was the subject under debate, the imminent destruction of the town, that made people listen more closely. Several times as they walked and talked, they caught sight of people looking back at the spot where they stood with puzzled expressions on their faces. "Do you think our message is getting through?" Henry asked Diamanda as they stood beneath the pigeon-bespattered statue of his great-grandfather, the town's founder. "Well, they can certainly hear us," Diamanda said. "But whether that means they're actually paying attention is anybody's guess. I mean, what are we to them? We're just some voices muttering at the back of their heads." Henry didn't reply. He just stared at Diamanda as she talked. "It's interesting. Have you noticed how the babies and the dogs seem to be quite happy to accept our presence? I think Chickentown's future would be perfectly safe if it were left with the babies and the dogs." She paused, returning Henry's stare. "What are you looking at?" she said. "You. I'm looking at you. You're still very lovely." "This is no time for flirtation, Henry." "If not now, then when? After the time we've waited, don't we deserve to tell each other the deepest secrets of our hearts?" "You old sentimentalist," Diamanda replied fondly. "And very proud to be one," Henry said. "Lord, Diamanda, the world might end at any moment. We should speak our minds. You are lovely. There, it's said." He smiled, and shielding his eyes from the sun, he looked off down the length of Main Street. "What do you think will be the first sign?" he said. "I mean, of what's on its way." "Rain in the wind," Diamanda said. "Salt rain." "It sounds like you've been through something like this before." "Something similar. And let me tell you, it will not be pretty. The more we can do to get people up and out of this town, the less weeping and wailing there's going to be when it's all over." "Any suggestions?" Henry wondered. "Well, to speed things along, we ought to split up. Keep to the major thoroughfares, and while we go, talk to people. Drop our warnings into their ears. Tell them to get out of town, only do it so subtly they don't even know it's us. Let them think these are their own thoughts." "Clever," Henry said. "Tell them not to pack anything. They just need to leave." "How long do we have?" Henry said. Diamanda looked up at the sky, studying it for clues. She apparently failed to find any because finally she said, "I don't know. Hours, not days." She returned her gaze to Henry. "We must do whatever we can to save these people, Henry, or we're going to have a lot of angry spirits pointing fingers." "Well, we don't want that," Henry said. "Not when we just found each other again." Diamanda smiled. "I must say it's good to see you, Henry. Very good. Now let's get back to work." "Spreading the word," he said. "Spreading the word," she replied. Chapter 36. The Bridegroom Unearthed. The voice the company had located beneath the fertile dirt of the knots grew louder sometimes fainter, but there was no doubting the strength in it and the rage. "Spread out," Geneva said. "Look for some way down into the ground." "But be careful," Mischief said. "Whoever it is down there, he sounds a little crazy." Walking cautiously so as not to further anger or disturb the man beneath them, they fanned out, looking for a route down into the tunnels. "I've found something," Tria said. She had indeed. The tunnel was oppressively narrow, lined with roots and alive with a lot of many-legged dirt-dwellers, quillimedes and yard lice and scorpets. The sight of it brought a variety of responses. "It's suicide to go down there," John Moot stated bluntly. "If we don't get bitten to death, the tunnel will almost certainly collapse on us. And anyway, we'll frighten the lordy-loo out of whoever's down there," said John Drowse. "But this is what we came to do," Geneva pointed out. "Not to get buried alive, we didn't," Serpent replied. "All right," Tom said to the brothers. "You lot stand out here and guard the entrance, and the rest of us will go in." He made a move toward the entrance. "Wait," said Tria. "I'm the smallest. I should go first." "Before anyone gets too enthusiastic about going down there," John Mischief said, "shouldn't we consider the situation a little more closely? Let's assume it is Finnegan Hobb, the great dragon hunter, down there in the ground. Let's ask ourselves why he's down there." There was silence by way of response. Everyone exchanged grim looks. "Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. He's probably down there with a dragon." "Well, if it's as vulnerable as the beast we killed at sea," said Tom, "then I don't think we've got a great deal to fear from the thing." "Don't get too confident," Geneva said. "Seagoing dragons have delicate constitutions. A lot of things can kill them. But your earthworm, on the other hand, is a good deal stronger. They live to be 1,000 years old, some of them, and their skins just get tougher each time they shed." "I heard the same thing," said John Moot. "Hush," said Mischief. "Don't shush me," Moot protested. "No, Moot," said John Fillet, who was looking the other way. "It's for your own good." "What?" "Everybody," Geneva said to the Johns. "Duck down." "Why?" Mischief muttered. Geneva took the dagger she'd been polishing in her grip and spoke 2 syllables. "Dragon." "Where?" said Tom. Standing on the same spot, Geneva turned fully through 360 degrees, pointing outward with her sword as she did so. "All around us," she said. "Oh, lordy-loo," Mischief breathed. "An Ouroboros," said Tria. "What's that mean?" John Mischief wanted to know. "The serpent that eats its own tail," Tria whispered. "That's why it's all around us," Geneva said, her voice so soft everyone had to strain to hear it. "I don't see it," said Tom. "Yes, you do," said Tria. Her voice had a curious clarity to it despite the tiny volume. "It's there." She pointed to a gold-green slope. "And there?" To a ridge which seemed to be infested with cacti. "And there? That blue-green rock." "It's breathing," said Tom, his tone more astonishment than fear. "I hear it." "Does it know we're here?" said John Serpent. "Why don't you tell us that?" Moot remarked. "Serpent to serpent." "Ha ha," said Serpent, very unamused. "In other words, you don't know." "At a guess," Serpent replied. "It knows. It's just trying to work out how many of us there are." As he proffered this reply, there was a fresh outburst of shouting from underground. "I think the earthworm has cornered him down there," Tria said grimly. "That's why he's making such a din," said Two-Toed Tom. "He's trying to draw its attention, trying to stop it from coming after us." He'd no sooner spoken than the ground around them shook violently, and great walls of dirt and plant life flew up into the air. 10, 20 feet it flew, and then came down again in a rattling rain. "She's right," John Serpent yelled. "It's all around us." Geneva was no longer whispering. She was yelling at the top of her voice. "Arm yourselves," she hollered. "It knows we're here. Get ready to fight." Those who had small weapons wielded them in readiness, while the rest searched on the ground for something, anything, to fight with. Even as they did so, the earth lurched, and the worm's head, shaped like a giant shovel, flat and wide and ferocious, rose up out of the ground. Its head was of such size that its neck had difficulty bearing it up. There was nothing elegant or beautiful about it. A great mass of plant life sprouted from its skull, and a mud-clogged beard of roots hung from its lower jaw. It gave off a rotted smell, as though its body had gone to corruption from lying in the wet earth for so long. Clumps of matter fell from the underside of its body as it raised itself up, but it was impossible to discern whether it was the dragon itself that was falling to pieces, or whether it was simply bits of dirt and decay that were dropping to the ground. "Distract it!" Geneva yelled, and while Tom and McBean attacked the dragon's forelegs, Geneva went for the snout with the little dagger she had, piercing it as deeply as she was able. The blade barely penetrated the scales, however, and there was no sign that she was doing the beast much harm. Still, it knew it was under attack, and it fought back, opening its ragged mouth as though to swallow her. With a born warrior's speed, Geneva feinted to the left, then struck to the right, digging her blade into the tender flesh around the dragon's nostril and pulling down, opening a long wound. Viscous blood spat from the place, giving off a fierce heat along with the eye-stinging stench of excrement. The worm was hurt, no doubt of that. It reeled back, letting out something that sounded not unlike a sob. But the sound was its own kind of faint, for it had no sooner made the complaint than it came back at its wounder with surprising suddenness, landing on the ground with such force that it cracked the earth open. Dirt and rock dust rose up into the air in a choking cloud. For a few moments the dirt obliterated everything. All anybody could do was stand and wait for it to clear. And then, disaster. From somewhere in the dirt cloud came a noise of rushing earth, and then a cry from Tria. "Where are you?" Tom yelled. "I see her," John Mischief called out, and pointed through the clearing air. The ground had given way beneath poor Tria, and she was slipping down into the darkness. Wounded though it was, the dragon quickly realized it had been offered a victim. The creature nosed toward Tria, growling in its throat, suddenly moving like a snake, belly to the ground. Tom threw himself in its path, but it casually batted him away with its snout and went on with its weaving pursuit of Tria. "It'll get the child," John Mischief said, sitting down on the edge of the slope and preparing to launch himself down at it. "John," said Moot, "are you crazy?" "We don't even know what's down there," Serpent protested. "Tria's down there," Mischief replied. "Oh, spare me the heroism," Serpent said. "She's dead for certain." Mischief didn't waste time arguing. He simply pitched himself and his brothers down the slope where Tria had gone and into the murk. The dragon raised its humongous head on its gnarled neck and scanned the scene, its eyes burning in its mud-caked visage. It had fixed its gaze upon McBean now. The captain had fallen badly when the earth gave way, and now he was having difficulty getting up again. He was sitting a little distance from the hole, rubbing his leg, obviously in considerable pain. "McBean," said John Drowse, "be careful." I know. It's my leg." "No, Captain, I'm not worried about—" Before Drowse could finish speaking, the dragon opened its mouth like a tunnel and rushed at McBean, approaching him so quickly that he had no time to defend himself. The dragon's lower jaw pushed beneath the captain, who fell backward into the throat of the thing. He cried out as he fell, a small boy's cry that echoed against the roof of the beast's mouth. "Nithagenius pejorius!" somebody yelled. The dragon paused in mid-swallow. Tom, Tria, Geneva, and the Johns looked down into the ground from which direction the voice that had named the beast had come. There was a young man standing at the bottom of the fissure, his skin dark, his eyes a luminous green, his hair a mass of dreadlocks, bright red. "Do you see me, Nithagenius pejorius?" The worm cocked her head like an irritated parrot, and her pupils dilated as she sought out her namer. "Yes, I see you," the worm said, petals being shaken off the flowers around her mouth as she spoke. "Do you see also what I have under my foot, Nithagenius pejorius?" The man with the red dreadlocks lifted his bare foot a little higher so that the worm would be in no doubt as to what she was looking at. "Yes, I see," she said with an icy rage in her voice. "Then speak what you see." "Finnegan, why do you infuriate me?" "I said speak." "It's an egg, Finnegan Hobb. It's my egg." "Your only egg." Yes, my only egg." "I could crush it." "No, you wouldn't. Not my egg." "Then spit out the man you just ate." "Me?" said the worm, attempting a look of pitiful innocence. "I didn't." Finnegan raised his long bare foot above the egg and made it twitch and quiver as if he were barely preventing himself from bringing it down. "Monster!" the dragon roared. "Regurgitate, worm. I'm counting to 3. 1, godless monster. 2, all right, have it your way." The worm made a repeated scooping motion with her head, and a retching sound emerged from her throat. So, seconds later, did Captain McBean. He slid down the dragon's tongue and out of her mouth, landing with an undignified thump in the dirt that all this commotion had stirred up. He was covered in a thick layer of dragon spittle, but other than that, he looked unharmed. "Now, Finnegan Hobb," the dragon said, "keep your side of the bargain." "Geneva Peachtree," Finnegan yelled. "That is you, isn't it?" "Yes, it's me." "Then I want you to get your friends, including him," he pointed to McBean, "out of here. This regurgitating worm and I have business to finish, and it will end with the death of one of us. That is for certain. So please, go." And so saying, he broke his promise and drove his foot down on the dragon's egg. Chapter 37. The Owner of the Dead Man's House. Mr. Masper was almost certainly the most normal person Candy had encountered during her whole journey in the Abarat. In fact, he vaguely resembled a man called Mr. Whipple, who worked at the drugstore back in Chickentown. Both meek-looking, with pale, rather sad faces and round spectacles. Like Whipple, Mr. Masper was losing his hair, the last few strands of which were plastered to his pate from ear to ear. He wore a dark, rather shabby suit, and there were food stains on his gray tie. All in all, he was a forlorn sight, but his very ordinary appearance was in fact rather welcome after the wild ride Candy had just taken through Mariposa Street. "I'm glad to see you back," he said to her. "What is that thing? It felt like I was trapped in it." "Oh, it's just an antique called a momentary. I really should put it under lock and key where it can't do any harm." "Is the place inside it real?" Masper took off his spectacles, and teasing a white handkerchief from the breast pocket of his jacket, he cleaned the lenses as he spoke. "To be honest, I don't know whether it's real or not. I've always been of the opinion that such things are of little importance. What matters is the effect it has upon you." "Well, I didn't like it. Everybody was asking me where my dreams were." "Well, it's all perfectly harmless," Masper said. "You look fine." "Well, I'm not," said Candy with a sudden flash of anger. "I lost my friend Diamanda outside this horrible house of yours, and you had Lethio kidnap me to get me here. I don't like that." "Well, aren't we direct?" Masper said, the first subtle hint of discourtesy creeping into his voice. As he spoke, he went to one of the absurdly tall and narrow windows and stared out at the bleak landscape of Efreet. The snow was coming down heavily now, the wind blowing the flakes so hard they burst against the window. "I had to get you here somehow. I apologize if the method was a little crude." "Why did you need to get me here? I don't know you." "But I know you, Candy. Was Lethio cruel to you?" "No." "Because if he was—" "I said no," she replied. "Now when can I get out of here?" "Well, it wouldn't be wise to try right now. It's very cold out there, as you can see." He went to the door and called out, "Lethio, come in here, please." A few seconds later, Lethio appeared. He looked entirely changed. Though his head wound was still raw, he had cleaned his face and combed his hair, and was now wearing a black jacket and trousers. The jacket set off with shiny silver buttons which held it closed all the way up to his Adam's apple. He stood at the threshold and clicked the heels of his shiny black boots together. "Look at him," Masper said proudly. "The first soldier in a new army." "Whose?" Masper gave her a tiny smile. "I think we should leave that discussion for another day, Candy, don't you? Or better, another night." "May I have a moment of your time, sir?" Lethio said. "Alone?" "What now?" "Yes, it's urgent." The mask of benign indifference slipped from Masper's face for a moment, and anger flared there briefly. "Don't be wasting my time," Masper said. "Of course not, sir." "Then quickly," Masper said. He turned back to Candy. "Stay here, will you? This will only take a moment." He walked past Lethio and out into the corridor. As soon as he'd gone, Lethio whispered, "Get out." "What?" "Trust me, just get out. Break the window if you have to, but go. He means to kill you." "Lethio," Masper called from the hallway. "I'm coming." Masper returned to the doorway with a faintly amused look on his face. "What do you think you're doing, boy? Making a suicide pact?" He stepped back into the room, and to Candy's eyes he seemed to shake as though he were standing in the middle of a heat haze. "I was just—" "I know what you were doing, Lethio." He shook his head. "You really are going to have to learn. You can't be on both sides at the same time." He shook his head. "Enough of these games," he said. "I thought I might get your dreams from you the easy way, but I see after our little conversation that you're too willful to be persuaded and too clever to be tricked, so we'll have to do it the hard way." As he spoke, it seemed to Candy that Masper's eyes were deepening, darkening, and his mouth was growing wider. His hand went up to his face, and he took off his spectacles, which melted in his hand and ran off, between his fingers, the matter from which they'd been made evaporating into nothingness. "What's happening to him?" Candy said to Lethio. "Just go," Lethio replied. "Just a few dreams," the man who used to be Masper said. "Was that so much to ask? Just to see what's going on in that head of yours? But no. No." He reeled around on Lethio, jabbing his finger at him. "As for you," he said, "I warned you what would happen if you betrayed me. Didn't I? Well, didn't I?" The haze intensified as he spoke. His shape wavered, and the illusion that was Mr. Masper began to fall away around him. The plain jacket dissolved, revealing robes of black and gold. His features, which had flickered as though there were lightning behind his face, began to dissolve, and on the third or fourth flash disappeared completely, revealing a very different man. Rising from his shoulders was a kind of translucent collar which covered the lower half of his face. It was a reservoir for a dark fluid which he inhaled as easily as a fish might breathe water. Something moved in the fluid. No, not moved, seethed, like a congregation of angry eels. They flashed with electricity intermittently, that was the lightning she had seen flicker, and threw an uncharitable light on his face. And oh, that face! He was a portrait of living death. The muscles had half withered away, leaving his bones to jut through his parchment skin. His eyes had sunk into his sockets, and the flesh around them had become translucent and was filled with tiny ticks. When he turned a little, she saw that the fluid in his collar, or else the creatures that lived in it, was being siphoned out of the back of his nearly hairless skull. It was horrible to see. And even more horrible, she saw, to live in, to pass every moment of every day and night trapped inside. The rest of his body was strong, as if in compensation for the frailty of his head. The suit of black and gold so designed that it seemed to amplify the anatomy beneath. His hands were bare, but huge, long-fingered and pale. He wore a ring of elaborate design upon every finger and upon his thumbs, and the middle finger of each hand was covered in exquisitely wrought silver sheaths with needle points for nails. She did not need him to tell her his name. She knew it the instant the mirage of innocence was dissolved. This was Christopher Carrion, the Lord of Midnight. She had been in his company without knowing it. He'd almost charmed her in his way. But never again. Not now that she saw him clearly. Never, she swore to herself. Never again. "Take hold of her, Lethio," Carrion said. "I want to ask her some questions." There was a moment of hesitation when it seemed Lethio might not do as he'd been ordered, and Candy seized her opportunity. She made a dash for the door, her shadow thrown up against the wall by the flickering beasts in Carrion's collar. "Don't waste our time trying to get out of here," the Midnight Lord said to her. "Even if you did get out of the house, which is very unlikely, what's waiting for you outside? Death by snow? Eaten by a Watstrel or a Sanguinius? And ask yourself, why are you running? I'm not even hurting you, am I?" "I'd still prefer to take my chances out there, thank you very much." "Stupid, stupid girl," Carrion said. "Lethio, for the last time, take hold of her." Lethio looked away from Carrion and glanced at Candy. She saw the signal in his eyes. He was telling her to go. She did just that. She ran. "Stop her!" Carrion roared. For the briefest of moments, she glanced back and saw that Lethio was stepping into his master's way as Carrion moved toward the door. With one mighty backhanded blow, Carrion knocked Lethio across the room. Lethio struck the window, which shattered, and in a hail of glass shards he disappeared from sight. "Now," Carrion said, calling after Candy. He lifted his hand and clenched his fist, which caused all the lamps in the room and corridor to go out at once. The only source of light was now the creatures in Carrion's collar. Their ghastly luminescence threw his shadow up against the walls. The Lord of Midnight shook his head and proffered an indulgent little smile. "Enough, lady," he said. "Come here. Come." As he spoke, he lifted his arms as if to summon Candy into an embrace. "All I want to know is a little about your dreams," he said. So you trapped me in that thing? The momentary. It's usually quite painless. But you're quite a piece of work, Candy Quackenbush. I hear all kinds of stories. Everywhere you go, you seem to cause trouble. He advanced toward her, his eyes transfixing her as though he had the capacity to hold her with his gaze. Well, you're not going to cause trouble to me. No? No. You've done all the traveling you're going to do, Candy Quackenbush. The only place you're going now is a hole in the ground. Believe me, I'm being kind. You wouldn't want to be here when midnight comes. Midnight? Absolute midnight. The last great dark covering the islands from dawn to dusk, and through the hours of darkness and even deeper darkness. No moon, no stars. He smiled, and his smile was a death smile. You're better off in the ground. There'll be no terrors there. Just worms. Candy tried to put out of her thoughts the horrible images his words laid in her head. If she survived this encounter, she'd want to try and make sense of what he'd said, pass his words on to others, warn them about his plans. So the more she knew about those plans, the better. She just had to find a technique for getting the information out of him. I don't see how you could ever put the stars out, she said, feigning a dismissive tone. That's just ridiculous. Not if you have the right allies, he said. An innocent like you wouldn't have heard of the sack brood, of course. Sack brood? No. What are they? You'll never know, he said. She shrugged. Fine. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, girl. I'm not stupid. Again, that smile. Horrible beyond words. Oh, Candy said. What am I trying to do? Goad me. So I'll say, in an unguarded moment, something you can report to your friends. Except, who are you going to tell? Nobody. You are alone. Utterly alone. It was strange, but for some reason this idea that she was alone suddenly seemed so wrong, so stupid, that all she could do was laugh, which she did. What's so funny? I'm not alone, she said, not even really understanding what she meant by this, but knowing more certainly than she had known anything in her life that it was true. Her laughter infuriated him. Shut up, Carrion said. She kept laughing. Shut up! How dare you laugh at me? For just a moment his rage seemed to erupt in him, and the creatures around his head spat claws of lightning against the confines of his collar. Their brightness apparently took him by surprise because he closed his eyes against them. She took her chance, turned from him and ran, the flickering brilliance that spilled from her enemy lighting the way. She slammed the door behind her and turned the key in the lock. Then she plunged into the darkness of the corridor, not caring that she bumped into things as she went. There was a lamp burning ahead beyond the limits of Carrion's darkening reach. It illuminated a stairwell, a spiraling staircase that either led down into another inky blackness or up toward the roof. Once, at the very beginning of these adventures, she'd climbed a spiral staircase and escaped death. Perhaps it would work a second time. Behind her, Carrion tore at the locked door, and off its hinges it came. Candy didn't look back. She just climbed. Chapter 38. Midnight's Heart. She took the stairs 2, sometimes 3 at a time, until she reached the 3rd floor. Here the flight appeared to stop, though she guessed that the house had 5 stories at the very least. So where were the stairs that led on and up? The landing she had come to had a number of paintings hung on the walls, none of them pretty, and 3 doors. She did her best to ignore the paintings, one of them depicting a creature eating another creature that was eating a third, which was eating a fourth, and so on, in a vile series of devourings, was particularly distressing, and went to the doors, opening them one after the other until she found the connecting staircase. She glanced back over her shoulder. Carrion was on the landing below, watching her from behind his collar of glass, his eyes turned up in his sockets to watch her, almost as though he were dead. She shuddered, silently swearing that she would die rather than let him lay his clammy hands on her. "Just leave me alone," she yelled down at him, though of course she knew it wouldn't drive him away. Then she turned and continued to climb, her lungs and legs burning. The stairs got narrower as they spiraled upward, and more unstable with every step she took. She was reminded again of the climb that had begun this cycle of adventures. How she'd stumbled up the spiral staircase in the lighthouse, with the putrid Mendelssohn shape coming in spider-limbed pursuit of her. "Slow your step, child," Carrion yelled after her. "You're not going anywhere." "I'm not afraid of you," she yelled back. "Are you not?" he said. Then again, more slowly and softly. "Are you not?" As he spoke, the lights that illuminated the staircase flickered once and then suddenly went out. For a few heartbeats she was in total darkness. Then, and this was in some ways worse than the darkness, shafts of icy light came darting up the stairs from below. She felt their touch as though Carrion was reaching out through their brightness and caressing her skin. The contact revolted her. She tried to avoid it by pressing herself against the wall while she continued to ascend. "I don't want very much from you," Carrion said as he came up after her. "I just want to see what your dreams are like. Is that so much to ask? I feel if I knew your dreams, then it'd be like having you close by me all the time." "Why would you care?" Candy replied. "You don't even know who I am." "You're Candy Quackenbush from Chicken Town. But there's more to you than that. You know there is." "No, I don't." "Oh, come now. All the things you've done, the trouble you've caused, the lives you've destroyed." "I didn't—" "Don't waste your time protesting your innocence," Carrion said. She glanced back down the stairs, and there he was, his face floating in darkness, lit by the sickly glamour of his nightmares. "We both know there's more to you than meets the eye. Why don't you tell me what's going on in your head?" "Tell you what?" Candy countered. "Why don't you stop chasing me first?" "Agreed," Carrion said, much to Candy's surprise. He stopped on the stairs. "Listen to me," he went on, his tone calm. "You must have realized by now that you're not here by accident. For some reason or other, your life is bound up with the destiny of these islands. Don't ask me why. I don't understand anything about you, except that from the first moment I knew of your existence, I also knew that some part of who I am is tied up with some part of who you are. And until I understand why, I cannot let you go." "But if you did solve the mystery, I'd never have to look at you again?" "Don't sound so happy about it," he said, sounding hurt. "Then ask me your questions," Candy said. "Just don't come any closer." "Thank you," Carrion replied, smiling his death's head smile. "Well, where shall we begin? What are your first memories? The first sky you remember seeing? The first song you heard?" It almost made her laugh to hear him asking such simple things. Was there any harm in answering them? She could see none. "I remember a very cold wind," she said. "I think it smelled of the sea. But that's not really possible," she added, half to herself. "There's no sea in Minnesota." "But there is," Carrion reminded her. "You summoned it just a few weeks ago. Shape told me." "I'd almost forgotten Shape," Candy said. "What happened to him?" "He died," Carrion remarked casually. "He fell down some stairs, actually. The missing foot, you know, it made him—" Wait, what am I doing talking about Shape? You're a clever one, girl. Go on with your memories. Tell me about your life." "It was boring, at least until I came here." "There must have been signs, clues, mornings when you woke up thinking, One day I'll be in a different world.
No.
You're holding something back from me.
I'm not, really.
Well, this is no good. You said you'd talk. He raised his hands, showing his palms in a kind of mock surrender. You know you have nothing to fear from me. Really. I'm sure there are a lot of people who've told you terrible things about me. He let the observation hang, waiting for her to agree or contradict. Candy did neither. Well, they may be right, Carrion said finally. I had no one to show me a better way, a kinder way, to inspire me, if you like. All I had was my grandmother, Mater Motley, not the kindest of women.
Where is the rest of your family?
Nobody ever told you the story.
About what?
The Carrion Night Mansion.
Candy shook her head.
I had 26 brothers and 1 sister. And we had a huge mansion on Pion with a great orchard of Smerian trees on one side of it. My sister Theridia was very fond of the fruit. She was forever sneaking out into the orchard and stealing it.
Pion is a night island.
So?
There were fruit trees there?
Of course. In the hereafter, it always takes the sun to ripen fruit, yes?
Yes.
But some of the finest fruit in the Abarat is moon-ripened. Smerian fruit, for instance. Anyway, Theridia ate one fruit too many. The stone in the fruit caught in her throat. She choked on it and died there in the orchard.
Oh, God,
Candy breathed. There's more. Do you want to hear the rest?
Yes,
Candy said softly. My father had a terrible temper. We were all deadly afraid of him. He didn't stop to mourn for my sister. His first thought was to punish the culprit, in this case, a tree. He sent all of us children into the mansion, and then he went out with the servants and set fire to the orchard. Carrion halted and took a deep breath. The nightmares coiled in the waters of his collar had retreated now, their brightness dimming. There isn't much rain on Pion, Carrion went on. At least there wasn't in those days. I believe Pixler has a weather machine that brings rain to clean Comexo City once every 25 hours, but back then it was very dry. Once my father had started the fire, the flames quickly spread from branch to branch, tree to tree. My father, in his fury, didn't see that the sparks flew up into the air and were carried to the mansion. He had locked the doors to keep his children from getting too close to the fire. He never imagined that the fire would come to us. The mansion went up in a matter of minutes. Only 2 of us escaped, me and my grandmother. I was just a baby. She snatched me out of the cradle and carried me to safety.
But your mother and your siblings?
All dead.
What about your father?
He disappeared after the funerals, and we never saw him again. I suppose he may still be alive somewhere. Who knows?
That's so sad.
Life goes on. You try to make sense of it, but in the end you think, why bother? There is no sense in it. Life, death, none of it means anything. He paused. And then, out of nowhere, something remarkable happens. You meet somebody who could help you make sense of your sadness if you could only have that person at your side. He had dropped his gaze from Candy, but now he looked at her again, and his eyes were full of such feeling it was hard for Candy to meet them. Maybe, you think, she could help you stop the nightmares. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I don't think...
It was her, at first, the Princess Boa. She was the first one who I thought might save me. She was so good, you know. So gentle, so full of love. His voice suddenly transformed. It grew harsh, and his eyes burned with fury. But she didn't care about me. All she wanted was her pretty boy Finnegan, her darling with the dreadlocks. I begged her. I said, I need you more than he does. My pain is deeper. And of course, when the time comes for changes to be made in these islands, and it will come very soon now, I would have put her on a throne beside me. But no, it had to be Finnegan, always Finnegan. I wasn't handsome enough for her. I wasn't princely enough for her. I wasn't heroic enough. Finally, she tired of my importuning and cast me aside. His voice dropped to a gray growl. I think she probably lived long enough to regret her decision. She was killed, yes? Yes. A terrible accident. On her wedding day, of all times. A dragon murdered her. He drew a deep breath. So, in the end, we both lost her. Finnegan and me. And when she was gone, I thought I would never again feel the hope that being with her had brought into my life. He frowned deeply, as though puzzled by his own words, his own thoughts. But I was wrong, he said. I feel that hope again. Thanks to you. Chapter 39. Dragon Bones. The egg beneath Finnegan's foot was not full of dragon yolk. The infant inside it was fully developed and quite capable of defending himself against his attacker. Sleek as a snake, he wove his way up Finnegan's leg in 2 or 3 seconds and then bit down on his flank. Finnegan let out a yelp of pain and pinched hold of the infant at the base of his skull, wrenching him left and right to unseat his grip. While he was doing so, the adult rose up on her massive body and spoke. You should know better, Hop. We dragons are born with the capacity to kill a man. Bite down, child. Suck out his guts. Nithoganius Pejorius was too interested in her offspring's labors to take note of what her other assailants were doing. Geneva leveled her sword and ran at the worm as though the blade were a very short lance. It entered Pejorius's belly, and Geneva thrust it all the way to the hilt. A red fury erupted. The worm thrashed and convulsed and spasmed and shrieked, her violence causing earth to slide down into the hole where Tria had tumbled. Seeing Tria's jeopardy, Mischief went to her aid, throwing himself and his brothers deeper into the hole. "Slow down!" John Moot hollered. "You'll get us all killed," Serpent complained. "And watch out for that baby worm," John Drowse put in. The baby was indeed a danger to them, because Finnegan had now succeeded in wresting his jaws from his flank and had thrown him down among the fragments of the shell. With the taste of human blood in his throat, the infant was now nosing around for fresh meat. He fixed his hungry gaze on Tria, and with the fearless abandon of a newborn thing, he flung himself down into the hole beside her. "We've got to distract him," John Mischief said. "I know," John Drowse said. "The Pugwit song. All of you, same order as always. Go." And with that, Drowse broke out into a ridiculous song. Zoomit, zeemit, killicalacoomit. The nonsense words were taken up by John Slop after 2 lines, but he began at the beginning while Drowse sang on. Shum, shoo, she, shoo, shalot, shum. And now John Serpent and John Fillet started to sing, beginning the song afresh, while Drowse continued. Pugwit, wugwit, willa walla wagmit, chum shoo cha shoo chola chum. By this time, all the brothers were singing this absurd round, and the result was the most wretched cacophony. It did the trick, however. The infant dragon was thoroughly confused by the noise. He forgot Tria, at least for the moment, and watched as the brothers sang their hearts out, making a threatening growl in the back of the throat. Unfortunately, the sides of the pit were becoming unstable, what with all this singing and dancing, and the earth now began to slide down into the hole. "We're in trouble," Moot yelled. I know," John Mischief replied. "Girl," John Drowse yelled to Tria, "hold on." Tria took the brother's hand, and with her free hand caught hold of Finnegan. Then they all struggled up the fast-collapsing wall of the hole with only seconds to spare. "You're wounded," Geneva said to Finnegan. "It's nothing that will slow me," he said. "But I've dropped my sword. Do you have one?" "It's there," Geneva said, pointing to the place in Pajorius's belly where she had been obliged to leave the short blade. "I need that," Finnegan said, stumbling back toward the thrashing worm. "Don't!" Geneva yelled. Pajorius realized what Finnegan was up to and curled back her rotted lips, baring her fearful teeth. "You ridiculous clown!" she hissed, her rage deepened by the agony Geneva's blade was causing her. "Come here, I dare you. I'll swallow you up and keep you alive in my belly for a year or two, dissolving you by degrees. How's that for a death, Finnegan Hobb? You can die in the dark, slowly, slowly, slowly." If Finnegan heard any of this loathsome speech, he made no sign of it. He crossed the churned earth zigzagging and bent double like a soldier under fire so as to confound the dragon's murderous eyes, and so doing he reached Pajorius's belly and seized hold of the hilt of the sword. He began to pull immediately, but most of the hard work was done by the dragon, who withdrew her body from the skewering blade with a roar louder than any din she had so far made. It disturbed a dunce-headed juffet bird in the red and purple thicket, and it rose up complaining, "Juffet, Juffet, Juffet, Juffet!" "Did you hear that, Dodo?" Captain Malingo said. They were standing on a road of yellow-white rock which snaked off up into the interior of the nonce. "I think it was a Juffet bird," Dodo replied. "No, just before the bird," Malingo said. "There was a roar. It came from somewhere along this road, Dodo. We should investigate." "Shouldn't we go back and get some help?" the sea skipper said. "There's no time. You did hear that roar, didn't you?" "Maybe. It was a dragon, wasn't it?" Maybe. A very irritated dragon, and please don't say maybe. Possibly. Then let's go. Where there are dragons, we'll probably find Finnegan Hobb, and hopefully he won't be alone." "All right," said Dodo. "Just give me a moment." He went into the thicket and picked 2 very large thine nuts, which he cracked together. This is hot weather for a sea skipper to be without a little wet down now and again. The nuts drizzled their cool, clear milk on his face and shoulders. "That's better," he said. And he was off down the road with Malingo following him. "What a peculiar road," Malingo remarked as they leaped. "These stones are—" "Begging your pardon, Captain, but I don't think these are stones." "What are they, then?" "They're bones." "Dragon bones?" said Malingo. "Of course. You've heard, surely, of the Dragon Road? It's the skeleton of the enormous worm that murdered the Princess Boa. Its head lies no more than 15 yards from the door where it had gained entry to the cathedral and unraveled its tongue." "How was it that nobody saw it?" Malingo said. Both he and Dodo were gasping now from the effort of leaping from vertebra to vertebra, but Malingo wanted answers. "A lot of people have wondered about that over the years. I think the people outside the cathedral were murdered by assassins so they could not raise the alarm when the dragon approached. As for the deed itself, the dragon was very sly. It didn't enter the cathedral, you see. It pushed its snout against the door, and then its tongue, which was the true weapon in this murder, slid up the aisle. It was fully 30 feet long." "A tongue 30 feet long? Why didn't it choke itself on the thing?" "Who knows how these beasts live, or why they do what they do? The point is that the creature was well informed. It knew that the princess's train reached to the door and that it could weave its tongue up through its folds, threading itself through the bows and the flowers. Nobody was looking down at the ground, you see. Everybody was watching Boa and Finnegan. They were just getting ready to exchange their vows, which they never got to do. No. The creature waited until the very last moment, just before the princess said, 'I do.' The words were on her lips, but before she could speak, the dragon's tongue slipped around her throat and—" Yes, I can do without the details," Malingo said. "Sorry, you asked. Tell me who was responsible for this. Somebody trained the dragon, presumably?" "No doubt," said Dodo. "So who?" "Nobody knows. It would have taken a creature of great cruelty. Dragons only respond to hurt in their training, or so I've heard. Huh. After all these years, nobody knows. Amazing. And what about the dragon? Was it interrogated? No. Finnegan killed it in a fit of fury, caught it before it could get 10 yards. How did he kill such a monster? Oh, he was fearless. He leaped into the dragon's throat and allowed himself to be swallowed. Then he stabbed all its vital organs from the inside and hacked a hole in its flank and exited the corpse that way. There was a lot of talk about what to do with the body, I believe, but in the end, it was decided to leave it here to be picked clean. In time, it became a road and a kind of monument. And nobody was ever brought to justice. There was never proof enough to accuse anyone, Dodo said, though I don't think there was ever much doubt of where the true guilt lay. Where? In the house of Carrion, Dodo replied. The old woman, Mater Motley, was probably the chief culprit. But she was never questioned? No. And there wasn't a judge on the Great Council who would dare stand up against Mater Motley. They'd be too afraid of waking up in the middle of the night and finding a stitchling sitting at the bottom of the bed sharpening its tail. They were almost at the end of the Dragon Road now. Climbing a shallow ridge, they came in sight of the great mass of churned earth where Pejorius had appeared out of the ground and the pit, over which a pall of dirt hung. "Well, well," said Malingo, "look at this. We've found who we were looking for. Now all we've got to do is stop them from being eaten alive." Dodo drew a long, slim knife. "Have you ever fought a dragon before?" Malingo asked him. "No," said Dodo. "You?" Malingo shook his head. "But there's a first time for everything," he said, and letting out a blood-curdling cry, he raced down the incline toward the pit and whatever had come up out of it. Chapter 40. A Tale of Endless Partings. The dragon, though horribly wounded, had not finished with her mischief. She continued to knot and unknot her body in its final convulsions, spitting out an insane catalogue of nonsenses interspersed with eerie periods of lunatic laughter and speaking in tongues. Then suddenly she would recover her lucidity and lunge out at whoever was within range of her jaws. Mischief was the next victim. She snatched hold of the brothers and threw back her head so as to swallow them in a single gulp, but Mischief was in no mood to be swallowed. He braced his feet against the animal's lower jaw and his hands against her upper, nicking fingers and toes on the teeth of the thing as he did so. Then, making his body as stiff as a board, he simply refused to let the dragon close her mouth. Had Pejorius been completely healthy, this maneuver would not have carried the day. The worm would simply have snapped her mouth closed, cracking Mischief's spine and swallowing him bent back in two. But the wound she had sustained from Geneva's sword was weakening her. Now that the blade was no longer in the wound, the dragon's blood ran freely from the hole into which they had now all pitched themselves. The bitter stench of sin and corruption filled the air. "We can't hold on here forever," Mischief hollered. "Will somebody please—" The last word was uttered by Fillet, Drowse, Moot, Slop, Serpent, Sallow, and Plucket at the same time as Mischief, a brotherly chorus of "Help!" As they loosed this shout, Dodo appeared at the edge of the pit with Malingo at his side. "Who are you?" Finnegan said to them. "The Phantomaya sent us." "Then help us," the brothers yelled again. "Let's just finish the beast," Finnegan hollered. He waved to the newcomers. "If you've got a weapon, use it." Dodo unsheathed his dagger and jumped down into the pit, and on a cue from Finnegan, the sea skipper, Tom, Geneva, and Hob pitched themselves at the dragon, thrusting their knives into her throat at the same time. There was no shriek, not even a sigh. The dragon's eyes simply emptied of life, and she sank down on the ground in her own blood. "Gone," said Tria very quietly. Mischief's body, which was still wedged between Pejorius's lower and upper jaw, suddenly slipped, and for 2 or 3 fearful seconds it seemed the brothers would slip down the dragon's dead throat. A chorus of cries came from the Johns. McBean was the first to their aid. "Hold on, hold on!" he yelled, reaching down to catch hold of John Mischief's arm. There was a second chorus, this of gratitude, from the brothers, and then applause from everybody when Mischief finally jumped down onto the ground. "That was entirely too close for comfort," John Moot remarked. "What happened to the infant?" Finnegan said, looking around. "He slithered away," said John Phillott. "You saw him go?" Finnegan went on. "Why didn't you stop him?" "We were in the jaws of his parent at the time," Phillott replied. "He won't go far," Malingo replied. "Besides, what harm can he do? He's alone." Finnegan looked grim. "I'll tell you what he can do. He can make more of his species when he comes to breeding age," he said. "Dragons are hermaphrodite. As long as there's one, there will be many again in time. What's your name, by the way?" "Malingo," said the Geshrat. So began a round of introductions and explanations and thanks and welcomings. By the time it was all over, the dust of conflict was beginning to settle. As it did so, a sprightly melody rose from somewhere in the thicket, which was picked up quickly from other places. The animal life in the vicinity was singing for joy, it seemed, now that the reign of Nithoganius Pejorius was over. In fact, the real reason for this sudden chorus was rather more pragmatic. It was a summons to a feast of dragon flesh. In a matter of half a minute, birds came flying in from every direction, some as small as hummingbirds, some the size of vultures, some as elegant as herons, some as ungainly as penguins. Dozens at first, then hundreds, until there was a chattering assembly of several thousand birds covering the carcass of Pejorius from snout to tail, pushing their beaks under the scales of the beast to first fetch out the mites and lice which thrived upon the dragon's body, and then pecking through the skin to get to the rich gamey meat beneath. The noise of their dinner-time conversation was so loud that it drowned out all possibility of any exchanges between the company, so at Finnegan's suggestion they left the flocks to their gluttony and followed him to a small house made of white stone, which had been his residence while he was searching for the dragon. It was a Spartan dwelling, a mattress on the floor with a threadbare blanket and a comfortless pillow, a fire guttering in the grate with the remains of a pot of stew left on the hearth. A map of the nonce was pinned up on the wall, with an extensive network of lines upon it tracking Finnegan's various journeys around the hour. And in pride of place above that uncomfortable bed, a simple painting of a pale-skinned, dark-haired young woman in a turquoise and orange tunic, roughly nailed to the cracked plaster. "Who is the lady?" said Dodo. The question earned him a dig in the ribs from Malingo. "What did I say?" Dodo asked. "That's my lady," Finnegan replied, staring up at the picture. "My Princess Boa." "Oh, yes, of course," said Dodo. "She's beautiful," said Tria. "The painting shows nothing of her true beauty. It's just an echo of an echo. She changed the air she breathed. She changed the earth she walked upon. She changed everything she saw so that the world became new." Finnegan looked away from the picture and out through the window, though the view was partially obscured by a mass of plant life that had sprung up after the last rains. "The only way I can make sense of her passing is to be the destroyer of the race that murdered her. Only when every dragon is dead will I let my life go." "Let your life go?" said Geneva, horrified at what Finnegan was implying. "How could you ever do such a thing, even think of it?" "Because my life isn't here, in the hours. It's with her. I want to be wherever my princess is. I'm impatient to be gone, away, forever, but not until all the worms are cold." "Well, there can't be many left," said John Mischief brightly. "You're right," said Finnegan, with something like pleasure coming into his voice. "The job's almost done. I regret losing that infant. That was my stupidity. I should have known he would slip away. But if I go now and quickly, the creature will not have grown too big." "But you're injured," said Geneva. "I heal fast, and I've been dealt worse wounds than this and survived, believe me. There's no time to be wasted. When dragons are high up the royal line as that infant is, they grow fast. If they have the right nourishment, they can double their size in an hour." "You're joking." "I don't joke a lot any longer," Finnegan said with a tone of regret in his voice. "Certainly not about worms." He turned his sad eyes on the rest of the company. "Please rest here if you would like," he said. "There's food which the Kadash tribe who live hereabouts bring me. Michaelmas cake and curried mejob in the pot. Plenty for all. You'll forgive me if I do not play host." "Please wait a moment," Malingo said as Finnegan went to the door. "I was given strict instructions to fetch everybody, including you, Mr. Hobb. The women of the Phantomaya led me to believe that you are vital to how things will go if war is declared." "I have already declared my war, Mr. Malingo," Hobb said. "And I've been fighting it for the better part of 15 years. I spent a year on the slopes of Mount Gali tracking the dragons that live in the laval rivers. That was a difficult campaign. I was almost fried on several occasions when the volcano vented its fury, but I killed the worms, 16 of them. And then at Spake, which is a green and beautiful place, like the Nonce without the strange evolutions every time it rains, I hunted the 5 members of the Kaziamiya clan, wretched, murderous things. Small for dragons, but vicious. That took more than a year. On Outland there was only one, but it had taken possession of the ruins of a palace, and it was worshipped by the local peasants who swore a drop of its blood cured just about every kind of sickness. All nonsense, of course. But they can be very clever, very deceitful." "I should have thought by now you would have made your point," said John Drowse. There was a long silence. Very, very slowly, Finnegan looked at the brothers. "My point?" he said. "My point? And what, pray, do you imagine that might be? Would I have made it with 10 worms dead? 10 times 10? Or would the death of one have sufficed, in your opinion, to make my point?" Drowse opened his mouth to reply, but John Mischief quietly put his forefinger to his brother's lips and very quietly said, "Be quiet, John." Geneva now stepped into the middle of the conversation. "Mr. Hobb," she said with great respect, "I think what we want you to hear is that we need you. Right now there's only us and the women of the Phantomaya." "And Candy," said Malingo. "Well, perhaps," Geneva said. "But we're few, that's my point. And Carrion is very strong." All eyes were on Finnegan, everyone waiting for him to give them an answer. He stared out of the window. "Let me go and think on this for a little while," Finnegan said. "Please help yourself to the mejob and Michaelmas cake." So saying, he inclined his head slightly and left. "Strange fellow," John Moot remarked. "He's not going to come," Tria said. "He must," Malingo said. "Diamanda was very insistent. I think she believes he's the key to everything for some reason." "Oh, look," Tom said. "More rain." He was right. A few fat spots of rain were bursting on the windowsill, and the downpour could be heard on the roof as well. Malingo went over to Geneva. "Do you think I should talk to him?" he said. "To Finnegan?" "Yes. You could try, but I wouldn't hope too hard." Malingo stepped out into the warm rain. Finnegan was standing several yards from the house, his face turned up to the downpour. He glanced around at Malingo for a moment, then went back to his rain bath. "Do you know the legend of this hour?" he said. "No, I don't believe I do," Malingo replied. "Apparently somewhere on the Nonce, though I've never seen them, is a tribe of winged creatures called the Fathathai. A gentle, shy people, almost like angels. There are very few of them on the island because—" he looked at his feet. "Because they don't find love very easily, and so a Fathathai wedding is a rare event. But anyway, the legend goes that there was one of these creatures by the name of Numa Child who did fall in love." "Lucky him." "Well, yes and no. You see, he fell in love with a woman he met here on the Nonce called Elathuria. She was, he thought, the most beautiful woman he had ever set eyes on. There was only one problem." "What was that?" "She wasn't flesh and blood as he was." "What was she?" As you know, this island is home to some very strange life forms, and Eleutheria was one of these strangenesses. He paused, then looked up at Malingo as he said, "She was a plant." Malingo only managed to suppress a laugh because there was such a look of deadly seriousness on the dragon killer's weary face, and though he did manage to suppress it, Finnegan nevertheless said, "You think I'm joking?" "No. I've learned only two things in my life. One, that love is the beginning and end of all meaning, and two, that it is the same thing whatever shape our souls have taken on this journey. Love is love is love." Malingo nodded. "I've had no personal experience of this," he said to Finnegan, "but I've read books, and all the great ones agree with you." Finnegan nodded, and for the first time since they'd met, Malingo saw something resembling a smile come onto the man's face. "Please tell me the rest of the story," the Geshrat said. "Well, when Numa Child first met Eleutheria, she was in full bloom. She was perfection, no other word for it. Extraordinary. It gets stranger still, believe me. Did I tell you Numa Child fell in love in a heartbeat? I mean, literally, it was that fast. He saw Eleutheria, and that was it. His fate was sealed. Love at first sight. Absolutely. Do you believe in that? Oh, certainly. It happened to me. The very moment I set eyes on the Princess Boa, I knew that there was no other soul I could ever love. No other to the end of the hours." Finnegan looked up at the rain which was beginning to ease. He licked some of the raindrops off his lips, then he went on telling the story. So Numa Child told Eleutheria instantly. "Lady," he said, "I will never love anyone the way I love you." And much to his surprise, Eleutheria invited him to kiss her. "Quickly," she said, "because the sun is hot and the hour is passing." Numa didn't think very much about the significance of this. He was simply happy to be invited to kiss his beloved, and as they kissed and talked and kissed again, the hour of the nonce ticked away. "This isn't going to end happily, is it?" Malingo said. Finnegan didn't answer. He just went on with his story. When Numa Child kissed her again, there was a little bitterness on her lips. "What's happening?" he said to her. She told him, "Time is passing, my beloved." And to his horror, he saw that her blossoms, which had been so bright and beautiful when he'd first set eyes on her, were now beginning to lose that brightness, and her green leaves were beginning to turn gold and brown. Finnegan's voice, as he told this part of the story, grew soft and full of sadness. Finally, she said to him, "Don't leave me, love. Promise me you'll never leave. Find me again wherever I go. Find me." Of course, Numa didn't understand what she was telling him. "What do you mean?" he asked her. But it soon became clear she was leaving him. The wind had risen, and it was shaking her the way it would shake a tree, so that its blossoms and leaves fall and its beauty is carried away. That was what was happening to Eleutheria. She was losing her very being right in front of his eyes. It was terrible. Malingo heard the catch in Finnegan's throat as he spoke, and looked up to see that there were tears running down Finnegan's cheeks. Eleutheria was still strong enough to speak to Numa. "Look for me wherever the wind comes," she said, her voice getting more and more hushed. "I will grow again from the seed that is carried away from this place." Numa was, of course, happy to hear this, but his mind was filled with questions and doubts. "Will it really be you?" he said to her. "Yes," she told him. "It will be me in every particularity, except one." "And what's that?" Numa asked her. "I won't remember you," she replied. Even as she spoke these words, a breath of harsh wind sprang up and shook her violently so that she was entirely shaken apart. "No," Malingo said. "Had she gone?" "Well, yes and no. The wind had scattered the seeds over a considerable distance, but Numa was determined to find some trace of her, any trace, so he searched like a wild man, not resting until his search was rewarded. At last, after a long time searching for her, he finally found her rooted in a new place. She was still growing, but he knew her immediately and fell in love with her again, just as he had the first time. And she with him? Yes, of course. Even though she didn't remember him? Yes. She was still the same soul, after all. And so was he. Now Malingo began to see the significance of what he was being told. It was no accident that Finnegan was the bearer of this story. He was, after all, here on this island because he had lost the love of his life. It stood to reason that this legend would capture his imagination as it so clearly did. "So history repeated itself?" Malingo said. "Indeed it did. Not once, but over and over. Though Numa Child swore his undying devotion to Eleutheria, the hour would always pass and the wind would always come, and she would be carried away to some new place. Sometimes he would find her quickly, sometimes not." "And so do you really think they're still out there loving each other and then being separated, and him finding her again only to be separated again?" "Yes, I do," Finnegan said. "What a terrible way to live." Finnegan considered this for a moment. "Love makes its demands, and you listen. You can't bargain with it. You can't fight it. Not if it's really love." "Are you still talking about Numa Child and Eleutheria?" Malingo said. Finnegan looked up at him. "I'm talking about all lovers," he said. "Ah," said Malingo. "I see. This is your way of telling me that you won't be joining us on our voyage." No, you misunderstand me. It's my way of telling you I will, but that I must come back here to the Nonce when our work is done." "To kill what's left of the dragons?" "To keep searching," Finnegan said. "Let's leave it at that, shall we? Just to keep searching." Chapter 41. An Ambitious Conjuration. "We have to go," Tria said when Malingo and Finnegan came inside. "What's the hurry?" "She had a vision," said Dodo. "It was very impressive," John Drowse observed. "One of the women of the Phantomia," Geneva said. "The old woman, Diamanda. She's dead, Malingo." "By whose hand?" Malingo asked grimly. "Surely the war hasn't already begun." No. Apparently she went to the aid of Candy Quackenbush and was killed by one of the beasts of Afrit. Not a happy death." "So she wants us to kill the beast that killed her?" Finnegan said, his bloodlust roused. "No," said Tria, with more agitation in her voice than anyone had heard before. "This isn't about avenging Diamanda. It's Candy we have to save. She's in the dead man's house on Afrit." "What's it doing there?" John Mischief said. "The Lord of Midnight brought it there," Tria reported. "As a trap?" said Mischief. "Yes." "Which the Quackenbush girl, of course, fell into," said John Serpent. "How was she to know?" said John Moot. Serpent made a moan. "Why does everybody always defend her? I'm telling you, that girl is trouble. She was trouble right from the very beginning, and she will—" "Shut up!" said Tria. Her volume, not to mention the uncharacteristic vehemence in her words, instantly silenced Serpent. "Yes," said Malingo a little more quietly. "Well, now we have to do something about getting Candy out of the dead man's house before carrying—" He shook his head, unable to voice the worst. "It's a long way down to the ship," Dodo said grimly. "And when we get there, we have to plan a course," said McBean. "Pray for a favorable wind," said Tom. "There's no time for ships," Malingo said. "What do you have in mind?" said Geneva. There was a little silence into which Malingo gently lobbed 2 words. "A glyph." The ripple effect spread across the room, bringing to each face its own combination of doubt, confusion, and a tiny breath of hope. "Where would we get such an unlikely means of transport?" John Mischief asked Malingo. "It takes magic, surely," said McBean. "Big magic," said Geneva. "But it can be done," Malingo said. Then, with a show of confidence he didn't exactly feel, he added, "I can do it." "You can?" said Geneva. "I did it before, just once." "And did the glyph fly?" said Finnegan. "Yes, it flew. Of course it was only a 2-seater. This one would need to be much bigger." "We'll help," said Tria. "All of us can work together." "I think it's our only choice," said Finnegan. "If getting this girl is such an urgent business, then the ship's not going to get us there in time." "Well then," said Tom, "we should start." "First we need to clear a space outside," Malingo said. This being the nonce, of course, there was greenery everywhere. But Tom quickly took charge and organized the clearing of an area of ground about 20 yards wide. It was hard, hot work in the eternal afternoon of the nonce, but they got the job done quickly, Finnegan and Tom laboring with particular gusto. Malingo, meanwhile, took himself off a little distance from the clearing and meditated on the task that he was about to undertake. When he came back, John Mischief said, "How does this conjuration actually work? I've seen a few pieces of big magic in my time, but I've never actually understood the principle of it." "Neither do I," Malingo admitted. "It's a spell I first read in one of Caspar Wolfswinkel's books. So if something goes wrong, we just have to pray that it won't." The ground had now been cleared, and everybody was waiting, not looking at Malingo necessarily, well, perhaps from the corners of their eyes, and wondering when he was going to begin the conjuration. As for Malingo, he was jiggling from foot to foot as though he were in need of a toilet. "Are you all right?" Dodo said. "Yeah, just a bit nervous, that's all." "You'll do just fine," the sea skipper reassured him. "We're in this together, right?" "Right. But we should start, my friend. Time's a-wastin'." Malingo nodded. I know, he said. "I was just getting limbered up." He wiped the beads of golden Geshrat sweat from his brow with his arm and went to stand in the middle of the cleared ground. "I'm going to need all your concentration," Malingo said. "We need to act as one mind, all pulled together." "To do what?" said John Moot. "There's a summoning chant which I will start reciting. I want everyone to join in with me." "And this helps the conjuration?" Mischief said. "No, I'm just embarrassed to do it on my own," Malingo said with a big grin. "Yes, Mischief, it would help greatly. When I start circling and throwing air—" "Doing what?" said Tom. "You'll see," said Malingo. "You just fall in step and copy what I'm doing. Now, everyone spread out in a rough circle. That's it. There's nothing to be worried about. If the conjuration doesn't work, we simply won't get a glyph." "And Candy's left there to the tender mercies of Christopher Carrion," said Mischief. "No." He looked intently from one person to the next until he'd completed the circle. "This has to work." "Let's do it," said Malingo, and closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, he saw the scene on Ninnyhammer when he and Candy had performed this ritual together. It was wonderfully clear in his head. He took a deep breath, raised his hands over his head, and clapped 3 times. Then he began to recite the words of the spell. "Ithni asmiata, ithni manami, drutha lotakata, come thou glyph to me. Ithni asmiata, come thou glyph to me." The syllables came easily to his lips, and once he'd established their rhythm, he opened his eyes and began to walk around the circle, snatching at the air outside it and tossing it in. "Ah," Two-Toed Tom murmured. "So that's throwing air." Geneva was the first to join in with what Malingo was doing, adding her own powerful voice to that of the Geshrat. Then, one by one, the rest picked up on the process and added their voices and gestures to the conjuration, all circling as they spoke the words and caught the air. "When will we know whether it's working or not?" McBean whispered to Mischief somewhere between the 4th repetition and the 5th. "Oh, I think we'll know," Mischief said. He had no sooner replied than a few sparks ignited in their midst, their colors intense even in the brightness of mid-afternoon. They weren't just red and blue, as the sparks had been the first time Malingo had performed this ritual. Now there were also violet and lime and gold. They wove around and around like delirious fireflies, leaving trails of color behind them as they quickened. "Yes," Malingo said. "It's happening. Don't stop, everyone. Keep the ritual going." The beauty of this display gave the novice magicians confidence. Their voices became stronger, their snatching at the air more rhythmical, and in turn, as their confidence grew, so did its effect. The dance of light became more ambitious, the colors beginning to weave an elaborate shape in the Nonsian air. Malingo let out a whoop of pleasure, seeing his ambitions for his second glyph were going to be realized. He could already recognize the immense curve of its bow and the backward sweep of its cabin. And still the number of fireflies grew, and their elegant dance became more elaborate, so that everyone in the circle of conjurers, even the resolutely unimpressed John Serpent, wore expressions of pleasure, seeing word become fact in front of them. "We can stop now," Malingo said after a certain point. "It will finish itself." The novices stood back and watched in delight as the glyph did as Malingo had predicted. The points of light apparently knew their own way from here on, weaving themselves an invisible loom, back and forth and around, until the shimmering vehicle stood completed, shining in the afternoon sun and steaming ever so slightly from the heat of its coming into being. "I dreamed this once," Finnegan said to himself as he stared in amazement at the craft. "Long ago. I dreamed it flew down from another galaxy." "We should get going," said Tria. "Indeed we should," Malingo chimed. "Candy needs us." "Does anyone have a map?" said McBean. "I've got an old copy of the almanac," Tom volunteered. "We won't need a map, actually," Malingo said. "The glyph will take direction from our thoughts." "Clever piece of work," Dodo remarked. "It really is," Geneva said. "Amazing." She opened the door and ducked her head down to step inside. She was not easily impressed, but the iridescent gleam of the glyph, contrived from air and syllables, had her smiling. "Congratulations, Malingo," she said. "It's a fine thing." "Don't go congratulating me too soon," Malingo replied cautiously. "We haven't got it flying yet." But there was little doubt that the glyph was ready for its duties. It looked visibly excited at the prospect of its maiden flight. Thousands of tiny motes of energy flickered through its form, starting at the nose of the craft and surging through its frame in schools of flickering particles, which then assembled at the other end of the glyph in what was apparently the engine, a ball of light and force which was in constant chaotic motion. As everybody climbed into the craft, the engine picked up power. It gave off a noise like a choir of several thousand people all whispering a poem in some secret language. The glyph vibrated slightly. The doors closed with a soft sigh. "Are we ready?" Malingo said. "No," said John Mischief. "I don't like this thing." He started to pull at the door. "It's going to kill us all." "Calm down," said Dodo. "We're quite safe." "No, we're not. We're not. I want to get out." "Well, I don't," said John Moot. "Neither do I," said John Phillott. In 2 seconds, a chaotic argument erupted, with all the Johns throwing in their opinions at the same time. "It's too late to leave," Geneva yelled over the din of angry voices. "We're moving." "She's right," said Tom. "We're off." "Hold on," Malingo yelled. Before he could finish speaking, the vehicle rose straight up into the air. "Yowza!" yelled John Moot. "I'm warning you all," John Serpent said. "I'm going to be sick." The glyph came to a halt about 30 feet off the ground and began to spin around, pointing its nose first at noon, then to the 25th hour, then midnight. Halfway through all of this, John Serpent opened the door and made good on his promise. "Be careful, son," McBean said, speaking with a captain's caution. "Slowly does it." "I don't have any more control over it," Malingo said. "I think it senses how impatient we are. It wants to get us there, double quick." "Well, let's go then," said Finnegan, standing up to peer out of the front window. "I'm suddenly looking forward to this fight with carrion." He turned to Malingo. "Does it hear me, Geshrat?" Malingo didn't need to supply an answer. The glyph did so. Its whole structure seemed suddenly to erupt with larval waves of iridescence. "This is it," said Dodo. With that, the glyph took off toward Afreet, leaving the sky above the nonce with such speed that it caused a spontaneous monsoon in the air above its creation space, which filled the ground they had worked to clear with a steamy little jungle of new birds and blossoms. Chapter 42. The High Maze. Of all the shocks and amazements of her journeys in the Abarat, surely this meeting on the narrow stairs was the strangest. Standing on the steps below her was the Lord of Midnight, the terror of the islands. She had heard him talked of as though he were the very devil made flesh, but now she wasn't so sure. He was ugly, certainly, and dangerous, too, but there was also something pitiful about him. She did not doubt that behind that broken face of his there was suffering and sorrow. He stared up at her, his eyes drained of color. "You know, of course, that I'm supposed to kill you in this house," he said. "My grandmother believes you are a disruptive force in the Abarat. She believes that unless you're stopped, you'll cause our plans to be inconvenienced." "Your grandmother hasn't even met me." "Oh. Are you suggesting that if she did, she'd change her opinion?" "Look at me," Candy said. "I'm no danger to you or anyone. I'm just a girl from Chicken Town who got lost here by accident." "Is anything really an accident?" he said. "Of course. Things happen all the time that—" She was going to say weren't supposed to happen, but she realized as she was about to say it that she no longer entirely believed it to be true. The words trailed away. "Finish your thought." "It doesn't matter." "Well, if it's any comfort, I'm lost too. Lost and alone." "What about your grandmother?" "She's not much of a comfort to me," he replied with a thin smile. "Nor I to her, I suppose. Though we are the last of our line, you'd think we'd have learned to take solace wherever it can be found." He fell silent for several moments, the creature in his collar slowing their motion as if matching his melancholy mood. "But no," he said finally. "I have looked and looked for someone who would understand me. Just a little, that's all. Just understand. A little. The night is very dark sometimes, and in Gorgosium, of course, it's endless." Was the sorrow in his voice and expression just an act, Candy wondered? Somehow she didn't think so. The creature standing on the stairs was confessing something true here. But why? She had her answer in his next words. "Perhaps you would understand." "Me?" "You said you were lost. Perhaps we have more in common than it might seem." She wanted to tell him he was crazy, that there was nobody either in this world or the hereafter she could imagine having less in common with, but she kept her thoughts to herself. It was safer that way. Instead, she tried to return the conversation to the subject of Mater Motley. "I thought you said your grandmother wanted me dead." "I'll change her mind for her," he replied confidently. "I'll show her that we've nothing to fear from you, that we understand each other. It was strange to hear the Lord of Midnight talking about her as the one people might have reason to fear, not himself." "You look perplexed," Carrion said. "Yes, well, I guess I am," Candy admitted. "I just don't know what it is your grandmother, or you, come to that, see in me. But whatever it is I'm supposed to be, I'm not." "No," he said very softly. He smiled and reached up to take hold of her hand. No doubt it was a perfectly innocent gesture, but there was something about the way that the smile made his face look like a death's head grinning in its rot that made Candy pull her hand away so that he couldn't catch hold of it. His response to her rejection was instant and terrifying. The nightmares that had been quieted in his collar suddenly became bright as lightning, and he reached for her with a burst of speed. This time she wasn't fast enough to outmaneuver him. His fingers knitted with hers, and the moment they did so, all was changed. The horrors she had thought she'd glimpsed when he was sloughing off the face of pious Masper, and which she had convinced herself she had not seen, appeared in all their repulsive glory around her. A procession of monstrosities, all gloating, glaring, gaping, rose around her the moment Carrion locked his fingers with hers. It was as though the devil had unleashed every beast in the asylums of hell and put them to dance around her. "No!" she yelled, and mustering more strength than she thought she possessed, she pulled her hand free. For a terrible instant it seemed their separation would not free her from the infernal dance, and the creatures continued to lope and caper around her. Then the sickening spectacle began to gutter like a dying firework, and finally it went out. She was standing on the stairs again, as though nothing had happened. But of course it had. Now she knew the truth. She had just been granted a glimpse of the real Christopher Carrion, not with her eyes, but with her mind. Carrion knew perfectly well what had happened. His bluff had been called. The rot in his soul had been laid out for Candy in all its vile detail. "I am ashamed," he said. "Yes," Candy replied, slowly backing away from him. "I don't blame you. I'd feel pretty bad if that was what I really looked like." He had one last manipulation to try. "It's terrible," he said, "to live with this grotesquerie in me. Until I saw you, I had given up on the hope of ever being healed. But perhaps you can help me change." It didn't take Candy long to summon up an answer. "I'm sorry about that, whatever you called it." "Grotesquerie. Yes, that. But I can't help you." She kept her tone as reasonable as possible, all the while retreating from him slowly, afraid that he'd suddenly rush her, suddenly catch hold of her again, and the parade would return to flood her mind. She couldn't bear it. Not again. Behind her, however, was a closed door. This house seemed to have so many of them. She had had her back to a locked door when she'd tried to get into the house, and now here was another when she wanted to get out. "Listen to me, Candy," Carrion said, his tone all comfort and sweet reason. "I know what you're afraid of, and I swear, you'll never again see what you saw a few moments ago. That was unforgivable, and yet, knowing that it was unforgivable, I ask you nevertheless to forgive me. Can you do that?" "No, I know that you can. The question is, will you?" She didn't answer him. She simply turned and put her shoulder to the door. The lock was rusty, but the wood around it was dark with rot, which gave her the tiny hope that she might still escape him. "What are you doing?" he asked her, as if he genuinely didn't know. Candy didn't waste her breath on replying. Instead, she threw her body against the door. There was a cracking sound as the rotted wood around the lock began to give out. "Think, please," Carrion whispered. "If you open that door, there's nowhere for you to go. There's just snow up there. You'll freeze to death in a matter of minutes." "There are worse things," Candy said. Then, with one last heave, she threw the door open. The wind carried a stinging wall of ice shards and snow against her face. She glanced back at the Lord of Midnight one final time, just long enough to meet his despairing gaze. He looked as though he was about to say something to her, to make one last appeal, but she didn't give him the opportunity. Squinting against the chilly blast, she stepped out onto the roof and she slammed the door behind her, though she knew, of course, that it wasn't going to keep Carrion from following her for more than 10 seconds. It was even less than that. A mere heartbeat later, the door was shoved open and the foul light that pulsed from his nightmares came pouring out across the snow, catching her in its vivid spill. "Candy," he shouted to her. "Stop this foolishness. You'll fall and break your neck." She looked ahead. The steeply gabled roof was slick with wet snow. No easy escape route presented itself. "Come back here," said Carrion. "I'm not going to hurt you. On my life, Candy, I would never hurt you. Don't you see? You're my salvation. Don't you understand? My salvation." Candy ignored his contradictions and pushed on through the snow. It became thicker the farther from the door she ran. Soon she was up to her ankles in it, and apart from the spill of light from the nightmares, which brightened and dimmed depending on how far ahead of her pursuer Candy was able to get, there was no illumination to guide her over the treacherous maze of slates and gargoyles and guttering. But what choice did she have? If she stopped for a moment, he'd catch up with her. She had to move, risking her life with every benighted step. Carrion continued to call her, of course, continued to try and bring her back to him. He'd given up talking about salvation now. He had moved on to naked threats. "You want me to leave you out here?" Carrion called to her. "There's another storm front moving in from the northwest. The snow will be 10 feet deep in an hour or two, and you'll be buried underneath the snow, small and blue and dead. Is that the way you want your life to end, Candy? You who could have been so much." Still, she didn't reply to him. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of glancing back over her shoulder at him. Nothing he could say, not the threats, not the flattery, not the appeals to sentiment, could put the images she'd seen of his true self out of her head. However civilized his talk might be, he was a monster down to the depths of his soul. So she kept running. The roof was like an enormous labyrinth rising dark against the sky to either side of her, the passageways between them zigzagging crazily. At every other turn she would encounter one of the stone gargoyles, its shape horrible. The gargoyles seemed to watch her as she passed them by, as though at any moment they might pounce on her. It was when she came upon the same gargoyle, its head split open and lined with teeth, that she realized she was running in circles. She had hoped that her footprints would keep her from moving in circles, but the snow was coming down so fast now it erased her steps. She might have wept with frustration if she had had the energy, but she didn't. It was all used up. Her legs were numb with cold, so were her hands and her face. All she could do was stumble on, looking for some way out, with Carrion's threat, "You'll be underneath the snow, small and blue and dead," echoing in her head. A gust of wind raised a strangely brightened cloud of snow, and she was momentarily blinded. She wiped the stinging particles from her eyes, and suddenly, there was Carrion. Somehow he'd outmaneuvered her in the darkness, gotten ahead of her, or climbed over one of the roofs. "The chase is over," he said. "Come here." He opened his arms. "Look at you. You're frozen." "I said, come here." He reached out for her again. She had so little strength left in her she could barely draw breath to speak. But she found it somewhere. "Once and for all, leave me alone." Her voice echoed off the roofs and came back to meet her, sounding unlike herself, thin with exhaustion and shrill with fear. The strangeness of the sound saved her from his grip, at least for a moment longer. He stared at her in that moment as though there was something inside her that he wanted to pry out before he put an end to her. There was time in his hesitation for Candy to turn from him and look back the way she'd come for some last route of escape. There was only one possibility. Off to her left there was a steep roof with a narrow metal ladder, almost concealed in the snow, laid against it. She called up the final dregs of strength from her numb limbs and made a stumbling run for the ladder, throwing one quick look over her shoulder at Carrion to see if he was giving chase. He was. In desperation, she threw herself toward the roof and seized hold of the iron rungs. Then, trying not to think of what pursued her or of what choices awaited her when she reached the apex of the roof, she started to climb the frozen ladder. Chapter 43. The Dark Denied. "My grandmother was right," Carrion yelled up at her as she ascended. "You are crazy. Crazy and dangerous. Why are you putting off the inevitable? Give in, little girl. This is just adding pain to pain. I've told you over and over, there's nowhere left to run." Candy was a little more than halfway up the ladder, and she could see from here that Carrion was right. Once she got to the top, she would have nowhere left to go. All Carrion would have to do was catch hold of her and unleash that ghastly parade of monstrosities so it could invade her head. "Are you listening to me, Candy Quackenbush?" Carrion yelled. Candy glanced back down at him. From this curious angle, his head looked as though it was floating in a pot of some kind. He stared up at her from the fluid that bubbled around his face like the prize serving in a cannibal's stew. Exertion or rage, or a combination of the two, had turned the whites of his eyes a dark purplish color. His irises, by contrast, had become nearly colorless. "Give it up, girl," Carrion said. "You just cause trouble wherever you go. Unhappiness, suffering, death. It's time it ended. You're better gone for everybody's sake." The words stung Candy more sharply than the ice-pricked wind. There was too much truth in them. That was why they hurt so much. Back in Chicken Town, she'd lived a boring but blameless life. She'd done no harm to those she came in contact with, but then neither had she improved their lives in any way. Whereas here in the Abarat, for some reason, whatever she did seemed to carry more significance. Wherever she'd gone on her journey, to the Yebidim Day, which stood at 8 in the evening, to Ninninhammer, to the time out of time at the 25th hour, to Babylonium, to Scoriae, and even Efreet, the effect of her presence had had some real influence on the lives she had touched. She had no idea why, but things happened in her vicinity. Strange, unpredictable things. The established rules of the world into which she'd come were overturned. It wasn't always disastrous. Sometimes she'd helped people, Malingo, for instance, but she feared it was only a matter of time before something truly tragic happened, not to her, most likely, but to some innocent whose path she had crossed. All this went through her head at lightning speed in the time it took Carrion to climb perhaps 3 rungs of the ladder. He would be able to reach her in a matter of seconds. She could no longer climb with her back to him, she decided. Moving slowly for fear of losing her footing on the icy rungs, she carefully turned around on the ladder so that she could ascend the rest of the way with her eyes on her pursuer. If he got too close, she could still kick at him, she thought. In fact, his face looked vulnerable right now, staring up at her, despite all she knew about the horrors that lay in wait behind it. Yes, damn him, she would kick hard if it was the last thing she did. He watched her, watching him. "What are you thinking?" he wondered aloud. "You're a mystery, girl." She climbed as he talked to her feet constantly threatening to slide on the rungs of the ladder, but her caution paid off. She reached the apex of the roof without incident and looked down the other side. It was her last frail hope that there'd be some way to get back into the house on this side of the roof. But no. The news was bad. All bad. There was just a steep roof awaiting her, and off the roof, straight down to ice-hardened ground below. It would be a quick death, she supposed, but death it would be. "What did I tell you?" Carrion said, seeing any remaining glimmer of hope fade from Candy's face. "Nowhere left to go." He reached up to her. "Come. I'll make it quick. I promise." "Wait." "What?"
Suppose...
"What?"
Suppose I promised I'd go.
"Go where?"
"Home," she said. "Back to the hereafter."
"Bargains now."
"You don't want to kill me."
"How would you know what I want?"
"I don't know how I know, but I do. Maybe you're right. Maybe we do understand each other somehow. I know you don't want to kill me, whatever Mater Motley says. You don't want it on your conscience."
"Ha! Listen to her. I'm a carrion girl. I don't have a conscience."
"I don't believe you," Candy replied with steady certainty.
"Well then, let me prove it to you," Carrion said, his face knotted up with so many conflicting emotions Candy couldn't read it clearly. He started up the ladder toward her, but as he did so, a gust of wind came sweeping up the roof behind him, gathering a freight of ice shards as it came. It flew in Candy's face, and for a moment she was blinded. She flailed, attempting to keep her balance, but the ladder was too slick beneath her feet. Her hold slipped, and she started to topple backward. For just a few seconds, she almost managed to regain her equilibrium, but it was a short reprieve. Her left heel slid off the top of the roof, and back she went. For a long, terrifying moment she fell through empty air, not knowing sky from ground. Then she hit the roof, face up. The thump knocked the breath from her, and she started to slide down the slates head first. Somewhere high above her, she thought she saw something passing between the snow-laden clouds, a bright shape that appeared for no more than a heartbeat and was then obscured again, its coming and going so swift she was not entirely certain that she'd even seen it. The moon, was it? No, the moon didn't move so fast. An instant later, she hit a waste pipe that had been run across the roof, and the impact swung her around. Her body moved faster than her mind. Without even thinking about it, she reached up and caught hold of the pipe. It creaked, but it didn't give way. She clung there for several seconds, desperately trying to catch her breath. It was hard to do, stretched out on the roof as she was, hanging on for dear life. And then, as if she didn't have enough to trouble her, she heard the sound of motion behind and above her and looked up to see that Carrion had clambered up the ladder onto the apex of the roof and was standing there, his arms spread as if welcoming the snowstorm in all its killing fury. "What a view," he said. "The sky. You. The drop." He squatted down, balancing on the top of the roof with uncanny ease. Then he reached down toward her. "I could practically push you from here," he said. "There," said Finnegan. "Down there." "I see her," Malingo yelled. The glyph responded instantly to their thoughts. It swooped out of the clouds toward the roof of the dead man's house. "We're not going to make it," John Slop yelled. "She's going to fall." "I can't look," said John Drowse. "Mischief, cover my eyes." "Down!" Finnegan willed the descending vehicle. "Down!" The glyph immediately did as it was instructed, but dropped with such suddenness that it slipped past Candy. "Up! Up!" Finnegan was now yelling. He beat his fist against the roof of the cabin. "Damn machine!" The glyph rose again, reeling. The travelers were buffeted around, knocked from one side of the glyph to the other, but nobody complained, not even John Serpent. Everyone was concentrating on the sight now coming into view, Candy clinging by her fingertips to the pipe on the roof. Finnegan opened up the top of the vehicle so as to be ready to catch hold of Candy as soon as she was in reach. Dodo went one step further and actually clambered past Finnegan and stood on the roof. He was unconcerned by the glyph's motion. He was a sea skipper, after all. He was used to walking on the sides of waves. He balanced on the rolling glyph like a surfer on a tilting board. "Candy!" he yelled. She chanced a quick look over her shoulder, even managed a smile. "You're going to have to let go, lady," Finnegan said. "I'll fall. We'll be here to catch you." "Trust us," the John brothers yelled. Candy looked up at Carrion one last time. Whatever happens next, she thought, I hope I never see his face again. Then she let go of the pipe. "Catch me!" Dodo yelled to Finnegan, then threw himself forward, catching hold of her hand. It was an act of pure trust. If Finnegan hadn't been fast enough to grab hold of Dodo's foot and arm, both Candy and the sea skipper would have fallen to their deaths. For a few perilous moments, they clung to one another while the glyph tipped and rolled. Meanwhile, up on the roof, Carrion was pointing toward the glyph, muttering something. Malingo let out a low moan, but nobody really heard him in the confusion of the moment. "Lend a hand here," the captain yelled to Tom, and together they hauled Finnegan back into the glyph while Geneva helped Dodo and Candy. There were a few gasping moments of laughter and relief. Then Malingo moaned again, his hands going up to his face, and a heartbeat later the glyph went crazy, pitching itself from side to side with incredible violence. "Close the roof," McBean yelled, "before somebody falls out." Finnegan slammed the roof closed, and just in time. The glyph flipped over, and over again, and again, reducing everybody inside to sickened and bruised confusion. "What's happening?" Mischief yelled to Malingo. "Can't you stop this?" He managed to keep the Geshrat in view long enough to see the cause of the problem. "Malingo looks really sick," he yelled. Geneva caught hold of Malingo's arm. He was rigid, his eyes glazed.
"It's carrion," Tria said. "He's got Malingo under his control."
Malingo was obviously attempting to fight Carrion's hold on him, but it was causing him pain to do so. His teeth were clenched and a dribble of blood ran from each nostril. The glyph now began a series of suicidal maneuvers, pitching and spinning and flipping like a plate in the hands of a mad juggler. Inside, everyone held on as best they could as the craft moved away from the house, shearing off branches as it sped through the trees. On the roof below, Carrion followed its chaotic path with hands outstretched. Clearly, he still had possession of the glyph, nor was there any doubt of his intentions. He steadily lifted his hands, instructing the glyph to climb and climb until it was perhaps 200 feet above the ground. There, for a few tormenting seconds, he let it hang, giving everyone inside time to fear the worst. Then it happened. Carrion dropped his hands, and the glyph obeyed his instruction. It fell out of the sky like a stone. "Oh, dear," John Mischief remarked. As they fell, Candy slipped her arms around the Geshrat from behind and clung to him.
"Malingo,"
she said.
"it's me."
She couldn't see his face from her present position, but Geneva could, and her look was grim.
"You have to fight him,"
Candy said. She glanced at Geneva, who shook her head.
"Fight him, please," she said. "For me, for all of us."
Finally, Malingo seemed to hear her. His head swung lazily around. "Candy?" he said.
"Yes,"
she said, and smiled at him. At that instant, the glyph struck the top of the trees and pitched sideways, its descent slowed by the impact. There was no time for anyone to redirect it. The vehicle hit the ground, smashing into a drift of snow, and sped on for another 30 or 40 yards. With each yard its speed slowed, and it finally came to a juddering halt with its nose lodged between the sprawling roots of a tree. Several seconds passed, filled only with gasps and grunts and groans. Finally, all the John brothers spoke at the same time. "Is everyone alive?" There was a chorus of affirmation from all corners. "Candy?" said Mischief.
"Yes, I'm alive."
Her reply was followed by an outburst of joyful welcome from Mischief and his brothers, even John Serpent. "Alive! Alive! Candy's alive! Hug us! Tighter! Tighter!
Oh, we've missed you. I've missed you, all of you. Thank you so much, everyone, for getting me out of there."
She turned her attention to Malingo, who was still in the pilot's chair.
"How are you doing?"
The leathery fans on either side of his head were spread wide and shaking. "I'm okay," he said. "I think. I'm sorry, everyone. He got control of me and I couldn't shake him off." "He was in your head," Geneva said. "Yes," Malingo replied. "It was horrible." Why, Candy wondered, had Carrion not tried to do the same thing to her? It would certainly have brought a quick halt to their chase if he had simply ordered her to give up. But then perhaps he'd tried and failed. Perhaps her human mind presented a different kind of challenge to him than that of the Geshrat. "Uh-oh," said John Phillott. "Carrion's not finished with us." Candy looked up. "There," said Geneva. She pointed through the cracked window at the back of the glyph. The elaborately carved front door of the dead man's house stood open, and out over the threshold strode the Lord of Midnight. He had put on an enormous black coat of sleek fur. The mummified heads of the animals that had supplied their skins for this garment were arranged in a collar, all gazing up at him in sightless adoration. In his left hand he carried a staff that was fully half as big again as he was, and on top of it squatted the skeletal remains of a huge winged toad. Light burned in its eye sockets and shed a demonic glow into the snow-filled air. "Here comes a man with murder on his mind," said Finnegan very quietly. "Who's the brat in the uniform behind him?" said Mischief.
"His name's Lethio,"
Candy said. The last time she'd seen Lethio, he'd been knocked through a window by his furious master. But he had apparently been forgiven his trespasses against Carrion because he was back in Midnight's shadow. "You know him?" said Tom.
"He's the one who brought me here. Carrion's got him under his thumb."
"Well, Carrion looks as if he's spoiling for a fight," said Finnegan, taking his short sword out of its sheath. "So let's give him one." "He means to kill us, Finnegan," said Geneva. "He can try." "This isn't the time or the place." "She's right," Candy said. "Well, what do you suggest?" Finnegan said, turning on Candy with rage in his eyes. "We run away?" "No, I'm not afraid of him." "Nor am I," Two-Toed Tom said, rolling up his sleeves as though he was planning a round of bare-fisted boxing. "Nor me," said Dodo. "Just because he's the king of the dark hours or whatever he calls himself these days." He shoved open the door and started to clamber out of the craft. "You want to fight?" he yelled to Carrion. Candy caught hold of him. "Don't!" she cried. "It's time somebody stood up to him." "Dodo, please," Candy begged. "Diamanda was already killed here, right in front of me. I don't want to be responsible for anybody else getting hurt." "Candy's right," said Tria. "This place smells of death, Dodo. We don't want to be here." "We don't have any other choice," Finnegan said. "What are we going to do? Lock ourselves in the glyph and hope Carrion goes away? He's not going to do that." "I can get the glyph moving," Malingo said, wiping the blood from his nose with the back of his hand. "Then do it," said Mischief, "but be quick about it." In fact, Carrion wasn't in any great hurry. He seemed to believe, why would he not, that he had them all trapped, and he could take his time to deliver the killing blow. But Candy, who had been so close to the enemy minutes before, could already feel his proximity. The air in the glyph had a bitter tang to it. "He's 10 strides away," Candy murmured. "Don't worry," Malingo said. "We're going. Pull the sea skipper back inside." "Finnegan," Candy said, "will you get Dodo down from there?" Finnegan threw Candy a look of frustration. He obviously wanted to face Carrion now, whatever the dangers or consequences. But he also realized that the weight of opinion was against him and put up no further protest. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Dodo around the waist, saying, "Another time, Skipper. We're leaving." He'd no sooner spoken than a surge of energy passed through the glyph, though it was by no means as smooth as it had been before the crash. The engine sounded more guttural now, and the luminescence that passed through the craft flickered like a lamp that was on the verge of failing. Candy kept her eye on Carrion. She knew he'd respond the moment he saw Dodo get pulled back into the glyph, and she was right. He instantly picked up his pace, yelling something back to Lethio as he did so. The beast boy began to run, producing a long-bladed knife as he did so. Malingo reached out and caught hold of Candy's hand. "Help me do this," he said. She put her arm around him. "We need to put our thoughts together," he said, "and get this thing flying." He leaned close to her so as to speak to her more confidentially. "He muddled all my thoughts up, and now I can't quite think straight." "Don't worry, I'm here with you." He smiled at her. "I know. Let's get this thing flying. Everybody hold on." Again, Candy glanced back at Carrion. He was 4 or 5 strides from the glyph, muttering something as he came. A spell, was it? A few words to undo by magic a thing that had been made by magic? "Are you ready?" Malingo said to Candy. "As I'll ever be." "Rise," Malingo murmured. She saw the word in her mind's eye. "Rise," she said. Nothing happened. "Why isn't it moving?" Tria said. "Candy, make it fly." The Lord of Midnight was almost upon them, his hand extended toward the craft as though he intended to simply hold it in its place, while in his other hand he lifted his staff in preparation for striking the glyph like an egg. "We have to do this together," Malingo said. "Yes," she said. "One breath." They inhaled together and let the word out in the same breath. "Rise." This time the glyph obeyed, lifting into the air with surprising smoothness despite its wounded condition. Carrion struck it with his staff, but he was too late. The glyph was already ascending. The travelers were given a jolt, but the glyph was unfazed. It rose up beyond Carrion's reach, cracking the branches as it cleared the trees. The moon was waiting for them. The blizzard had moved off northward, and the sky was wide and bright. "I can't believe it," Candy said, her voice raw. "What?" The moon, said John Mischief.
No, being alive. I'm alive. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all, I'm alive. We're all alive.
Chapter 44. The Prince and the Beast Boy. Carrion returned to the dead man's house in a blind fury. "Lethio!" Carrion yelled. "Come here! Now!" Lethio had seen the Prince of Midnight's temper tantrums before. They were unpleasant in the extreme, but he couldn't run away. For one thing, there was nowhere to run, and for another, he felt sick and weak. The sickness in his blood had taken a powerful hold on him now, and his only hope of a cure, however temporary, was the medicine that Carrion possessed. Without it, Lethio would be reduced to a blood-hungry, reptilian thing. He had no choice, therefore, but to answer his lord and master's summons. He found Carrion climbing the stairs, trailing his great coat of Candlemas skins. His staff was smoking, giving off an acrid stench that filled the hallway. Sensing that his servant boy had appeared at the bottom of the stairs, Carrion glanced back over his shoulder. "This is a conspiracy," he growled. "How did they know she was here? Who told them? And who were they, anyway, besides Finnegan?" He bared his teeth as he spoke the man's name. "Did you see him striking poses? Always the perfect prince. So handsome, so brave. No doubt she thinks he's flawless." "You mean Candy?" "Yes, Candy. Who else?" Exhausted and trembling, Lethio leaned against the wall. "Just forget her," he said. "She's nothing." "Nothing?" Carrion slammed his staff on the stairs. The flames in all the lamps guttered, and for a moment Lethio was afraid that they would all be extinguished and he'd be left with only his master's nightmares for light. But the moment passed. The flames brightened again. "Don't be so stupid. That girl can be our undoing. I see that now. The hag was right. There's something powerful in the girl. What, Lord? I don't know what it is, and I don't care to know. I just want her dead. I must have her dead, Lethio, before I can sleep again." "Yes, Prince." "I know what you're thinking, Beast Boy." "Do you, Prince?" "You're thinking she can somehow save you." "No." "Shut up," Carrion said. "I saw the look in your eyes when you came back from the Twilight Palace. You thought you'd seen your salvation. You'd heard the stories about how she had saved Wolfswinkle's little Gesh rat, and you thought maybe you'd be the next soul marked for liberty. But I have my eye on you, Beast Boy. The change is upon you again, isn't it?" Reluctantly, Lethio nodded. "Soon you'll be a monster, with a monster's appetites." "Please, Lord, I don't want this in me." "No, I dare say you don't," said Carrion, slowly descending the stairs. "You want this instead." He dug in the deep recesses of his robes and brought forth a vial of the medicine called green thuaz, which would reverse the inevitable process of Lethio's sickness. The youth's breath quickened at the sight of it. The sickly sweat of need bloomed on his brow and cheek and chest. "Well, say it," Carrion instructed him. "Tell me this is what you want." "It is, Lord. You know it is." "And what if I gave it to you, Lethio? What if your bestiality retreated for a time? What would you dream of then, boy?" "Of serving you, Prince." Carrion descended the rest of the flight in 2 strides and struck the Beast Boy on the shoulder with his staff. "Liar!" Lethio slid down the wall. "Why does everybody lie to me? Everybody turns their hearts away, even that girl. I tried to show her some sights her narrow little head could not have conceived of, but she fled from me. Fled from me!" Again the staff came slamming down, this time an inch or 2 from Lethio's nose. "You will not let her escape again, will you?" "No, Prince," said Lethio. "She is to be yours, and yours alone." His voice had become raw and ugly in the space of this brief exchange. There was less and less of the dark-eyed boy left in Lethio's scrawny face, and more of the monster. "Now, Prince, may I have this?" Carrion said, twisting off the tip of the vial of green thuaz with his thumb. "Please, please." "A drop only," Carrion said. "Just enough to keep you capable of rational thought." "But it hurts me." "Well, you'll have more when the Quackenbush girl is dead. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord. When the girl is dead." Lethio's voice was barely comprehensible now. "Roll, boy." Lethio obediently rolled onto his back. "Open wide." Lethio put his hand to his mouth and opened it. Carrion carefully allowed a drop of the thick fluid to fall from the bottle onto the youth's tongue. Lethio's response was instantaneous. He curled up into a little ball, gasping, sobbing. "Gratitude, gratitude," Carrion said. Thank you, Lord." "Better." The spasm finally passed, and Lethio lay still. "Now listen to me, boy," Carrion said. Lethio made a soft, pained sound, which was almost yes. "We Carrions have a warship called the Wormwood. I have ordered it to meet us at the coast. We will pursue Candy Quackenbush until we catch up with her. If she is given safe haven in any place, that place will be destroyed." He reached down and caught a handful of the boy's hair, hauling him to his feet. "Now stop looking pitiful, boy. This is going to be amusing. We're going to take lives. Isn't that what you came into my employ to do?" Lethio nodded, tears of agony and relief in equal measure pouring down his face. "Good. Maybe I'll even let you take the life of Candy Quackenbush herself, if I'm feeling generous. Would you like that, Lethio?" "Well, would you like that?" Again, that pained affirmation. "Then we understand each other. Go pack my books." He pushed Lethio toward the door. "Oh, and boy." "Yes, Lord." "Never contemplate betrayal again. If ever you do, look at me, Lethio." The boy turned at the door and stared with a strange defiance at his lord. "If it ever passes through your head for a moment to betray me," Carrion said, "that moment will be your last." Chapter 45. A Decision. With Candy and Malingo piloting the glyph, the craft quickly moved away from the snow-blanketed landscape of Afrit and out over the Isabella. There was a glimmer of the morning in the east, but above the travelers' heads the stars were still bright. For a little time no one said anything. Each was lost in their own little sphere of meditation. At last Candy felt a presence at her side and glanced around to see a handsome but tired young man with dark skin, bright green eyes, and bright red dreadlocks standing beside her. "We weren't properly introduced," he said very quietly so as not to disrupt the contemplations of their fellow travelers. "I'm Finnegan Hobb." "It's nice to meet you," Candy said. "I'm Candy Quackenbush." "Thank you for what you did back there," Finnegan said. "You saved all our lives." "You saved mine," Candy replied. "Thank you." "What were you doing on the roof of the dead man's house?" "Trying to avoid being killed by Christopher Carrion." Finnegan shook his head heavily, as though he was tired of the whole monstrous, murderous world. "Did he tell you why he wanted to kill you?" "He thinks I'm going to upset all his plans." "Plans to do what?" Finnegan asked. Candy thought hard, trying to remember precisely what Carrion had said to her. "He told me he was going to bring... what were the words? Oh, yes, the Great Dark, absolute midnight. And he talked about Sackbrood. They were going to help him, he said. No moon, no stars." "Sackbrood?" said Finnegan. "They're extinct." "I beg to differ," said Two-Toed Tom. "There were Sackbrood nests found when Pixlr dug the foundations for Comexo City." Really? Did he kill them? No, I heard he sold them to Carrion for his private zoo. Finnegan shook his head. Well, that was clever of him. Pixler likes profit. Doesn't care where he makes it. But I don't see how the sack brood would help him put out the stars, Finnegan said. No, said Mischief. He's crazy. You agree? Finnegan said to Candy. Carrion's crazy? I wouldn't be so sure. What about the way he came after you? Said McBean. That seemed like insanity to me. You're not even a real threat to him. Well, even if he thinks I am, I won't be a threat for long, Candy replied. What do you mean? Candy gazed out over the exquisite patchwork laid below, light and dark, landscape and sea. After a few seconds, she said, Because I won't be here. Feeling the strange intensity of Finnegan's stare, Candy looked back at him again. The light from the east had found its way into his eyes. Their green had flecks of gold in it. For a moment they held each other's gazes. There was something familiar about him, she thought, about the green and gold. Was it possible that somehow they'd met before? Had she passed him on the street in Tasmagor or in the Yebidim day and met his gaze as she was meeting it now, if only for a moment? She wanted to ask him, but she didn't know how to say it without sounding strange. Hey, watch the road, will you? Said John Mischief, waving his hand between Candy and Finnegan as though to stir them from a trance. Blushing, Candy returned her attentions to piloting. So tell us, John Moot said chattily. Where have you been since last we met? All over the place, Candy told him. Babylonium, Scoriae. What were you doing on Scoriae? It's a long story, Candy replied. I'm going to write it all down when I get home. I'll find a way of sending you a copy. When you get home, said Malingo. What do you mean? I've been doing some thinking, Candy said, and I've decided to go back to the hereafter. In the name of Lord Elu, why? Because wherever I go in the Abarat, things happen that probably shouldn't. People get crazy. People get hurt. I think it would be safer, I guess, if I just went home. There was silence in the glyph for several seconds. Finally, Malingo said, You don't mean that. You can't. Yes, I do. I really do. I've given it a lot of thought, and I'm not going to change my mind, Malingo, so please don't try. She heard a deep, sad sigh from Malingo, and he slipped into the seat beside her. Of course you must do whatever you think's best, he said softly. It's your life. But I'm going to miss you so much. And I'm going to miss you. But didn't we both know I'd have to go back one day? I miss my family, Malingo. Well, at least I miss my mom. And I've got a life back there, believe it or not. Not like this life, surely, said Two-Toed Tom. No, nothing like this life. I don't have magic in me. Or if I do, I don't know that I do. Nobody tries to kill me. I suppose you'd say it's a very boring life compared with this, but I can't run away from it forever. Maybe you weren't running away, Finnegan said. Maybe when you came here, you were running toward something. Have you thought of that? Candy shook her head wearily. Maybe I was. I don't know anymore. It's too much. It's all too much. Let me pilot for a while, Malingo said gently. You're tired. Yes, Candy said. Thank you. I am tired. You have every right, Malingo replied. The things you've done in the last 8 weeks. You'd better take us back to the Lud Limbo, Captain McBean said to Malingo. If the young lady feels that it's time to go, we should honor her wishes. Candy said nothing. She just stared out the window at the stars, remembering her astonishment when she'd first discovered that the constellations here were different from those that hung over Minnesota. I'm in another world, she thought, and her heart had been filled to brimming with all kinds of contradictory feelings, awe and fear, excitement and bewilderment. But it was time to let it go. Time to go back to 34 Followell Street and be an ordinary girl again, if that was possible. to get up and go to school every weekday, and on the weekends do her best to stay out of her father's way. In truth, some part of her was a little afraid of being here in the Abarat, afraid that staying would be the death of her sooner or later. And yet, there were so many people here who'd become dear to her, it made her heart ache already to think of being parted from them. "You're sad," said John Mischief. Candy nodded. "I guess in my heart of hearts I don't really want to go," she admitted. "Then don't," said Finnegan. "If it hurts to leave, then stay." "I think if I do that, I'll end up hurting even more." "But why?" said Geneva. "You've made quite a name for yourself here. Back in the hereafter, what would you be?" "Not much," Candy admitted. A star fell overhead, silently arcing across the purple darkness. Candy watched as it hit the water, its brightness continuing to burn as it coursed its way into the depths. "So many wonderful things," Candy said softly. "So many new friends." She drew a deep breath. "But if I stay, and any of you were to be hurt, or worse, I'd never forgive myself." There was no arguing with this, of course, and nobody tried, except for little Tria, who had not piped up until this moment. "I just want to say that I think you were born to be here," she said. "And I think if you were to stay, you would somehow change the Abarat forever." Candy answered in a near whisper. "Maybe that's a part of what I'm afraid of," Candy said. "I think I should leave things the way they are, instead of getting mixed up in Abaratian life." "Too late," said John Drowse with a fond smile. "In the end, it's your decision," said John Moot. "But for the record, we brothers are of the same opinion as young Tria. You should stay. If there are risks to take, we'll all take them together." Candy was utterly bewildered now, her thoughts in turmoil. There was so much love for her here, but then wasn't that why she couldn't risk staying? Finally, she said, "My mind's made up." "In which direction?" said Mischief. "I need to go back." "If that's your decision," Geneva said, her tone suddenly businesslike. "It is." "Then the least we can do is escort you to the shores of the hereafter." "The Isabella doesn't flow that far," Two-Toed Tom said. "There's a conjuration for the tide," McBean said. "It opens the way between the Abarat and the hereafter." "We know that one," Mischief grinned. "The mariners used it in the old days," McBean went on, "when ships used to go over all the time. My grandfather taught it to me." "You know some magic?" Tom said. "You astonish me." "Oh, you'd be surprised what I know," McBean said with a chuckle. "How long will it take us to get there?" Candy asked him. "Once we get to the Nonce and on board the Lud Limbo? 8 hours, perhaps 9, as long as there are no storms toward dawn." While he was talking, Candy glanced in Finnegan's direction. He was still watching her, frowning slightly, as though he was trying to solve some puzzle. He smiled at her, and the smile made her heart ache more than ever. To think that somewhere in his head he had an answer to the question that she had only begun to ask once she came into the Abarat, and would never solve, she knew, once she left. It was the hardest puzzle that anybody had to solve. Who am I? Part 4. The Sea Comes to Chickentown. Do not blame the wind. It carries whatever freight it is laden with, fair or foul. It brings gossip, it brings laughter, it brings prayers and songs of love. It brings the chatter of madmen and children, not knowing one from the other. Do not blame the wind. By Zayasharan, poet of the Totemics. Chapter 46. Departures. The glyph travelers reached the northern shores of the Nonce with only a short time to spare. The craft they'd conjured together under Malingo's tutelage was beginning to deteriorate rapidly, and they had barely landed on the dunes close to the Ludlimbo's anchorage when the craft shuddered, its engine ceasing. They all got out of the vehicle and stood back to watch their magical creation unknit itself. It was a melancholy spectacle, like watching a bonfire that had once blazed high and mighty reduced to guttering and then dying out altogether. But they kept watching to the very end out of a strange loyalty to the thing they'd made. Only when the last of the once bright motes had faded into the air did they leave the spot and head over the dunes and across the beach to the little rowing boat that would carry them to the Ludlimbo. Candy was the last to get into the boat. She lingered on the shore for a minute or two, knowing that once she forsook Abaratian earth, she would not step onto it again. She took the moment to remember all the places she'd been in her travels. The Yebadim Day, the island of Ninnyhammer, Autumn Spire and the wonders of the 25th hour, the cold terrors of Efreet and the wild carnival of Babylonium, Scoriae and the beauty of the Twilight Palace, the Nonce and its endless visions and mysteries. In all, she'd visited 12 of the 25 islands, not a bad piece of voyaging for less than 8 weeks of travel. But she knew she had only scratched the surface of what the Abarat might have shown her. There was so much that she hadn't seen, even on the islands that she had visited. There were the ruined cities on the lower slopes of Mount Golly, where she would have loved to have explored, and the miracles of evolution on the Nonce, which were glories unto themselves, not to mention the endless possibilities that were concealed behind the mirages of the 25th hour. And, of course, there were 13 islands that she had not even stepped upon, nor now ever would. Her heart was heavy at the thought. So many wonders she was leaving unwitnessed. There was a gray rain cloud taking shape over a patch of dense jungle not far from the beach, the conditions for its formation so perfect that it swelled up even as Candy watched it, and then unleashed a monsoonal rain. The treetops swayed and churned like a great green sea, and watching it churn, she was filled up with a great gratitude for all that she had been given a chance to see. "Are you coming?" said Finnegan. He had climbed back out of the boat and was standing just behind her. "Yes," she replied reluctantly. "I just wanted to watch the storm a little longer." "There are no storms in Minnesota?" "Oh, yes," she said. "There are enormous storms, but nothing quite like that. Look at it." "You know, you could still change your mind," Finnegan said. "We could go adventuring together. I'd keep you safe." "I know you would, and thank you, but I've made up my mind. It's funny. Back home people used to say I never made up my mind about things. I guess I didn't care one way or another about anything, but I think maybe I've changed. Being here has changed me. I found—" She halted, searching for the right words. "Something to care about." The thought suddenly caught at her heart, and she felt tears rising up in her. "We should go," she said, doing her best to keep the tears from coming. "You folks have more important things to do than wait around for me." Finnegan nodded. "If you're ready." They waded out through the warm shallows, their feet making slow explosions of sand in the pristine water. Tria and Geneva had taken the oars, and McBean the tiller. The boat breasted the waves with little difficulty, and they were soon beyond the surf and moving swiftly across the calmer waters that lay between the breaking waves and the spot where the Ludlimbo was anchored. They were no more than a few yards from the red hull of the vessel when Tria stood up in the boat and pointed back toward the shore. "Look! Look!" she yelled, her voice shrill with excitement. All eyes followed the line of Tria's gaze. The cloud that had unleashed the monsoon had now thinned and had become a rising spiral shape through which the bright sun poured unhindered. It wasn't the sun that was drawing Tria's attention, however. It was what that light fell upon. There, on a ridge on the shoreward side of the forest, a shape that was green and glistening, as though just born out of the rain-drenched ground, was swelling and shifting. It was a human form, no doubt of that. A woman, her dress lush and full and decorated with either dewdrops or jewels. "Does anybody see what I see?" Tom said. "A woman," Candy replied. Not just any woman, John Mischief said. That's Eleutheria. It is, Finnegan murmured. By all the divinities of love, it is. Eleutheria. But where's Numa, child? Said Malingo. Who? Candy wanted to know. The soul who loved her, who would follow her around the island waiting for her to be... There, said Candy with a big smile appearing on her face. I see him. And indeed there he was, climbing up the ridge with his purple-blue wings folded neatly against his broad back. Numa, child, Candy said, turning the words over on her tongue to see how they sounded. He's really an angel? I mean, from heaven? Who knows, Finnegan said. But there they are, united again. Again? Said Candy, not knowing the story. It's a sad tale, Finnegan said. And I think you're sad enough. Maybe another time, Malingo said, then realized that there would not be another time and fell into gloomy silence. They all watched the scene play out on the now distant shore, Eleutheria and Numa Child reunited for a brief time. Then the rain clouds broke a second time, and a veil of water concealed the reunion from sight. Carrion went down to Faithless Harbor on the southwestern peninsula of Ifrit to find that news of the Wormwood's imminent arrival had spread through the islands and that large numbers of people had assembled there to witness the arrival of the notorious warship. What pitiful lives they must lead, he said to Lethio as he scanned the crowds, rich men and women warm in their carriages, the laboring classes dressed in whatever protection their meager earnings would provide, ratty old goat-skins or rodent skins sewn together, straw coats on some, rope coats on others, and everyone wearing wooden clogs. Carrion had no wish to go among this stinking multitude, even in some sort of guise that would prevent them from petitioning him. So he found a place a little way above the harbor where he could sit and wait for the arrival of the Wormwood. He didn't have to wait long. After just a few moments, the surface of the sea, which had been placid up until now, became agitated, and fish began to appear in the waves. Not the schools of milk and wretchen fish which would normally have populated these waters, but creatures that usually lived in deep sea trenches called up from the darkness by some urgent summons. They were barbaric-looking creatures, some of them armored and spiny, while others made sounds as they broke the surface, speaking in fishy tongues as they cavorted in the surf. And then out of the darkness came the sound of the ship that had summoned these scaly multitudes, of ropes and boards creaking, and then, as the vessel came closer to land, the voice of the first mate as he called the water depths, 6 fathoms, 5 fathoms, and the sound of the crew singing a hauling song as they labored to bring the Wormwood into the harbor. Finally, the titanic form of the Wormwood itself appeared from the darkness. The vessel was so terrifying a sight to some of those who had assembled to witness its arrival that they fled in confusion, offering up panicked prayers of protection against its appearance. They had reason for their terror. It was in every way a hellish vessel. Smoke rose in columns of black and red from ports along its flanks and from its central tower. At the bow sat not one, but 2 demonic figureheads, one looking heavenward, one into the depths of the Isabella. At the stern sat their brothers in grotesquerie, looking out to port and starboard. The smoke swirled around them, lending them a terrible liveliness, as though at any moment they might unroot themselves from the structure of the ship and swim off to make some terrible mischief. The Wormwood had not one, but 2 means of propulsion. In the dark depths of its hold were slave giants, creatures from the mountains of the Isle of the Black Egg, who would live out the rest of their long lives chained to their oars of the Wormwood. But the greater power that pressed the Wormwood forward was the wind, and the sails that captured it were vast and purple, the final proof, if any more were needed, that this was a vessel that traded in cruelty and despair. It anchored no more than a 1/4 mile from the shore. By the time Carrion, followed by a limping Lethio, had made his way down to the water's edge, a minor spell had created a pathway of solid water that allowed them to walk casually to the ship, in the hull of which a door opened to receive them. As they were about to enter, Lethio snatched hold of his master's cloak. "She's here," he said. "Your grandmother." Carrion's pace automatically slowed. He scanned the imposing bulk of the vessel, searching for some sign of Mater Motley. He'd no sooner spoken than a figure did emerge from the darkness of the ship, accompanied by 2 members of the crew. It wasn't Carrion's grandmother, however. It was a wizard Carrion knew of by reputation, one Caspar Wolfswinkel. A ridiculous little man, he was dressed in a suit of bright yellow, which could not have contradicted Carrion's mood more profoundly. The wizard was all smiles, however. "Welcome, welcome, welcome," he beamed. "Wolfswinkel? You remember me," Wolfswinkel gushed. "How kind! How very kind! I had no reason to imagine you might know who I was, but I still hoped. What are you doing on the Wormwood?" "Your grandmother invited me to come aboard," Wolfswinkel said. "So she is here?" "Oh, yes, she's here," Wolfswinkel went on, "and she insists you attend on her at your earliest convenience." "I'm sure she does," Carrion said sharply. They were by now in the dark bowels of the ship. From someplace nearby, one of the giants was weeping in his chains, the sound reverberating in the boards of the ship. It made Carrion smile. "May I show you to your quarters, my lord?" Wolfswinkel offered. "I'll find my own way," Carrion replied abruptly. "Take Lethio and get him something to eat." "I was instructed to attend upon you, my lord, not on this boy. And I'm ordering you to make my servant comfortable, wizard. Feed him and get him some fresh clothes. Those are my orders." "As you wish," Wolfswinkel said, doing his best to put a polite face on his ill temper. "But if you should need anything, Prince, please call for me. I am at your beck and call." He proceeded to bow deeply and flamboyantly, but Carrion had already gone off to explore the ship. He had very seldom had occasion to travel in the Wormwood, and he had forgotten what a masterpiece it was. The shipwright had been a man called Dither Selt, and he had given his life, literally, for the creation of the Wormwood, the tasking of conceiving, designing, and building the great warship so overwhelming that it had fatally exhausted him. His death was not the end of his presence on the Wormwood, however. Sometimes, Carrion had heard, sailors claimed they saw Selt's ghost on the deck close to where he had fallen, staring up at the wind-fattened sails. "Welcome aboard," said a voice from the shadows. The nightmares in which his head swam grew suddenly agitated. "Grandmother," Carrion said. The old woman stepped into view. "Alone?" Carrion asked. No. I brought my sewing circle with me, so not a moment would be lost. We'll continue to make an army of stitchlings while we hunt the girl." "I could have happily done it without you." "Happily? You? When was the last time you did anything happily?" Carrion raised an eyebrow. "Did you come here to contradict everything I say, or is there some other reason?" "Oh, there's another reason." "And what is that?" "I don't trust you." "Ah." "You're too used to doing things your own way." "Well, of course you are. You're a man. You think you're near as damn it perfect." "What's your point?" Carrion said, his lip curling. "We can't afford to let this girl live." "It wasn't my intention." "Don't embarrass yourself with a lie," Mater Motley said. "You don't know what you would have done if she'd truly been at your mercy." "What are you suggesting?" "That you might have let her slip for sentiment's sake." "I'm not stupid," Carrion snapped. "And I'm certainly not sentimental. So you go home, grandmother. Let me do my work, you do yours." "I think not. I'm going to stay. So, watch." "Then I'm disembarking," Carrion said. "If you won't trust me, then you can go to hell." He turned his back on the old woman, furious. Mater Motley suddenly reached forward and snatched hold of Carrion's robes. "Don't you dare speak in that tone to me," she raged. "I've always protected you. And now all you do is show me disrespect. I won't have it, Carrion, do you hear me?" "And I will not be watched like an erring child, grandmother. Do you hear me?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand and disengaged the old woman's fingers from the haunted fabric of his robes. I've seen enough of what the girl can do to want her out of our way, believe me.
Then why did you let her slip in a freet?
I was distracted, Carrion said irritably. It won't happen again. I've made up my mind to kill Candy Quackenbush, and she will die if I have to chase her beyond the end of the sea. She will die. What do you want as proof? Her head? I'll bring you her head if that's what you want.
No, thank you,
Mater Motley said, as though the very thought of such a gift nauseated her beyond words. Then, just the eyes. They are unalike. You know that? Different colors.
Of course. They speak of her nature.
If I bring you her eyes, you'll leave me in peace. Here's what I'll do.
I'll retire into the hold with my women, and we'll sew. I'll leave you in the hands of Admiral Bloat and the wizard Wolfswinkle. If you should need me, I'll be close by. If not, I'll be invisible to you. How's that? Good enough?"
Carrion contemplated the compromise for a moment, then nodded. "By the way," he said, "why did you free that damnable wizard?"
"He knows the girl. She got into his house and liberated his slave. I thought he might be useful."
"He's certainly devoted to her downfall."
"Use him as you wish. Promise him power if it helps. Then I'll put him out of his misery when the girl is dead."
"Do we know where she is?"
"She's on board a ship called the Lud Limbo, last seen leaving the Nonce."
"In whose company?"
"The usual suspects. The Geshrat slave she freed from Wolfswinkle, Malingo. The revolutionary Geneva Peachtree, who was involved in several acts of aggression against the institutions of the Grand Council of the Islands. A comrade of hers called Two-Toed Tom, and another called Captain McBean. Oh, and a young girl who would have made a fine member of my sisterhood had she not sided with these fools. The Peachtree woman found her. Her name's Tria. Then, of course, there's Mischief and his brothers."
"And Hob. You're forgetting Hob."
"No, I wasn't forgetting. I would never make that error. He's the one to watch if it gets personal. He'd die for the girl. He doesn't know why, of course."
"Well, we'll put that to the test," Carrion said, allowing himself a little smile. "Maybe he won't feel so brave when I have him in my nightmares."
"Maybe," said Mater Motley. "But I'd prefer not to fathom his devotion. Better just slaughter them all and be done with it."
"Finally, Grandmother," Carrion said, "we agree on something." The winds were good and the currents favorable. The warship, for all its size, quickly picked up speed as it wove between the islands. Admiral Bloat, who was an unpleasant-looking man in a constant dull fury about that fact, predicted that they would catch up with the escapees in a matter of an hour or so.
"We'll simply ram them, if you like," Bloat said to Carrion. "That'll sink them quick enough. Then, when they're going under, we'll pour a dozen buckets of goat's blood into the water. That always starts a feeding frenzy. They'll be eaten alive in 2 minutes."
"You speak from experience."
"You don't become an admiral in the Gorgosium Navy by being a great lover of peace and justice, Lord," Bloat replied.
"No, I suppose not."
"Shall we have the goats slaughtered?"
"Yes, why not?" Carrion said, faintly revolted by the Admiral's flushed enthusiasm for the coming cruelties. "Let's get this over and done with."
"The world will be a better place, Lord, with these felons dead."
"Will it indeed?" Carrion said, turning away from Bloat and losing his thoughts in distance. "Will it indeed?" Chapter 47. Something in the Wind. Chicken Town was in a strange mood that day. It had woken after a night of disturbed dreams. People up at 2 a.m, 3 a.m, sitting in their kitchens taking comfort from a bowl of ice cream or in their dens watching some old movie, but in fact not really tasting the ice cream nor seeing the movie because their thoughts were in other places entirely. Rumors had been spreading through the town, whispers and warnings that Chickentown was in the most terrible danger. Nobody except the stone-deaf had been untouched by this talk. School children had passed the rumors back and forth as they played. Dog walkers had chatted lightly about it when they stopped to let their charges say hello to one another's bottoms. Patients sitting in dentists' waiting rooms had turned the conversation to something worse than the subject of the drill, just for comfort's sake. In the aisles of supermarkets, on the corners of streets, in the chicken factory where there had been a record-breaking slaughter the previous day, even in the less friendly parts of town where folks lingered suspiciously in doorways and there wasn't a lot of casual chat, people talked today. Talked in ways they had perhaps never talked in their lives, nor ever would again. Talked of things they dreamed in recent nights, things that overshadowed every hope of tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Things that made them think that perhaps they should put off whatever they were going to do with the rest of the day, however pressing it had once seemed to be, and leave town for a little while. And the more the whispers were repeated, the more plausible they began to sound. Folks began to make plans. It was time to stop worrying about what the neighbors might say, let them seek their own salvation, and simply pack a small suitcase, gather up the family and pets, and carry them off to some safe place. To higher ground. So the exodus from Chickentown began. And the more people packed up and left, the more their neighbors took courage and did the same. Very soon Main Street was clogged for almost a mile, and a lot of folks, seeing that there was difficulty making progress up the street, had abandoned their cars and were proceeding on foot. Everybody was heading in more or less the same direction. There was, after all, only one piece of higher ground in the vicinity of the town, and that was the ridge that lay to the east of Chickentown, commonly called the Rise. It was probably no more than 250 feet higher than street level, but obviously people's suspicious selves were telling them that this was a significant distance because there were plenty of Chickentowners making the climb. A few, it should be said, had been there for quite some time. About 24 had made a little camp on the top of the rise, setting up a ring of tents with a bonfire in its midst. It was a simple arrangement, but it seemed to serve its purpose. It became a focus for everyone who was thinking of doing the same thing. "Come up the hill," the circle of tents and the smoky fire seemed to say. "Come up the rise onto higher ground." And as the day went on, more and more people came, forsaking their offices and their stores, their customers, their bosses, and their homes. "It's working," said Henry Murkett as he and Diamanda wove through the town, assessing the effect of their campaign of whispers. The seeds of doubt that they had meticulously sown had come to fruition. "What's going on in the Abarat?" Henry asked the incantatrix. "Oh, do shush," Diamanda said irritably. "I almost had a glimpse of Candy then, but it slipped away. She's on a ship, I can see that much." "Alone?" No, she's got people with her, but none of them look too happy." Henry sighed. "I have a very bad feeling about all of this." "You're not the only one," Diamanda remarked. "We're at the very edge of things, Henry. Nothing's certain after this." She caught hold of his hand. "Except love." "Are you afraid?" he said. "For us? No. But for these people, these poor, confused people who don't believe that their lives have the least meaning, yes, I'm afraid for them." "Afraid they're going to die?" "Worse than that. Afraid the end will come and they'll be in terror because they won't believe they have a heaven to go to." "Maybe they're right," Henry said bluntly. "I mean, this is a cruel world, and I doubt the Abarat's much better. What is there to believe in when you come down to it?" Diamanda slipped her hand out of Murkett's hand and turned to face him. "Henry Murkett," she said, "listen to yourself, you damn fool. Anybody can shrug and say life is just some accident of mud and lightning. But, Henry, it isn't.
And I mean to show you, in the time we have together, whether it's an hour or a day or whatever it is, I mean to show you that you just have to open your heart and look. You hear me? Look, and you'll see every minute 100 reasons to believe."
"Oh, will you?" Henry said, irritated by Diamanda's tone. "And where will I find these 100 reasons?"
"Everywhere," Diamanda said. "Don't you see we're born into a pattern so huge and so beautiful and so full of meaning we can only hope to understand a tiny part of it in the 70 or 80 years we live with breath in our bodies. But one day it will all come clear, and on that day I'd like to be standing right beside you and saying—"
They spoke the rest together.
"I told you so." And then they laughed, so loudly that for a moment those living souls who were within earshot of them looked around, puzzled, as though they had heard the laughter plainly enough, but could neither see its source nor imagine what anybody would think was funny on this day of fear and whispers and unanswered prayers. There had been no talk of leaving town at the Quackenbush house, not since the argument over the meatloaf about the family relocating to Colorado. Today, in fact, the house was unusually quiet. The television was on, but muted. Bill was sitting in front of it, staring with a vague expression of bemusement at the basketball. Melissa was in the bathroom, obsessively cleaning it, a ritual she always performed when something was troubling her. She felt strange, removed from everything, as though she hadn't completely woken up from the dream conversation she had had with Candy. She'd heard none of the whispers about higher ground that were all over town. She was too busy listening for her daughter's voice and getting the bathroom clean. The boys were at Howie Gage's house 2 blocks away, playing war games. Bill had let them go several hours ago, but now, without warning, Melissa appeared at the door and announced that she was going to go and pick them up.
"Why, for God's sake?" Bill said.
"I just think we should all be together as a family right now."
"Leave 'em to play their shoot-'em-ups," Bill growled. "There's no harm gonna come to them."
"We don't know that," Melissa said, snapping off her yellow rubber gloves.
"What are you talking about now?" Bill said, with the martyred air of a man who thought his wife was probably crazy and that it wasn't fair that he be left with the burden of her lunacy.
"Never mind, Bill. I'm just going to go over there and bring them back."
"Melissa?"
She dismissed any further debate with a shake of her head. Bill shrugged.
"Whatever," he muttered, turning up the sound of the television.
Melissa didn't attempt to express her fears to him. She was just glad for once that he was playing the couch potato. She didn't have to worry about where he was. He was a hard man to love, but love him she did, and she wanted no hurt or harm to come to him. She picked up the car keys from the kitchen table and went out the back door, down the side of the house to the street. As she came out of the shadow of the house and into the sun, 2 things happened at more or less the same moment. A gust of wind came from the direction of the street, and Karen Portasio, who lived next door, called to her. She didn't answer at first. Her thoughts were on the wind and the smell it had brought to her nostrils. But Karen was talking at her insistently and plainly wanted a reply. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" Melissa asked her. "If you're thinking of driving somewhere, don't bother," Karen replied. "I just tried to get out onto Laurel Street, and it's impossible. I think there must have been an accident somewhere, and everything's backed up." "Oh, thanks," Melissa said. "I was going to pick up the kids. I guess I'll just walk." With that, she pocketed the car keys and headed off down the street in the direction of the Gage house. After a few strides, Karen called after her, "Any news about Candy?" As soon as Karen spoke Candy's name, Melissa realized what the smell was on the wind. "The sea," she said to herself. "What did you say?" But Melissa was already hurrying off down the street, running now, not walking, determined to have her boys back with her before it was too late and her fears came true. Chapter 48. Stirring the Waters.
It had always seemed to Candy when she was younger that when she was going on a trip, the getting there took forever, while the coming back only seemed to take half the time. Now, of course, she was no longer a child, and the place she was leaving wasn't some summer camp or a theme park where she'd spent a happy, thoughtless day. She was leaving her paradise, her wonderland, and the sense of loss she felt was tearing at her heart. She couldn't remember ever having a feeling like this before. No, that wasn't true. There had been one other time. 5 years ago, her canary Monty, whom she had raised from an egg and hand-fed till he was old enough to feed himself, had gotten sick and died suddenly. She'd found him lying on the bottom of the cage, cold and stiff. She had not gone immediately to tell her mom, wanting to spend a quiet moment saying goodbye to him before the whole family came in. She laid him against her cheek and told him she loved him, told him to wait for her, because one day she would come to the place where he had gone, and they would start another life together which death would never interrupt. The feelings she'd had, talking to him but knowing he didn't hear her, rubbing the back of his head but knowing he didn't know that she was doing it, the terrible twisting ache in her chest as she said her goodbyes to him, had been a hint of what she was feeling now. The trouble was, you never keep memories clear in your head for very long. Just as her memories of Monty had dimmed as the years passed, so she knew would her memories of the Abarat. What did she have to keep them fresh? The photograph she and Malingo had taken in Tasmagor? A copy of Klep's almanac? It wasn't much. As soon as she got home, she decided the first thing she would do was write down everything she remembered, every last detail about the conversations she had had and the things she had seen and the food she had eaten. "What are you thinking about?" said John Mischief. "Writing my memoirs," Candy replied. "You're a bit young to be doing that, aren't you?" said John Moot. "Well, this is a special situation," Candy replied. "I feel as though—" She stopped because she could feel tears rising up in her again. "Go on," said John Slop. "You feel as though—" "If I don't remember all this now, then maybe I'll lose it." "You won't lose it," John Phillott said. "Are you sure?" Candy said. "My Aunt Jessica got this disease called Alzheimer's, and bit by bit she forgot everything in her life. We had to put signs up all over the house so she'd be reminded to do even simple things, locking the doors, turning lights off. Then she started to forget the names of her friends and then her own family. It was horrible. For her, for everybody. Suppose the same thing happened to me, only all the things I forgot were all the things about Abarat." "But this is different, Candy. This is a two-way street." "I don't understand." "It's not just a question of you remembering Abarat. Abarat is also going to remember you." Now the tears did fill Candy's eyes. "It will?" she said. "Oh, yes," said Mischief. "Tell her, brothers." "Yes," the John brothers all said in chorus. "Yes, yes, yes." The happy moment was interrupted an instant later by a yell from Finnegan, who had climbed the mast of the Ludlimbo to the crow's nest to get a better look at what lay ahead. It was not the vista that lay in front of the vessel that was making him raise the alarm, however. It was a sight that was coming up from behind. "Vessel to stern!" he yelled down from the nest. "Vessel to stern!" Everybody on board followed Finnegan's instructions and looked back. A patch of sickly yellow fog had formed on the surface of the Isabella, and as they watched, the fog churned and divided like a great curtain, and a vessel fully 10 times the size of the Ludlimbo came into view. It was monstrous. In size, yes, but in detail, too. There were cast-iron icons of mythic beasts everywhere over its hull. The sails looked as though they'd been sewn together from shrouds, some still bearing the stains of death, while from the bowels of the vessel came the moans of terrible suffering. "It's Carrion's ship," Two-Toed Tom yelled. "The Wormwood," Captain McBean hollered. "Lords and ladies, save our souls. We are being pursued by the Wormwood," He sounded almost disbelieving, as though his mind couldn't entirely accept what his eyes were showing him, that this, the most notorious warship that had ever sailed the Isabella, was right there behind them. "The Wormwood," he kept saying. "The Wormwood, the Wormwood," as though by some paradoxical magic the calling of the beast's name would unmake it. But still it came, and the closer the two ships got to each other, the more the crew of the Ludlimbo realized their jeopardy. The Wormwood wasn't just a fearsome vessel. It housed a terrifying crew. Stitchlings of every horrendous shape hung from the rigging and the railings and skittered on the deck of the vessel. Some had been sewn together in parodies of nameable animals, a monstrous spider, for instance, made of brightly colored patchwork, another beast that appeared to be distantly related to a pack of wild dogs, snapping and growling as though rabid, which perhaps they were. In the rigging were stitchling birds that looked like a lunatic version of the pterodactyl. They hopped on the crossbeams, shrieking and snapping at one another. Candy had spotted an absurdly overdressed figure, his cheeks rouged and his bald head tattooed, parading on the poop deck. "Who is that?" she asked. "That's Admiral H.H. Bloat," said Captain McBean, "one of the vilest men ever to set sail on the Isabella." "And beside him," said Tria, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "That's him, isn't it?" It was Candy who replied. "Yes, that's him," she said. "That's Christopher Carrion." Tria had seen him before, of course, on a freet, but he was no longer the ominous figure in furs hung with mummified heads. Now he wore magnificent decorated robes in black and gold and scarlet. "Look away," said a voice at Candy's side. It was Mischief. "Please, look away." "He can't hurt me here," Candy replied. "Don't be so sure." Even as Mischief spoke, Carrion made a hook of the finger of his left hand and beckoned to Candy. Again she heard John Mischief at her side, but she refused to be intimidated by Carrion's theatrics. She just kept looking at him. "Lady," Mischief said again, "I'm not going to be frightened just because he's staring at me." John Moot said, "It's not Carrion we're worried about." "What then?" "It's the wave." "What wave?" "If you'd just unglue your eyes from the Prince of Darkness for a minute, you'd see," said John Serpent. With more difficulty than she'd anticipated, Candy took her gaze off Carrion. There was no missing what the Johns were talking about. In the half-minute or so that Candy had been meeting Carrion's stare, a great swell of water had appeared from beneath the Wormwood, lifting her up on its foamy back. "We're in trouble," Captain McBean said grimly. The wave was growing in size and speed by the moment. Clearly it would soon possess staggering power, not only to carry the monstrous vessel forward, but to destroy anything that lay in the wave's path. "I didn't realize Carrion had elemental powers," John Mischief yelled as he watched the Isabella become more and more frenzied. "I don't think it's him," said Finnegan, clinging to the rigging of the Ludlimbo with one hand and watching the warship through a telescope which he held in the other. "It's his grandmother, Mater Motley." He had no sooner uttered the witch's name than there was a surge of blistering energy that rose up out of the bowels of the Wormwood, and the woman who had unleashed the Isabella rose into view. Her stick-thin arms were raised, and her gray hair swirled around her head. As she appeared, everybody on board the Ludlimbo heard her voice, and for every person it was as though she were speaking to them and them alone. Her message was grim and simple. "The Ludlimbo is about to sink. When it goes down, you will all drown. Make your peace with death, and be quick about it." As she finished her speech, the boiling body of water beneath the warship suddenly rose up like a tower of water. "Drown them!" the old woman yelled. Chapter 49. Into the Hereafter. As the wave beneath Carrion's ship continued to grow, the power that was creating it summoned up from the depths great multitudes of fish, many of which were not designed ever to meet the light. Some blew up like balloons as soon as they surfaced, then exploded. Others, conversely, met the light in a state of writhing pleasure, as though they were in ecstasy to have themselves finally revealed in every repugnant detail. And repugnant they were, many of them, their flesh bloated and gray-green, their eyes ghastly lanterns, their mouths gaping and lined with needle barbs. Some were so far from being recognizable creatures that they lacked eyes and mouths, but were just writhing shreds of life, roiling in the tumult like the skins of damned souls. And all this was just in the froth of that frenzied sea. Beneath the bubbling surf was a massive body of dark, glistening water which lifted the immense bulk of the wormwood. First the stern, then the shuddering mass of the ship itself, which threw its shadow down on the Ludlimbo. "We're in trouble," Geneva yelled. "Look at all those stitchlings." A terrifying number of the creatures had issued from the bowels of the warship and were now climbing up into the rigging or lining the decks in some ragtag approximation of a military assembly. "There's a couple of battalions of those damnable things," Tom said. "We've certainly got a fight on our hands," said Finnegan. "We're all gonna die, that's the truth of it," said John Slop. "If we're not drowned first, of course." "Whose clever idea was it to head back to the hereafter anyway?" John Serpent said, casting an accusing glance at Candy. "Belay that kind of talk," said the captain, "or I'll throw the offender overboard." The other brothers all whispered hush in John Serpent's direction. They weren't going to suffer just because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. "We all knew the risks of coming on this journey," Finnegan pointed out. "So let's just get on with it, shall we? We should prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Who has weapons?" There was a show of arms. It wasn't a very encouraging sight. Mischief had a short-blade knife, as did Tom. McBean had 2 antiquated pistols and a rusty sword. Tria, surprisingly, had 2 thin, finely polished knives. Finnegan had what looked like a machete. The rest had only their bare hands and their will. Before Finnegan could comment on this meager show of defenses, McBean yelled, "Brace yourselves!" 2 seconds later, the Ludlimbo was struck from behind by the force of the waters Mater Motley's magic had stirred up. Everybody was thrown forward, and for a few perilous moments it seemed the little vessel might very well be swamped. Finnegan was pitched out of the crow's nest and would have hit the deck if he hadn't caught hold of the rigging on the way down and clung there. The Ludlimbo rolled and reeled, its boards complaining at the punishment it was taking. But McBean had captained ships in some of the worst tempests the Sea of Isabella had ever stirred up. He knew how to turn the power of this surge of waters to their advantage. "Hold on for your lives!" he yelled, and swung the wheel around. The Ludlimbo veered starboard. Foam-headed waves broke over the deck, and the vessel shook from bow to stern, but the maneuver worked. McBean had brought the boat into the path of a very fast-moving current, and it carried the vessel away. "Clever," said Carrion. He was standing in the bow of the wormwood, his hands behind his back but spread wide, gripping his winged-toed staff. The distance between the wormwood and the boat containing his prey was getting bigger by the moment, but he wasn't concerned. The wormwood had immense speed. A crew of giants in the hold working their oars, and on deck Mater Motley and her witch-women seamstresses, whose power over the elements allowed them to bend the Isabella to their will. His grandmother and her terrifying entourage could raise tempests and waterspouts. They could call up out of the deeps the ghosts of men drowned over the millennia. Fishermen, pirates, admirals, and cabin boys, and, of course, the monstrous creatures that made meals of the dead could also be raised up, species that made vile schools which had appeared so far like inconsequential things. The giant black-backed scorpion crabs that could cut a man in half with their claws, the tiny scalpel fish who had been known to perform entire surgeries on drowning men, operations so immaculate that their bodies had been retrieved and studied by the doctors in Comexo City. Furnace fish, which by some unknown means kept fires stoked in their 5 stomachs, where they cooked their catch before devouring it in the normal way through a 6th stomach. But the presence of all these creatures caused problems. The frenzied waters were becoming so thick with roused life that the progress of the wormwood was being slowed.
"Grandmother!"
Carrion yelled. Mater Motley failed to heed his summons. He yelled again, and still she ignored him. His fury rising, he sought out Admiral Bloat and found him at the railing with 2 midshipmen providing primed pistols for him, firing down into the surf at creatures that were seething there.
"Admiral, what in hell's name are you doing?" "Practicing my marksmanship," Bloat replied. "See that vicious thing with the blue stripes? I took it out with 1 shot." "We have more pressing matters than your marksmanship, Admiral."
"Such as?" Carrion caught hold of Bloat's fat arm and snatched the pistol from his hand, tossing it overboard.
"The Ludlimbo, Bloat," he said.
"Our enemies are getting away."
"Then unhand me, sir," the Admiral said with a tone of annoyance. "I will not act to apprehend the Ludlimbo until I am treated with the appropriate respect."
Carrion released the man as though he was something faintly gangrenous and let Bloat step away from him. The Admiral took out his telescope and assessed the position of the Ludlimbo, and then, with a great deal of bowing and scraping, he approached Mater Motley. There was a brief exchange which Carrion didn't attend to. Something else had caught his attention. There was a subtle shifting in the mists that covered the divide between the Abarat and the hereafter. He could see, for the first time, glimpses of that other world. Tall grasses swaying and shimmering in the heat, and beyond the grass, the roofs of dwellings and a steeple.
"Chicken Town," he murmured.
"Chicken Town," said Candy.
"What?" said Mischief.
"Where?"
said Moot.
"There,"
she said, pointing to the site.
"You see it?"
"I see it," said Malingo.
"That's my hometown."
"We came upon it quickly," said Geneva.
"Look behind you, girl,"
said John Serpent to Candy, not without a little maliciousness.
"The Abarat's going to be out of sight very soon, and you won't be seeing it again."
It was true, Candy realized. Her final glimpse of the Abarat was imminent. Bracing herself, she looked over her shoulder. The outer islands had all but disappeared from sight. They were just amorphous forms in the mist. But she could still smell the flower-sweetened air that came across the water from places she would now never see, with names she would now never learn. She drew a deep sigh, her heart brimming with feelings for this farewell, of regret that she hadn't seen more places, of sadness that she hadn't met more people, and of bittersweet gratitude that at least she had lived to see as much as she had seen. The stone head of the Yebadim Day filled to capacity with all manner of refugees snatched from the waves. The beauty of Autumn's spire, which had been so haunted by visions of the past and the future, she had never quite decided what was real and what wasn't. Ninnyhammer, where the night settled in the trees and tarry cats pierced the shadows with their all-seeing eyes. Babylonium, brimming with visions of the freakish and fantastic and the din of happy souls. Scoriae, where the evening star was always rising and Balarchi's sad songs wove between the misty trees. And always, when the sound of sad songs and happy souls was stilled, the wind had been there to bring her the music of the sea, the all-embracing goddess Isabella, the unfathomed sea, mother of death and mystery. It was the Isabella that had first found her, and it was the Isabella that was delivering her home. She reached over the side of the boat and put her fingers in the water. Then she lifted them to her lips.
"Thank you,"
she murmured. Then, only with the greatest difficulty, she took her eyes off the place she'd been and redirected her gaze toward the place they were going, toward the hereafter, toward home.
"Hang on!"
McBean hollered. The waves were breaking against the solid world that lay ahead, and their backwash struck the Ludlimbo, lifting the vessel up. Candy grabbed hold of the railing to keep herself from falling. As she did so, she heard a noise behind her, A kind of chanted music was coming out of the wormwood, its source, to judge by its shrillness, the women of Mater Motley's sewing circle. The sound they made was complex and strangely distressing. It made her stomach churn. It made the Isabella churn, too. As the rhythm of the chant quickened, the sea became more frenzied, surging even higher beneath the wormwood as though it were a watery mountain that was being summoned in a great spiral motion from the depths. As below, so above. The same chant that raised the waters brought down a spiraling cloud of slate and lightning, which took as its focus the main mast of the wormwood. Now everything was in motion except the great warship itself, which by some tremendous force of its own audacious will held steady while the sea and sky described vast, implacable motions around it. "A storm?" Melissa Quackenbush said to herself. She let the dirty plate she was washing slip back into the gray water in the sink. Ricky came in, still sour-faced from having been brought back from the Gage's house, and took a container of orange juice out of the refrigerator. She glanced around at him. "Take that scowl off your face right now," Melissa said. Ricky chugged the juice. "And for the 1,000th time, don't drink out of the container." "Dad does." "Well, you're not your—" She didn't finish the sentence. 2 lightning strikes came in quick succession, bright against the darkening sky, followed by a loud crack of thunder. She slowly stepped away from the sink, staring down at it as she did so. The plates were rattling against one another, and the dirty dishwater was rippling. "What's going on?" Ricky said. "I don't know, honey. I think you should get away from the windows." There was another flash of lightning that looked like a crack in the sky. The thunder came immediately after, and it was so loud it shook the clock from the kitchen wall. "Stay inside," she said to Ricky, and then, defying her own edict, she stepped out into the backyard, her stomach convulsing. She could feel the ground reverberating beneath her feet. Could this be an earthquake? They'd never had one before, to her knowledge. But the reverberations were getting stronger. Some old fence timbers propped against the side of the house fell over. There was a crash from somewhere upstairs as a vase or a can of deodorant danced off a shelf and hit the floor. "Oh, my God!" she said. Her eyes had caught sight of something glittering in the distance at the very edge of town. No, beyond the edge of town. It seemed to roll as it came, turning its silver back to the empty blue sky like a wave. Like a wave. "I don't believe it," she murmured. "Like an enormous wave. This isn't happening." She backed away toward the house. The reverberations were setting off car alarms all along the street. "Bill?" she yelled. "Bill!" As she came into the kitchen, Bill came from the other direction and tossed an empty beer can into the trash. "What's all that noise?" he said. Melissa pointed out toward the window. For once she didn't need to explain anything to him. He saw. "That's a damn wave," he said. "Yes, Bill, that's exactly what it is." "Where'd it come from?" "Never mind that now. We've got to do something." "This is the end of the world," Bill said, his voice a monotone. "No, it isn't. It's just a flood, Bill. A dam broke or—" "There ain't no dams around here." "Whatever it is, it's coming this way." "Then we'll drive." "We can't drive. The traffic's backed up." People have been leaving, she suddenly thought. I've been wandering around in a fog, and all the time people have been leaving. "It's too late," Bill said, still staring at the wave. "We're all gonna die." "No, Bill. We have to go up." "Into the attic?" "Onto the roof. Can we get out onto the roof?" "I guess so. Through the attic window. I don't know how safe it is." The windows were all rattling now. Cups were coming off their hooks, things falling out of the fridge, which Ricky had left open. Eggs smashing, milk spilling and spreading its own little flood. Melissa stared at the open fridge. "Food," she said. "We have to take some food up with us in case we're stuck up there for a long time." "Maybe I should get some medical stuff, too," Ricky suggested. "Yes, I'll get that stuff. You get the water. Dawn, get in here." "There's a wave." "We know," said Ricky. "I'm getting a gun," said Bill. "Just hurry," said Melissa. Everybody scattered. Melissa went upstairs to the bathroom to get the medical supplies and then went into the bedroom to pick up some warm blankets. The pictures on the wall beside the bed were all rattling. Her eyes went to them for a moment. There was one of the boys and one of Candy in Florida with Grandpa and Grandma. Candy was smiling, but not with her eyes. In her eyes there was a strange sadness. Melissa had looked at the picture hundreds, probably thousands of times, but she had never seen that sadness before. She had no time to study it. Ungluing her gaze, she returned to the business of finding blankets, glancing up just once to see that line of silver creeping closer, ever closer. At 1:38 in the afternoon, the first wave from the Sea of Isabella entered the streets of Chickentown. It swept through the streets like a great cleansing river. It uprooted trees and picked up cars like toys. It wasn't strong enough to level brick houses, but it took off their roofs and it blew in the windows and smashed in the doors, entering without invitation to wash away the remains of the lives that had been lived there. It sluiced the cereal off the kitchen table and the toothpaste oozing from the tube on the bathroom sink. It overturned the unmade beds and pitched the television against the wall. It emptied the closets and the cabinets and the goldfish bowl. Street by street, the waters of the Isabella took over the town, moving between the houses as though it were solving a puzzle, turning, and coming to meet itself as it rounded another corner. The noise of this deluge was terrifying. The great roar of water sounded the bass note, of course, but on top of it were 100 other noises of destruction. Glass smashing, chimneys collapsing, doors splintering, car alarms whooping. And in the midst of this chaos of advancing waters and the damage they were doing, there were people. Not all that many, in fact. The campaign of whisperings that Diamanda and Henry had undertaken had paid off. Most of Chickentown's inhabitants were watching the inundation from higher ground, but there were still plenty who had not heard the call and were caught up in the flood. Some, like the Quackenbush family, had decided that the roof would be the safest place to be and had retreated there. Some had hurriedly created makeshift rafts of this and that. Crates, the kids' inflatable swimming pool, and a few actually had boats in their garages which they climbed aboard as the wave approached. There would be plenty of tales to tell for those who survived this day of days. Stories of last-minute escapes, of people going back into their houses for some sentimental keepsake only to find there were fishes swimming in their living rooms, of folks who'd been carried away in their old mobile homes and deposited miles away. But there would also be many sad stories to tell. Lives lost in a moment of foolishness or indecision. People swept away by the foamy current as they made a dash to their cars, or caught by a surge of whitewater as they clung to the eaves of their houses. And then there were those events that were neither happy nor sad, but instead could be filed only under the category of strange. The greatest of these events happened at 1:30, just 7 minutes before the waters of the Isabella began their invasion of the hereafter. An anonymous individual, in fact, Henry Merkett, masterminded the mass liberation of the chicken coops. The result was not, unfortunately, a mass exodus to freedom and health. The animals had lived in a world of false dawns and excrement all their lives. When liberty came, they had no idea what to do with it. But at least they didn't drown locked up in their coops. In fact, their semi-stupefied state was the saving of many of them. When the water came, they let it carry them away and were swept out of captivity forever. It made for a memorable sight. Thousands and thousands of chickens, borne up by the magical water, staring vacantly at a sky that they had not known existed until now. As for the Ludlimbo, it was carried into the midst of this maelstrom by the sheer governing force of the sea. The journey, which had been perilous enough so far, became more treacherous still once the boat started to encounter the trashed remains of Chickentown. All kinds of flotsam and jetsam careered around in the turbulent waters. Street signs, bicycles, chairs, tables, sinks, and fencing. The pulpit of St. Stephen's on Fuller Street. A truckload of pig carcasses, store signs, shrubs, and on and on and on. Every time something large struck the boat's hull, the Ludlimbo shuddered and rolled. "We just have to ride this out," McBean yelled as the increasingly filthy scum spilled over the gunwales and onto the Ludlimbo's deck. Clinging to the railing so that she wasn't thrown out if the boat suddenly pitched, Candy made her way, hand over hand, to the bow. Before her lay a panorama of disaster. The roofs and upper stories of buildings emerging from churning gray waters littered with garbage. Tears blurred her sight. This had been her world until 8 weeks ago, and there wasn't a street or store she hadn't known. Now, in a matter of a few minutes, the waters of the Isabella had washed it all away. Her mind almost refused the truth of it.
"This can't be happening," she said. "This can't be happening."
It was Finnegan who came to her and put his arms around her to steady her. She looked up into his face. There was such a depth of hurt in his eyes, a sadness so inconsolable, that her own pain suddenly seemed something she could bear. The ship pitched and rolled while they held on to each other.
"My family's out there somewhere," Candy said. "And this is all my fault."
He shook his head. "No," he said. "You didn't do this. They did." He pointed back toward the warship that was still following the Ludlimbo. A veil of fog, green and gray, was spreading from the Wormwood to port and starboard as though to cloak it. "Mater Motley brought all this about," Finnegan said. "She raised the wave. You didn't."
"Yes, but if I hadn't wanted to come back here, they wouldn't have followed."
"You'll make yourself crazy thinking like that," Finnegan said. "You might just as easily say it's all because you were at the lighthouse that day and you met mischief. You might as well say it happened because you were born. But then you would never have come to Abarat, and I wouldn't have met you."
"No."
"We wouldn't be here now."
"No, we wouldn't."
"So who's to say what's for the best? We do what we do and we take the consequences. You just have to know this is not your fault." He sounded so certain of what he was saying that Candy could put no argument up against it, at least not now. Perhaps there'd be another time, another place where she could think of what he'd said and agree or not agree. Right now, her thoughts went back to 34 Followell Street.
"I just hope my family all got away," she said.
"Do you have any idea where your house is from here?" Candy turned back and surveyed the desolate scene.
"Well, that's the clock tower of the old schoolhouse, which is close to where I used to live."
She pointed to a distant tower emerging from the water.
"Do you see it?"
"I see it." Finnegan yelled up to McBean, who was in the wheelhouse. "Captain, do you see that tower in the distance, with the clock?" McBean confirmed that he did. "We need to get to it." "It's going to be difficult in these conditions," McBean replied. "All this debris in the water. We're going to get hit by something big sooner or later. Have you seen what's floating out there?" "Candy needs to find her family, McBean," Finnegan yelled. "Are you going to help, or shall I take the wheel?" All right, don't get your underwear knotted up. I'll do what I can. But if we sink, we won't blame you," Finnegan said. "And while you're in such a happy mood, why don't you toss down your telescope?" "One of these days," McBean growled, pointing a threatening finger at Finnegan. Yes, you'll teach me a lesson in courtesy, right? Just give me the spyglass, McBean. You can punch my nose tomorrow." McBean gave his telescope to Tom, who duly brought it down to Candy. "Or I'll punch yours," Finnegan added with a grin. Candy put it to her eye, focused it, and began a systematic scanning of the water. It was a dreadful sight. The surface was so densely littered with the remnants of people's lives that it looked almost as though you could walk on it. Every now and again something would appear among the wreckage so personal, a little bicycle with training wheels, a bed floating by with the pillows still in place, an empty kennel, that Candy had to work hard to keep from crying. But the thing she'd feared seeing the most, the bodies of people who'd drowned, were few and far between. Very occasionally she'd catch a glimpse of something grim protruding from the foul waters that made her quickly look away, but there was very little to appall her. "So few dead," she said to Tom. "I think they were warned," Tom replied, and he pointed to the hill off to the port side. There were people up there, Candy saw. Not just a few, but hundreds, perhaps thousands. She could see smoke rising from fires and a sprawling collection of tents. "They were warned," Candy said, feeling the first real surge of hope she'd dared feel since this catastrophe had started to unfold. "Maybe your family is up there," Finnegan said, nodding toward the city of tents. "I hope so," Candy replied. "But—" "You don't believe it?" "My dad never did anything anybody told him to in his whole life. In fact, the more people said he should do something, the less likely he was to do it," said Tom. "Yep." "My other half's just the same," said Tom, fondly patting the pocket where he kept a dog-eared photograph of his family. "So you think we should search the water, not the hill?" said Finnegan. "Keep searching till they catch up with us," said Tria, who had joined them at the railing. She turned to look back at the wormwood. "Where's the ship gone?" she said. The wormwood had disappeared from sight again, totally obscured by an 80-foot-high wall of mist that had spread to conceal the warship, and a good deal of the Isabella, too. "I guess they're going to choose their moment," said Tom. The mist cloud was still growing, creeping over the littered waters toward the Lud Limbo. It was impossible to guess how far behind that wall the warship was hiding. 200 yards, 100 yards, 10. "We'll be ready for them," Finnegan said. "Whenever they choose to come, we'll be ready." Chapter 50. Father and Daughter. "I can see my mom and dad," Candy yelled up at McBean. "And my brothers! They're alive!" The captain scanned the scene ahead of the Lud Limbo, trying to fix his gaze upon the Quackenbush residence. But it was hard to do when there were so many half-submerged buildings in the vicinity, several with small groups of survivors huddled around the chimney or squatting along the eaves like enormous bedraggled birds. Nor was the panorama clear. Several buildings had paradoxically caught fire when the deluge had descended, thanks to an electrical fault or a gas leak, and were now burning fiercely, the smoke they gave off muddying the scene ahead and making identification of the Quackenbush family harder still. "Which ones are they?" McBean called down to Candy. "You can't miss them," Candy said, pointing. "My mom and dad are the two yelling at each other." Nothing, it seemed, had changed very much. Her mother and father were indeed having a shouting match, their voices so loud and full of rage it was a wonder they weren't audible in the Abarat. Candy's mom was standing on the roof with Dawn, while her dad stood uneasily in a small rowboat which was not painted red, with Ricky and several other passengers. Bill was clearly attempting to get his other son down into the boat, but Melissa wasn't allowing him to go. The more enraged Candy's father became, the more he rocked the boat, threatening to pitch the 5 other occupants of the little vessel into the churning waters. The presence of human food in the boat had attracted some interested fish. Pop-eyed and stick-snouted, they circled the trembling vessel like a flock of starving vampires outside a blood bank. Their presence was not lost on the people in the boat. One of them, a young man who worked in the garage where Candy's dad took his truck when it broke down, was staring into the water, his panic rising. "There are things down there," he said. "Oh, God in heaven, there are huge fishes, sharks. There are sharks. There are sharks down there." The response from the rest of the passengers in the boat was much as might have been predicted, a chorus of shrieks, howls, and prayers. "We've got to be quick," Candy hollered to McBean. "There's mantisacs." "In the water," McBean prompted. "Yeah, I see them." "Tell your father to get everybody out of the boat," Geneva called up to Candy, "or somebody's going to get hurt." "He won't listen to me," Candy said. "Well, maybe he'll listen to us," John Mischief said. He took up a position in the middle of the bow, and from there he and his brothers proceeded to harangue the passengers in a multiplicity of voices. Terrified though they were by the circling fishes, the spectacle of this little man leaning over the railing and ordering them to get off the boat before they were eaten alive certainly claimed their attention. Bill's demands were drowned out completely by the noise of the Johns, and he gave up in frustration. He'd no sooner done so than one of the largest Mantazaks Candy had ever seen appeared from the water close to the boat in which her dad was standing and assessed the smorgasbord on board. The human meal stared back at the fish with horror.
"Look at that damn thing!"
yelled one of the survivors.
"Dad!"
Ricky yelled.
"Shoot it!"
Candy threw a panicked look at Finnegan, who cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, "Don't do that!" Bill looked up at the man who had just addressed him, and an expression of contempt came onto his face.
"You giving me orders?"
he yelled back at Finnegan.
"Dad, it's me! It's Candy! He's right! Don't shoot it!"
It wasn't her father who heard and answered her, however. It was her mother.
"Honey, you're alive!" "Get them out of the boat, Mom! Quickly! The fish'll eat any boat that's not red."
"What did she say?"
Bill yelled.
"Who the hell cares what color it is? Fish are colorblind."
At which point 3 Mantazaks disproved the contention by taking sizable bites out of the offending boat. Fountains of water sprang up instantly, and the little vessel proceeded to sink. There was a chorus of panicked cries from all on board, silenced by Melissa, who yelled,
"Shut up and get back on this roof! Ricky, you first!"
Ricky didn't need a second instruction. Every ounce his father's son, he elbowed Miss Holloway, the old woman who lived on the corner of Followell Street, squarely in the stomach to prevent her from getting out first, and leaped onto the roof and into his mother's arms. Cursing the boy in very unchristian language, Miss Holloway clambered after him, followed by the other occupants of the sinking boat. Only Bill Quackenbush remained on board, still attempting to prove his marksmanship. He leveled his gun at one of the Mantazaks that was chewing up the boat and fired. At such a range he scarcely could have missed. The creature's brutish head erupted in a cloud of blood and fish flesh. Bill whooped with glee, and he fired a second and third time.
"Is that your papa in the boat?"
McBean said to Candy. Candy nodded. "You have my condolences," the captain said.
"You think he's going to drown?"
"No, I just think he's a damn fool," the captain replied. Then, after reassessing the situation, he said, "Actually, I think he is going to drown if he doesn't get out of that boat double quick." He'd no sooner spoken than the water started to slop over the sides of the little boat in which Bill Quackenbush stood. Candy watched the expression on his face change from delight to fear. Suddenly, for all his beer belly and his fierce expression, he looked like a little lost boy. That's who he really is, Candy thought. He wasn't the beer-slurred man standing in front of the television. He was this forlorn figure standing in the chaos he'd made of his life, frightened and alone. All the anger she'd felt toward him over the years suddenly fell away. In its place, there was a kind of dull sadness. She looked at the people on the roof who were much closer to her dad than she was, and to her horror, she realized that none of them were intending to try and rescue him. Everybody, even Candy's mom, was just staring in horror at the scene in front of them. Bill Quackenbush standing there in the sinking boat, the body of the Mantazak he'd shot turning its pale belly up in the water, the other fish devouring it from all sides, churning up the waves in the frenzy.
"We have to get closer to him,"
Candy told McBean.
"I'll do my best,"
the captain yelled back, and steered the Ludlimbo through the crazed waters toward the little boat.
"Dad,"
Candy called to him.
"get ready to jump."
Her father's situation was getting worse by the second. The boat was disappearing fast, while the fish, big and small, were becoming steadily more ambitious, even throwing themselves into the little vessel in order to attack him. With great care, the captain nudged the Ludlimbo close enough that Bill could risk a jump. But for some reason, he refused to move.
"Jump, Dad, jump!"
Candy yelled. But either out of terror or stubborn pride, Bill stayed in the little vessel.
"I'm going to get him,"
Candy told Finnegan. "There's got to be some other way," Finnegan said. But Candy had already made up her mind. She clambered over the railing of the Lud Limbo, and without further word she launched herself into the air between the two boats. For a moment it seemed the current would carry the little boat out of reach and Candy would fall short, dropping into the fish-frenzied waters, but luck was on her side. A sudden surge caught the boat and brought it back in her direction. She landed sprawling in the small vessel. Fish flopped and jumped all around her.
"Well, aren't you just the little hero?" said Bill Quackenbush to her.
"Heroine," Candy replied.
"What?"
"Never mind."
"You gonna try and force me to jump too?" he said. "'Cause I'm not gonna."
"Don't be dumb, Dad."
"Don't call me dumb."
"You don't want to be eaten alive any more than I do."
"Maybe I should just jump and leave you here," Bill said. "After all, you're responsible for all this, aren't you?" "Well, aren't you?"
Candy's gaze slipped past her father toward the wormwood. Her eyes grew wide with amazement.
"What are you looking at?"
Bill Quackenbush said. Getting no reply, he looked over his shoulder, following the line of his daughter's gaze. A staircase, which seemed to be made of dust and darkness, had appeared and was growing and solidifying even as Candy and her father watched. And descending it, his arms spread in welcome to the girl in the sinking vessel below, was the Lord of Midnight. Chapter 51. Into the Wormwood. Behind her, Candy heard her dad utter a string of curse words, fueled by the terror he felt at the sight of Christopher Carrion.
"You're the father, I presume," said Carrion as he approached, the stairs still being forged in the air ahead of him.
"Just leave him out of this," Candy shouted.
"Why?" said Carrion. "Is he an innocent man? Somehow I doubt that. I think he's cruel and vicious. Would that be about right, Quackenbush?" "Go to hell!" "Why don't you get down on your knees to me, Quackenbush?" "I don't get on my knees to nobody."
"Do you not?" Carrion raised his hand slowly.
"Don't look at him, Dad!" Candy yelled.
But Bill had never taken a single piece of advice his daughter offered him, and he wasn't about to start now. Almost in defiance of Candy, Bill stared directly into Carrion's eyes. The Lord of Midnight smiled and closed his hand into a fist. Candy's father let out a sob of helplessness. Then his legs bent double beneath him, driving him down to his knees among the fish dying at the bottom of the boat.
"There, that's better," said Carrion. He turned to Candy, smiling. "Doesn't he look better that way?"
"Leave him alone,"
Candy said. Carrion looked back at Bill Quackenbush.
"Did you ever dream that your little daughter had such a rebellious spirit?"
"No."
"Well, she does. In fact, she's caused a great deal of trouble for me and for my friends. You see that man up there on the deck? It's all right, you can look."
Bill looked, as did Candy.
"His name's Casper Wolfswinkle," Carrion went on.
It was indeed Wolfswinkle who was up there, with all his hats buckled onto his head to keep them from being blown off in the escalating winds.
"Now, your daughter has caused that poor man incredible inconvenience, as I'm sure she'd be the first one to tell you. But you'll be pleased to hear that today's the day when she pays for all her troublemaking."
The staircase down which Carrion had been descending was touching the boat now, and Carrion had come to the bottom step. Suddenly he reached out, his reach uncannily long, as though his arms had suddenly grown to 2 or 3 times their length, and caught hold of Candy.
"Say your goodbyes," he said to her.
Candy looked back at her father. She'd never seen an expression on his face like the one that he was wearing now. Confusion, anger, and fear were all mingled together there. More than that, he seemed to be staring at his daughter as though he were seeing her for the first time, as though he couldn't quite believe that she was actually his offspring. From the roof of her house, Melissa began to yell to her husband,
"Billy, do something!"
But Bill Quackenbush was beyond responding. His frail imagination had cracked beneath the weight of all that he'd seen in the last few minutes. He was left with nothing to do but stare and gape and doubt his own sanity. On the deck of the Wormwood, the man in the yellow suit was applauding as Carrion dragged Candy back up the stairs.
"Bring her up here," he said, opening his arms. "Please, bring her to me. I've waited a long time for this little reunion."
On the roof of 34 Followill Street, Melissa watched in despair as the man with the death's head and the sumptuous robes dragged her daughter up the spectral stairs and into the looming ship. Had she come so close to being reunited with Candy, only to have the opportunity snatched away from her again? It was agonizing. And to see her own husband standing idly by while the abduction took place, that was the final straw. If they survived this terrible day, Melissa thought, she would file for divorce as soon as she could find a dry lawyer. There was only one tiny comfort to be had from these calamitous events, that it proved once and for all that the visions and the dream memories she had had concerning the night Candy had been born were not her mind's crazed invention. There was a greater story here, of which she had glimpsed only a fragment. The daughter she'd known simply as Candy for all those years was somebody more, part of a mystery she did not yet understand, perhaps never would. From the deck of the Wormwood, Candy glanced back down at her mother as though she sensed Melissa's stare. Then the Lord of Midnight pulled her away from the railing, and they both disappeared from sight into the mystery of the ship. Finnegan was the first into action. He flung himself off the Ludlimbo and landed on the stairs which Carrion had ascended. "Come on! Let's get up there before these stairs disappear!" The rest of the gang were quick to pursue him, picking up whatever they could find by way of weapons and racing up the steep stairway in pursuit of their leader. "Be ready," Finnegan warned them as they entered the ship. "He knows we're coming after him." They'd no sooner boarded the Wormwood than there was a yell from Carrion which brought a ragged chorus of cries out of the bowels of the ship. "I don't like the sound of that," Dodo said. "We have to do this fast," Finnegan said. "Let's find Candy and get her out of this damnable place." There was no further discussion. They went straight to the hold and threw it open. The grotesque results of Mater Motley's and her sister's labors were waiting there in all their horrible glory. Loosing a cacophony of shrieks and screams and caterwaulings, they poured out of the hold like a flood from a broken sewer pipe, stinking and repugnant. They were not all human, not remotely. Some were huge. One, a hybrid spider, its legs decorated with colored barbs and a woman's head set on its thorax. Another, a spine on which 100 arms were sewn, like the limbs of a millipede, and at both ends, raw wounds of mouths. Some were small, like crazed crabs or eels with the heads of dolls, but whatever their size or shape, they were possessed by the same relentless rage. They shrieked and roared and chattered, dirtying the air with their obscenities. There seemed to be no leader among them, nor strategy. They simply attacked. In a matter of seconds, the deck of the Wormwood was awash with mud and blood. Finnegan fought his way through the battle to the wheelhouse, calling Candy's name every step of the way. There was no answer, however, nor any sign of her, which was troubling. He seized a round, ragged stitchling who was hanging upside down from the rigging, spitting on those below, and put the clean edge of his sword to its sewn-up throat. "Where's the lady?" he demanded. The creature giggled like an excited hyena. Finnegan pushed the blade into the stitchling's fabric. A little arc of Toto mud spurted from the spot. "Tell me, filth," he said, "or so help me I'll cut your stitches. Where did Wolfswinkle take the girl?" The creature spat at him. Finnegan wiped the foul spittle from his face and pushed the blade a little deeper. More mud spurted. All right, the stitchling said. "She was taken below. But you're not going to save her." Finnegan withdrew his sword and was turning his back on the creature when he saw it pull a blade out of its pocket. He swung around on it, and with one swift motion he separated its head from its neck. The head hit the deck, still giggling, and rolled away under the feet of Geneva and a spider-woman who were locked in combat. Nearby, McBean, Tom, and Dodo were fighting a quartet of fiends whose heads were in their bellies. Mischief, meanwhile, had clambered up into the rigging where he was stabbing at a triple-horned monstrosity which swung from the foresail with its claws hooked into the canvas and attacked the brothers with its venomous tail. Nobody was having an easy time of it. But it was Malingo who was in the most imminent danger. As soon as he had come aboard, he'd found himself surrounded by several of Mater Motley's seamstresses. Wielding their lethal needles, they had cornered him.
"We know who you are,"
one of them spat.
"Giving aid to the enemy, weren't you? Guess rat filth."
"Casper told us all about you," said the woman closest to him, pricking his arm with her needle.
"You're his little slave."
"Well, I'm not any more."
"Once a slave, always a slave,"
said the woman, poking him again with her needle. "No," he said, knocking her hand away.
"How dare you touch me, slave?"
the woman seethed.
"Prick him to death, sisters. First the eyes, then the heart."
Surrounded with needles, Malingo ransacked his memory for some defense against them. He threw back his head, staring up into the mass of ropes, sails, and timbers. A spell! Quickly! Something powerful! Yes! A few words came into his head that might do the trick. They were from one of Wolfswinkle's grimoires, the Testament of the Ninth Palamudian. He spoke it out toward the heights of the ship, to the canvas and the rope. "Come, unloving stuff! Take life, take life! From this!" He blew into his hand and threw the breath up into the rigging. "And this!" He blew again and threw. "Take life!"
"What do you think you're doing, Geshrat?"
said one of the women, her voice oozing contempt.
"Too late to be clever."
Malingo ignored her. He just kept staring up into the sails.
"Look at me,"
the woman said. Still he ignored her. She slapped him hard across the face.
"I said look at me, slave."
Malingo had taken too many blows in his life to take even one more. "You shouldn't have done that," he said very quietly. The woman laughed and raised her hand to strike him again, but before she could do so, a rope snaked down from above and wrapped itself around her wrist. She let out a shriek of anger.
"What is this?"
she screamed.
"Undo this, Geshrat."
Malingo shook his head. "Up," he said to the rope. It obeyed on the instant, hauling the seamstress up above his head. She shrieked and slashed at him with her needle, but the rigging was alive to her malice. A second rope snaked down from among the sails and caught her hand, turning the needle against her and sinking it deep into her throat. For a few seconds she struggled. Then the struggles decayed into twitches, and the twitches ceased. Seeing their sister dead, the women raised a vengeful chorus of shrieks.
"Death to the Geshrat! Tear him apart! Eat his eyes!"
Needles glittering, they came at him from all directions, but the spell Malingo had breathed into the ropes and sails was only just starting its work. There was a great splintering of wood overhead, and the creaking of ropes being pulled taut. Then a series of loud cracks and ripping sounds as the sheared timbers sliced through the sails. The women looked up, more puzzled than enraged, as the rope snaked and wove and knotted, and the canvas folded itself around the lengths of wood.
"What's happening?"
one of the women demanded.
"It's him, he's doing it," said another. "Kill him, quickly."
She'd no sooner spoken than there was a great din of snapping ropes above, and a kind of makeshift creature, strange even in the company of the many strangenesses that littered the Wormwood's deck, dropped into view. It had fingers of timber shards, and its body was a toga of torn canvas, while its head looked like a nest of rope snakes which rose up like cobras, flicking their frayed tongues at the sisters.
"Don't be scared of it,"
came a voice behind the women.
"It's nothing."
With a sudden rush of bitter air, Mater Motley swept into view.
"It's just some nonsense this Geshrat called up. Kill him, and it dies too."
But the thing had already unnerved the women. It was half their height again, and the wind filled its sailcloth anatomy so that it swelled and snapped.
"Say your prayers, Geshrat,"
Mater Motley said, and slid 2 6-inch needles out of the folds of her soul-haunted dress. She wielded them like an assassin, striking to the left and right as she came at Malingo. He ducked and dove as she advanced, her needles getting closer and closer to his flesh. From the corner of his eye he saw that the creature he had summoned from overhead was causing chaos among the hag's sisters. Indifferent to their needles, it drove them to the railings and casually threw them over the edge into the sea.
"Damn you, Geshrat!"
Mater Motley spat.
"I swear I'll make you bleed from 1,000 wounds."
She stabbed at him again, but at the last moment he threw himself aside, and the needles flashed past him, embedding their points in one of the two demonic figureheads that guarded the stern of the wormwood. The old woman cursed ripely and worked her needles back and forth to try and free them from the painted timber. But even as she loosened them, there was a rumbling growl from the carving, and the great chiseled demon raised its horned head.
"That,"
it said,
"hurt."
For an instant, Malingo had the immeasurable satisfaction of seeing a flicker of fear cross Mater Motley's furrowed face. Then she governed herself, and the fear was replaced by a look of contempt.
"Idiot thing,"
she said, and turned on Malingo to finish him off.
"Wood and paint don't scare me."
It was a mistake. The pricked figurehead lifted a crudely carved fist from its barrel chest, and with a casual flick of its hand it swatted the old woman across the deck. Malingo didn't wait to see what damage the demon had done. He just offered up a silent prayer of thanks for his salvation, and, tempting fate to throw worse his way, he went in search of candy. Chapter 52. The Secret of Secrets. The deeper Wolfswinkel dragged Candy into the bowels of the wormwood, the more terrifying his threats became. "I bet you thought you'd never see me again, did you? He'll never do me any harm, you thought? He's locked up forever. Well, you were wrong. Don't they say that everything comes to those who wait? And I have been waiting, oh yes, waiting patiently for the chance to pay you back for my humiliation. And when you've gone, I'll find my slave, and I will make him pay. Oh yes, I will beat him till he has no more tears to shed." Candy didn't say anything. She just let Wolfswinkel rant. "I'm not a prisoner anymore, you see. Oh, no, I'm a free man. She saw my importance, and she came to get me personally." "Who? Who do you think?"
"Mater Motley."
She realized that of all people, I'd be the one who knew how to deal with you, how to find out all your little secrets.
"I don't have any little secrets."
"Oh, really?" He laughed. "You don't know the half of it. You really don't." As he spoke, there was a terrible din of screams and sobs from the deck overhead. "You hear that yelling?" Wolfswinkel said. "That's your gang getting finished off. We're not going to waste time on anything fancy. We're just going to hang them all." This was too much. Candy turned on him. "You really are the scum of the earth, aren't you?" she said. "I thought you were just a nasty old drunk when I first met you. But the more I got to know you, the more I realized what a hater you are." "A hater, am I?" said Wolfswinkel. "Well, listen to you. A few weeks in the Abarat and you've suddenly come over all high and mighty. I guess you think you've got the right, being a princess and all."
"I'm no princess."
Wolfswinkel turned to look at Candy with a puzzled expression on his face. "Didn't they tell you?" he said. Then, after a moment, "No, they didn't, did they? Well, isn't that something? I get to be the one to tell you. Ha! How perfect is that?"
"Tell me what?"
"I had a lot of time to listen while I was locked up in that damn house."
"Listen to what?"
"Whatever came my way. Like I said to Mater Motley, scraps mainly. But if you're patient, you learn to thread them together."
"Am I supposed to know what you're talking about?"
"I'm not surprised they didn't tell you. What they did was against all the rules, and it was probably sacrilegious. You should never put power in the hands of women. It's asking for trouble. he grinned. "Especially those three. Diamanda and Jofi and Mespa. Yes. What have they got to do with me? Think about it. Why do you think you're here?" "It was an accident." Wolfswinkel shook his head. "You know that's not true." "What then?" "I'm going to tell you this because of how much it's going to hurt you." "Oh, that's nice." "After what you did to me, girl, it's the least I can do." He looked at his nails, taking his time before he went on. "Do you know who Princess Boa was?" he said finally. "Of course." "So you also knew that she was murdered?" "On her wedding day, yes, by a dragon." "By a dragon sent by Christopher Carrion, actually." Wolfswinkel looked up from his nails and studied Candy's face. "Are you surprised?" "Not really," said Candy. "Why did he want her dead?" "Oh, love, I suppose. At least that's the short answer. He loved her, and she didn't love him. Not even a little. Instead, she was getting married to Finnegan Hobb, and Carrion couldn't bear the thought that he was going to lose his beloved to a half-breed." "So it was better to kill her than to see her happy?" Candy said. "Well, of course," Wolfswinkel replied, as though the logic of that was self-evident. "You don't believe me?" She thought on it a moment. "No, I believe you." She'd seen the hatred that burned in Carrion's eyes, and the sorrow and the anger. He was perfectly capable of destroying what he loved. "Shall I go on?" Wolfswinkel said. "There's more." Yes, go on." "So the Princess Boa perished. And of course it was a terrible shock, because she was supposedly this great force for good, and everybody thought that when she married Finnegan Hobb, there would be a new age of light and love. In fact, there were some stupid people who weren't willing to give up on that hope, even though she was dead." "I don't understand." "They thought that if they broke a few rules, they might still be able to save the soul of their beloved princess." "You're talking about Diamanda," Candy said. "And Jofi and Mespa, yes. The sisters of the Phantomaya. Powerful, powerful women. Willing to risk, well, who knows what, to undo the harm that had been done. They performed their magic over the body, and they brought forth the soul of Princess Boa." "Who knew about this?" "Just them. Like I told you, this was forbidden magic, sacrilegious. And the less people who knew, the less likely that whoever had ordered the murder of the princess would hear that her soul had survived and attempt to finish the job. So the women worked their magic in the greatest secrecy, and when they were done, they took the soul of the princess away from the Abarat." "Where to?" "Oh, I think you already know," Wolfswinkel replied. "They took it to the hereafter," Candy said softly. The wizard smiled. "Indeed they did. They carried the soul of the princess across the Isabella to the shores of the hereafter. There was a terrible storm that night, which I suppose is only right and proper, given that such a massive crime against nature had been committed. The women's little boat was almost sunk. But they somehow got across to the other side. And do you know who they found when they got there?" Candy already knew the answer, knew it in her heart. "My mother," she said. "Yes," said Wolfswinkel. "Your mother, Melissa Quackenbush. She'd been sitting in a truck on an empty road, and of course she was very, very close to giving birth to me. Yes, indeed. It was quite a night. And, of course, the women of the Phantomaya assumed that all this was in the stars. It was meant to be this way, that they'd come ashore and find your mother sitting there in a broken-down vehicle." "So what did they do?" "What do you think?" Wolfswinkel said. "They gave Boa's soul to your mother for safekeeping, so you and she would be brought up together." "But I don't have a sister." "She isn't your sister, Candy."
Her soul is inside you, sharing the same body."
"What?" Candy's breath grew quick and shallow, almost panicky. She opened her hands and stared down at them, remembering as she did so how they'd looked in the Wunderkammern when the Totemics were being freed. The golden light that had flowed through her skin and bone.
"In me?"
she said.
"The princess is in me?"
"Yes." Suddenly, so much that she'd experienced in the Abarat made sense. The countless moments when she'd had a feeling of familiarity, or when she'd known something she'd never learned in Chickentown, how to light a lamp that called a sea, how to say a word of power, how to speak to somebody in their dreams. It wasn't Candy who'd been doing all these things. It had been the princess inside her.
"How did you find out," she said, "if it was all so secret?"
"You can't do anything so momentous in complete secrecy," the wizard replied.
"The earth hears, the wind hears. Rumors begin, and rumors beget rumors.
Sooner or later, somebody puts two and two together. There you were, appearing on my doorstep with more power in you than any child from the hereafter should rightly have. What was I to make of that, huh?"
"So you worked it out?"
"It took a while, but yes, I threaded it all together. You and the rumors I'd heard. Soon I was thinking the unthinkable."
"Who did you tell?"
"Nobody. Until now. Knowledge is power. I'm going to use what I know to get a lot of things."
"Suppose you're wrong."
"But I'm not, am I? You see, I've followed your progress, Candy. I know what you've done. Battled Zethics, unleashed Totemics, killed the Crisscross Man. You're not an ordinary girl. Not remotely. In a way, I feel very honored to have some minor part in your undoing. You were the last hope of goodness in a darkening world, and when you're gone, there will be such a wonderful night. Such a terrible, wonderful night." The speech seemed to drain him, spilling out, as it did, so much that was poisonous and hateful.
"You pathetic little man,"
Candy said.
"Very possibly," he said.
"But I am also your executioner." "Shut your mouth, fool," said a voice out of the darkness. Wolfswinkle took his eyes off Candy and squinted into the shadows. "Who calls me fool?" "I do," came the reply. And out of the darkness stepped a creature Candy would not have recognized as Lethio, but for the fact that he was wearing the same dark uniform she'd seen him wearing in the dead man's house. Otherwise, he was completely transformed, his eyes huge and luminous, his mouth misshapen by teeth like needles. His body was covered with a fine coat of silver-gray scales. He was shaking from head to foot. "What do you want, beast boy?" Wolfswinkle said. "You've no business down here, you know that." "I came for the girl." "Well, you can't have her," said Wolfswinkle, moving toward Candy. "She stays with me." Lethio stepped in the wizard's path, but Wolfswinkle moved with surprising speed for one of his weight. He caught Lethio a backhanded swipe that threw the changeling boy back against the wall of the passageway. The breath rushed out of him, and for a moment it seemed he would slide down the wall. Then a brightness flared in his eyes, and he leaped up off the wall as though something had pushed him from behind. The look in his eyes was suddenly crazed, like a rabid animal. Wolfswinkle seemed to understand that he was in jeopardy. He began to issue a garbled spell. "Agres Marnifo Psyche, Dremu Dramu Forthagre." The words creating a cage of spiraling energies around Lethio. But the boy wasn't about to be made a captive so easily. He reached through the bars of his cage and caught hold of Wolfswinkle's throat. "Let go of me, you freak!" Wolfswinkle shrieked, shaking Lethio violently. "No!" Lethio hollered. "I don't think so." Furious, Wolfswinkle reached up through the bars of Lethio's cage and clawed at his arm, opening wounds. Lethio yelled and struggled to hold on to his enemy, but finally Wolfswinkle's bulk carried the day. Wolfswinkle freed himself and retreated from the cage. "You really have the most peculiar friends, girl," he said to Candy. "This one needs to be put out of his misery right now." He spoke another word or two, and the energies that contained Lethio suddenly blazed like lightning. The boy threw himself back and forth in the cage to escape the pain. "Stop this," Candy said. "Please, please." "It's over," Wolfswinkle said. He uttered a word, and the cage flickered out of existence, leaving Lethio to drop to the ground, his face knotted up in agony. Candy went to where he lay and stroked his face. "I'd be careful," Wolfswinkle said. "He bites." Lethio's eyes flickered open. "I won't," he murmured. "Not you." As she looked into Lethio's eyes, Candy saw Casper's reflection there. He was reaching down to grab hold of her. She was quick. She dropped onto her stomach and rolled over, kicking the wizard in his belly. He tottered backward against the wall. She was up in a heartbeat, and on him a heartbeat later, pulling at the buckle that secured his 6 miraculous hats to his head and knocking them off. Wolfswinkle was not happy. Not remotely happy. "No!" he yelled, his face turning bright red in his fury. "No, no, no!" Lethio, meanwhile, had managed to get to his feet. "Destroy the hats!" Candy yelled to Lethio. "Quickly!" The Beast Boy did as he was instructed, and with gusto. He seized the hats and tore at them with claws and teeth. Barbed spikes of power leaped from the torn material and burst against the walls and ceiling. The air smelled of fireworks. Wolfswinkle continued to holler his grief at the unmaking of his glorious millinery as pieces of headgear floated down like rainbow snowflakes. Even then, Lethio wasn't finished. He seized the pieces out of the air and ripped them into even tinier pieces till there was nothing left but lifeless confetti scattered on the boards. The destruction of the hats had somehow reduced Wolfswinkle, too. He looked suddenly frailer. Even his clothes hung badly on his once well-fed frame, as though Lethio's attack upon his magic had made him a shadow of himself. But it wasn't the Beast Boy he was furious with. It was Candy. "You," he said, pointing at her with a trembling finger. "Right from the beginning you've tried to bring me to my knees. You... hellspawn!" Flecks of thick white spittle erupted from his mouth as he worked himself up into a greater and greater fury. "All my finest plans, all my dearest dreams. You destroyed everything." As he shrieked at her, a pained expression darted onto his face. "Why?" he demanded, his hand going up to his chest. "What have I ever done to you?" His fingers worked at his chest, the expression on his face getting more and more agonized. "I'm an innocent man," he yelled. "Do you hear me? An innocent—" He stopped there. The words, the breath, his heart, all of them stopped, right there and then. His hand dropped away from his chest. He swayed for a long moment, then he fell sideways and hit the floor. Very quietly, Lethio said, "Well, will you look at that?" A little trail of spit ran oh so slowly from the corner of Wolfswinkle's mouth, and then, like everything else, stopped. Candy was astonished. This wasn't the way that she'd imagined a wizard, even a wizard as absurd as Wolfswinkle, dying, having a heart attack and keeling over. But then the Abarat and its occupants had always been full of surprises, right to the bitter end. Chapter 53. The Warship Unmade. Standing on the roof of 34 Followell Street, Melissa kept turning and turning, and turning. Looking for what? A sign that there was some purpose to this chaos and fear? Or better still, a glimmer of some miracle, the possibility that all these terrors would be swept away in a moment and the hurts they had done be healed. But nowhere could she see any hint of salvation for Chickentown. The invading waters swept on past the roof where she stood, carrying an endless parade of flotsam and jetsam. Sometimes the sights she saw were so horrible that it was all she could do to keep herself from blotting them out. From crouching down beside the chimney and covering her face until the invading waters had cleansed the streets, carrying away their cargo of the dead, the living, and the never having lived, only opening her eyes again when the house no longer shook as the current plowed against it. But she couldn't avert her eyes. Not as long as she knew that Candy was still very possibly in the great dark hulk of the wormwood. After all, she was responsible for what had happened to her daughter, wasn't she? If she'd had her wits about her that rainy night on the empty highway when the 3 women had come from the Abarat smelling of souls and seawater, she would have locked the truck doors and windows against their magic rather than curse her daughter with the terrible responsibility of another life. But her wits had failed her that long-ago night. She'd been glassy-eyed with pain and fatigue, and when the old woman had opened her little box of miracles and a wave of warm, bright air had come to comfort her, Melissa had let it caress her, let it soothe her, and in so doing, she had begun the brutal game of cause and effect, which had in time brought the relentless waters of the Isabella down on the roofs and streets and innocent heads of Chickentown. She took a moment to seek out the faces of her other children, including that most vulnerable of her infants, her husband, who had been pulled from the rowboat after Candy's disappearance and deposited on the roof. How were they enduring all of this? Shakily, it appeared. No matter. The boys were young and strong. And Bill? He'd find a way to tell heroic lies about himself tomorrow, if such a day ever dawned. As she looked at her men, she heard a voice at her side. "We should talk, Mother Quackenbush." Melissa looked up, knowing even before she found the empty air that there would be nobody there to speak these words. "Where are you?" she whispered, so as not to draw unwanted attention to herself. "Here," the sorrowful woman replied. Diamanda was there to accompany her reply. She was like pale smoke in the afternoon light. "Remember me?" she said. Melissa nodded. "Of course." "I know what you're thinking," the old woman said. "And whatever you do, don't regret the choice you made that night. It was for the best." Melissa looked around at the chaos on all sides, the detritus of Chickentown's life left floating in the unforgiving waters of the Isabella. "How can all this be for the best?" she murmured. "It isn't always easy to see the greater purpose of things when you're trapped inside a single life." "Who isn't?" Melissa said. The old lady gave Melissa a strange smile, both sad and sweet. "You'd be surprised," she said. "So surprise me." Bill interrupted the conversation there. He was staring at Melissa as though he thought she was crazy. "Who the hell are you talking to?" he said, his lip curled with the old contempt. Melissa was momentarily stuck for an answer, but the old lady whispered one in Melissa's ear. "Myself," she said. Melissa smiled and furnished Bill with the same answer. He shook his head. "Crazy cow," he muttered. Melissa ignored him. She had better things to be doing than trading insults with a man whose opinion she had long ago given up caring about. Instead, she sought out the misty form of Diamanda. "Where were we?" she murmured. Diamanda smiled. "Surprise me, you said." "Oh, yes, so I did." "Well, I must tell you very quickly, though you may find what I'm about to tell you hard to believe. I swear on the skein of being that it's true." "I'm ready," Melissa said. "Good. Then listen. The night we met, the night in the rain on the highway, do you remember?" "Of course I remember. I had something with me, besides my sisters." "Yes, you had a box. It was filled with light." "It wasn't light, Melissa." "What was it?"
"It was a soul," Diamanda replied. "It was the soul of a dead princess."
On the deck of the Wormwood, Christopher Carrion had watched the battle between the forces of Finnegan Hobb and the Stitchlings become steadily more destructive. The fabric of the ancient warship had taken a brutal hammering from the conflict. Decking and railings had been torn up, sails slashed, and rigging brought down. A fire had been started at the stern of the vessel, and rather than be burned alive by the flames, the two carved beasts that protected that end of the ship had wrenched themselves off their painted plinths and lumbered away down the length of the vessel, inspiring the figureheads at the bow to similar revolution. The spectacle of destruction, any kind of destruction, had always given Carrion pleasure from his earliest rememberings. The unmaking of the Wormwood was no exception. But now he had watched for long enough. It was time for him to find the girl from the hereafter and finish her off. He was surprised that Wolfswinkel had not reappeared, but then perhaps he was taking rather too much time terrorizing the girl and would now need to be stopped. Tearing his eyes from the pleasurable scene, he headed down into the hold. As he did so, a small figure darted across his path. He reached out and caught hold of the figure by the scruff of the neck. It was Lethio, looking thoroughly bestial. "Thewhas," he managed to say, though his mouth was so misshapen that it could barely make the word. Then, "Please, Lord, it hurts me being like this. I need the green Thewhas." After luxuriating in the spectacle of the Wormwood's unmaking, Carrion was feeling uncommonly generous. He let go of Lethio, who fell to the ground at his feet. Again Lethio begged, "Prince, please." "Yes, yes," Carrion said, reaching into his robes and taking out the small bottle. "Why not?" He tossed the vial from hand to hand a few times, enjoying the obsessive way that Lethio followed it with his eyes. Finally, he let the boy snatch it out of the air. With trembling fingers, Lethio uncorked the bottle and took a swig of its contents. Then he swallowed the stuff, making a face at the bitter taste. He folded forward, his teeth chattering wildly. Carrion stood back and watched with a curious dispassion as the antidote took its agonizing effect. "I wondered where I'd find you," said a voice from the shadows. Carrion looked up from the sight of Lethio's twitchings and chatterings, and there was the girl from the hereafter, his haunter, his nemesis. "Well, well," Carrion said. "Did you give Mr. Wolfswinkel the slip?" The girl shook her head. "Wolfswinkel's dead," Candy said. "How?" "I'm not a doctor, but at a guess, his rage got the better of him. His heart just gave up." "You're joking?" "What would be funny about that?" "Lord in heaven, what is happening to the world?" "Good question," Candy replied. She stared at Carrion for a long while as the wormwood creaked beneath them and the fire consumed the sails above. "Why don't you tell me?" "No," Carrion said. "You first. I insist. This was your plan from the beginning, wasn't it? You came into the Abarat to undo the very order of things. Lord, what a destroyer you are." "I didn't plan anything," Candy replied. "But maybe the ghost in me might have done." She scrutinized Carrion and watched for some clue as to whether he understood its significance. But he looked genuinely puzzled, so she went on. "I'm not Candy Quackenbush," she said. "At least, I'm not just Candy Quackenbush." Still the puzzlement. "The soul of somebody you once knew is inside me," she said. Slowly it seemed to dawn on him what she was saying. His nearly fleshless face grew slack in its haunted pool. "Boa," he said, so quietly he was barely audible above the noise of destruction. "My princess. My beloved princess." "Yes." Now it was Carrion who did the scrutinizing, watching Candy with a feverish stare. "No, that's not possible," he said eventually. "I would have known." "Not if she didn't know herself," said a third voice. And there was Mater Motley coming down the stairs to join them in her gown of the damned. Though Candy was scarcely happy to see the woman, the hag's presence here was perfectly right and proper. Here they were, the four of them together for the first time. On one side the Lord of Midnight and his grandmother, and on the other the girl from the hereafter with her princess joined in a single body, the two-in-one. "Is this all true?" Carrion said to his grandmother. "Does she have Boa's soul inside her?" Mater Motley's stare was reptilian. There was no trace of human feeling in it. "Yes," she said. "It's true." "And all this time you knew," Carrion said. "You knew that the woman I loved was just a touch away, and you didn't tell me." "How would it have helped?" Mater Motley said. "You think this girl would have loved you for what you did? You murdered Boa, child. And why? Because she didn't love you. As if love matters in the great scheme of things. She loved me. She couldn't say it, she couldn't show it, but she loved me." "Listen to yourself," the old woman said. "You sound like a lovesick adolescent. The time you spent besotted with her was time you could have spent planning and plotting. But no, you had to dote beauty when anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that she did not love you." It was too much. Carrion couldn't bear to hear any more. He let out a cry of rage and frustration, the cry, perhaps, of a man whose heart had been truly broken. It resounded through the walls of the ship, scaring tens of thousands of tiny blue-backed roaches from their holes in the timbers. His nightmares were also agitated. They circled around, their bodies throwing off arcs of lightning against his collar. Candy was tempted to make her escape while Carrion and his grandmother were distracted, but she couldn't bring herself to turn her back on this confrontation. Not when its subject was at least in some measure herself. Her life, past and future, was intimately bound up with the debate these two were engaged in. The nightmares in Carrion's collar were continuing to get bigger, their forms becoming more and more grotesque. Carrion seemed not to notice what was happening to them. He was completely consumed by the feelings that had seized hold of him. With the greatest of difficulty, Candy took her eyes off Carrion for a moment and looked back at Mater Motley. The old woman was watching her grandson's agonies with undisguised satisfaction, as though this were a moment she had waited for, and she was determined to savor it. There was a sharp cracking sound. The nightmares inside Carrion's collar, too big to be contained any longer, were fracturing the glass. The dark fluid in which they'd swum ran hissing down over the Prince of Midnight's robes. A flicker of concern came onto Carrion's face as he realized that his beloved nightmares were about to break out. Then he seemed to change his mind. For an instant, something resembling a smile flitted across his lipless mouth. Then the fracture in the collar gaped, and the fluids gushed out, hitting the boards at his feet with a wet slap. For the first time, Candy saw Carrion's nightmares in all their lurid glory. They hung around his neck with their pallid, twitching lengths knotted and intertwined, but they didn't hang there for very long. No sooner had the collar emptied of fluid than they began to swell again, seeming almost to turn themselves inside out in their eagerness to be greater than themselves, skin following skin, mottled one moment, scarlet the next, white speckled with yellow the next. They had eyes, she saw. Clusters of long eyes like the petals of shiny black flowers, and around the eyes there were trails of eggs which were even now beginning their own horrific life cycle. They shook themselves free of the parent creature and went into free fall, but had only dropped a foot or so before they sent out a little hook which caught somewhere in the fabric of the robes. There the next generation rapidly swelled up and fattened, so that the Prince of Midnight became a kind of grotesque nursery, alive with all manner of mewling, spittling things. Some made in an instant into the very image of venom and sudden death. others still sickly in their infant state. Carrion had got beyond his furies now. He had begun to laugh, for no reason that Candy could properly comprehend, and the laughter quickly rose both in force and volume so that it had a kind of insanity about it. "Calm down, Christopher," Mater Motley said. "You're getting hysterical." "And with good reason," he said. "Oh?" He began to advance on the old woman. "All along you've known—" "What are you talking about?" "About her," Christopher replied, and though he hadn't looked around at Candy since she'd begun her subtle retreat, he pointed toward her with unnerving accuracy. "Her," he said again. "All along you knew what she was in her, and you didn't tell me." From the corner of her eye, Candy saw Lethio crawl away on his belly, as though he sensed something apocalyptic was about to happen and didn't want to witness it, but Candy didn't move. Now all Carrion's attention was fixed again on his grandmother. The laughter, like the fury, had passed away, but they had left their echoes in him. His voice shook, and his eyes flickered back and forth dangerously. Candy could see by the look on Mater Motley's face that even she, whose bloodline ran in this man's veins, was a little afraid of him at this moment. She watched him very carefully, as though ready to act in her own self-defense in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, as though there weren't jeopardy enough in the meeting of these two obscene powers, there came a din from above, the cries of attackers and wounded, the crash of falling timbers, the swelling din of conflagration. The fire was obviously spreading fast. Smoke was steadily thickening the air in the corridor where Candy, Carrion, and Mater Motley stood. It couldn't be long before the air would become unbreathable. Such concerns were very far from Carrion's thoughts right now, however. He was advancing on his grandmother, his voice filled with a cold fury. "Do you have any idea of how much I have suffered?" he demanded. "Do you? The hours I have lain in an agony of despair because I long for nothing more than to beg for her forgiveness? But how could I? I thought she was gone. I had paid a fortune to have the life choked out of her. What use were my regrets? I didn't know where her eternal soul had taken refuge." His voice rose in force and volume. "But you did. All this time, grandmother, you did." Suddenly, fueled by the agony and rage in Carrion's heart, and unable to hold themselves back an instant longer, the nightmares leaped from Carrion's body and threw themselves toward Mater Motley. The old woman was prepared for the attack. She raised her hands in front of her face, and for one extraordinary instant, Candy seemed to see the eyes burn through Mater Motley's hands from the other side. Perhaps it was not an illusion, but a piece of terrifying magic, because two hands made of light, 10 times the size of the old incantatrix's hands, leaped forth to meet Christopher Carrion's nightmares. There was a massive release of energies as the two powers met, a force that momentarily threw itself around looking for some place to escape and, finding a frailty in the ceiling, erupted in that direction, flying up with such power that it carried half the roof of the passageway with it. Candy was helpless. Even if she'd had time to grab hold of something before the eruption caught her up in its blast, there was nothing to seize hold of, for everything had been uprooted. The force of the energies caught her. Helpless to resist, all she could do was let it carry her up out of the passageway and deposit her in the midst of the fiery battlefield above. Chapter 54. The Living and the Dead. For a few seconds she lay on the deck in a daze, her consciousness almost knocked out of her by the blast. Sickened and dizzy, she sat up. There were eruptions of whiteness at the edge of her vision. She drew a few deep breaths, determined not to let her consciousness escape her. This would not be a safe place to lie in a dead faint, she knew, not with the ship creaking and groaning around her as it prepared to die. Finally, when the threat of unconsciousness passed, she hauled herself to her feet. She could hear screams from the bowels of the vessel, the din of wholesale destruction. The lower compartments were flooding, and the slave giants who had worked the Wormwood's oars were tearing up their prison in order to escape being drowned by the invading waters. Fires raged unchecked on the deck, columns of acrid smoke rising from the conflagrations, and everywhere she glimpsed, between the smoke and the flames, the litter of battle. Stitchlings sprawled in pools of their life mud. A few of Mater Motley's seamstresses, killed either by blade or by fallen debris, and in one place a heartbreaking sight. Side by side, Captain McBean and little Tria lay, their eyes open and empty.
"Oh, no, no,"
Candy murmured. She picked her way over and through the chaos toward the place where they lay, not wanting to believe what she already knew. Twice she lost sight of them. Once when a column of fire erupted from the fractured deck in front of her, the other when, with a deafening crack, the deck opened so wide in front of her she had to run at it to make the jump to the other side. But finally, breathless and besmirched, she reached the bodies. She saw immediately who the Deathbringer had been. The deck around Tria and the captain was stained by a blast of energies that had surely emanated from Mater Motley. The hag's hand was on this slaughter, no question of it. She knelt beside the bodies, tears burning in her eyes. Gently, she laid her hands on her friends' faces, and some voice in her, not entirely her own, quietly said thank you to them for being with her on this voyage, and wished them safe travels on the journey that they had now begun. Then she stood up and returned the way she'd come, over the fissure, through the fire, to the hole in the deck through which the blast had first thrown her. The murderess was still below, to judge by the shock waves that continued to shake the deck. She quickly thought about what she was planning to do and its possible consequences. One of them was that she would end up another victim of Mater Motley's power. But then, why had the old incantatrix gone to such trouble to track Candy down and attempt to destroy her if Candy didn't pose some genuine threat to her? "There's power in me," Candy thought. Maybe it was because of Boa. Maybe it would have been in her anyway. Whatever its origins, it was real. She'd felt it inside her, heard its words from her own mouth, witnessed its effects. It was time now to accept it as her own, to possess it, to wield it. She looked back through the smoke at the bodies of Tria and Captain McBean, to give force to her will, to empower whatever it was that was coiled in her. As she fixed her eyes on them, the deck beneath her feet shook, buckled, and broke open, throwing her backward. A hail of dried tar and wood splinters came down around her, and up out of the bowels of the wormwood came Carrion and the hag, locked together in a spiraling column of black flame. They screamed furies as they rose, unleashing waves of raw sound that broke against each other's faces like blows. In a matter of seconds they rose high above the deck, out of Candy's reach. All she could do was watch while they battled. Carrion's nightmares arranged around him in a network of sickly pale monstrosities, Mater Motley's needles of dark venom spitting from her fingertips and from a slit in the middle of her forehead. They were a perfect match for each other. Mater Motley piercing, Carrion smothering. Mater Motley wounding, Carrion strangling. Back and forth and around and up in an ever more vicious exchange of hurts and hatred. Scraps of wounded nightmares and shards of toxic needles came down like an apocalyptic rain, some piercing the deck, some falling away into the gaping hole from which the two warring forces had emerged. Candy was so intent on watching this grotesque spectacle, learning from it even, that she didn't notice Malingo's approach till he caught hold of her arm. "We have to get away from here." She tore her eyes from the locked warriors and glanced at him. He appeared from the smoke, looking like a veteran not of one battle but of many, spattered with Toto mud that had spurted from wounded stitchlings, his clothes singed by fire, and here and there running with blood from the wounds he had taken in the battle. But he didn't seem to care, not about his own state, nor about the great struggle that was going on above them. All he cared about was Candy. "The wormwood's sinking," he said to her. "I know," she said, her eyes going back to the battle. "If we don't get off it soon, we'll go down with the ship. Are you listening to me?" "Yes." "So come on. Right now." "Wait. Forget them, Candy. I want to watch. What's to look at? Let them murder each other." "Could I have had that much power, do you think?" she said half to herself. "If I'd stayed, I mean, back in the Abarat? Would you want it? Malingo replied. Candy kept looking, almost afraid to answer the question truthfully. But then, if not to Malingo, then to whom? Hadn't he been there at the beginning of her self-discovery in Wolfswinkle's house, and outside in the wilds of Ninnyhammer when she'd miraculously known how to call a glyph? She owed him an honest answer. "I guess if I knew I could use it properly," she said. She looked his way again. "Why not have all the power you can get?" "Well, you won't get it here," he said. "You'll just get death." He pulled on her arm. "Please, Candy, come." "But that damn woman killed—" "I know, I saw. She deserves to be judged. Yes, I agree. But not now, not here, and not by you." Malingo had never spoken to Candy like this before. He'd always been aware, it seemed, of the debt of liberty he had owed her. But right now was not the time for niceties, and they both knew it. The ship was coming apart around them, its mighty structure unknitted by fire and battle and magic. "All right," she said, finally allowing Malingo to coax her away from watching Carrion and the hag. I'm coming. They ran to the railings, and Malingo directed Candy's attention over the side. The Ludlimbo had been brought about by Dodo and now scraped hulls with the listing bulk of the wormwood. "Do we jump?" "We don't have much choice. See that pile of canvas and rope?" "I see it." "Then let's go." He caught hold of her hand and grasped it hard, and together they jumped, landing heavily but safely on the heap of canvas. The breath was knocked out of her for a moment. She barely had time to catch it again before the Ludlimbo pitched sideways, and the canvas on which she and Malingo had landed slid to the edge of the deck. The waters around the two vessels were filled with the fish that had accompanied the wormwood here. They were now in a frenzy of hunger and anticipation. Candy and Malingo would have been delivered into the needle-lined jaws of these creatures had Candy not caught hold of a length of rigging with her left hand and kept tight hold of Malingo with her right. For a few terrifying seconds, they swung back and forth while the monstrosities below snapped at their feet. Then the Ludlimbo tipped back in the opposite direction, and they slid back into the middle of the deck. "We have to get away from here," Malingo yelled to Dodo, who was at the wheel of the Ludlimbo. As the battle between grandmother and grandson escalated and death shudders passed through the wormwood, the hull of the larger ship was striking the smaller, causing it to tip. This time Candy and Malingo were ready. They held on while the Ludlimbo rolled, then righted itself. "The sooner we get everybody safely on board and get away from here," Malingo began to say. "Where Tom and Mischief and Geneva and Finnegan?" Malingo looked grim. "Bringing our dead," he said. Candy sighed, nodded, and glanced up at the wormwood. In fact, she could see Geneva and Tom now, with a sad bundle in their arms, preparing to lower it over onto the deck of the Ludlimbo. She looked away, turning her gaze toward the roof of 34 Followell Street. Her father, she saw, was among the little cluster of people perched on the roof. They were safe for now, but their safety was by no means certain. The same fish that had surrounded the little rowboat could sense that their meal was now on the roof. The more ambitious of them were actually attempting to throw themselves up toward their victims. A few possessed of rudimentary limbs had even secured a tenuous hold on the eaves and had their shiny wet eyes fixed on their intended victims. Candy's family weren't the only people who were in trouble. Nearby were the remains of another small boat. This one overturned, its hull, which was white, holed in several places. Its occupants were perched on its barnacled hull. A huge mantisac circled the wreckage, occasionally sticking its snout out of the water either to sniff at or terrorize its victims. "How many people can the Ludlimbo carry?" Candy asked Dodo. "I don't know," said the sea skipper. "Not that many." "Well, we need to get my family off the roof and the folks off that boat and pick up any people in the water." "Agreed. Enough people have died today." Candy couldn't help but glance back up at the wormwood again, not at the removal of the bodies, but at Mater Motley and the Lord of Midnight still high above the deck, locked in battle. Too few, in my opinion," she said coldly. "Will you look at her?" Diamanda said softly to Melissa. "I'm looking,"
Melissa said. "Believe me, I'm looking. She's changed. I mean, that's not the Candy who left here." "That's truer than you know," Diamanda said. "She doesn't seem to have any fear," Melissa said, watching in amazement as Candy, who was standing at the bow of the Ludlimbo, which was now halfway between the hull of the Wormwood and the roof of the Quackenbush house, supervised the picking up of the survivors from the overturned boat. The Mantazak swam backward and forward in front of the rescue ship in frustration, staring up at Candy as though it knew that she was responsible for the removal of its dinner. "I hope you're proud of her," Diamanda said. "I am," Melissa replied. Bill, who'd been listening to Melissa's half of the conversation, scowled at his wife.
"You are talking to somebody," he said. "Who is it?"
"You wouldn't believe me if I told you," Melissa replied. Bill shook his head and turned away, muttering something under his breath. "Was he ever charming?" Diamanda asked Melissa. "Oh, yes, he was charming. Good-looking. Funny. I loved him. I still do." She saw Bill almost turn as though he had something to say, but plainly he thought better of it because he kept his silence. "I should be going," Diamanda said. "Must you?" "Yes, there's work to be done, souls to guide away to better places." "The Abarat." Diamanda smiled. "What, you think it's heaven?" she said. "I'm afraid not. Maybe once it was, at least a kind of heaven. But times change." She smiled. "Even there." Reaching out, she touched Melissa's face with her phantom fingers. "Be strong, little mother," she said to Melissa. "I know you can be." "Yes," Melissa said a little doubtfully. "Of course. Remember, I've seen you in her, and it's wonderful." She looked back toward Candy, and murmuring a goodbye, she left the roof and walked off purposefully across the water. Chapter 55. The Beginning of the End. It took several minutes for the Ludlimbo to pick up everybody in the vicinity of 34 Followell Street and eventually get the people who were perched on the roof, Mrs. Hagan from number 37 and her dog Rosemarie, old Tom Shea from the corner house, and the widowed sisters Lucy and Ruth McGinn, in addition to Candy's family, aboard the Ludlimbo. By the time everybody was safely on board and drying off in the afternoon sun, which was still warm, events on the Wormwood were reaching their grim conclusion. To those watching the battle, it was unclear as to whether it was Carrion's nightmares or his grandmother's dark powers that were carrying the day. The fire had spread from bow to stern by now, and the ship was so wreathed in flame and smoke that all but a few glimpses were granted the spectators. But there was no doubting that the two forces were still colliding catastrophically. Sometimes the vessel would erupt with blazing energies as though a stray spark had gotten into a fireworks factory and everything was going off at the same moment. Then there'd be a curious moment of stillness as the sparks cleared away and the folks on the Ludlimbo would see, or think they saw, two figures locked together as though only death would separate them. Then the flames and smoke would rise up again to obscure the scene. "Mater Motley's old," Malingo said. "Brittle bones." "Yes," said Candy, "but I bet she's got more tricks up her sleeve." By degrees it became apparent that she was right. Mater Motley was carrying the day. Though Carrion's nightmares seemed capable of recreating themselves in fouler forms, the old woman was steadily laying them low. The once mighty Lord of Midnight seemed painfully exposed now that his collar had been destroyed and its fluids poured away. It was his skeletal features that looked brittle, not his grandmother. Though his monstrosities repeatedly put themselves between their master and Mater Motley's conjurations, the wounding spells broke through over and over again, steadily weakening and exhausting him. Once in a while, he would launch a sudden sideswipe and catch the old woman a devastating blow, but she was uncannily resilient. She'd go down howling, and Carrion would dispatch his nightmares to finish off the job, only to find that she was faking.
She'd be up in an instant, tearing open her grandchild's creatures without mercy, spattering their vile matter in all directions. "Surely he can't last much longer," Malingo murmured as Carrion appeared momentarily in the chaos, his whole body torn and broken. "Maybe he wants to go down with the ship," Candy said. "And take her with him? Why not? Couldn't happen to two nicer people." "Oh, wait," Candy said. "What?" "There." As she spoke, she saw the hag raise her hands, and a burst of power flowed from them toward Carrion. Candy saw him lift his own hands in a pitiful attempt to ward off the attack, but his defenses were extinct. As the assault came against him, he pulled his robes up in front of his head to shield himself, but it was useless. As Mater Motley's flow of power continued to strike him, she added words to her attack, calling out to him. "I should have left you in the fire," she said to him. "It would have saved a lot of wasted time." Her words seemed to mark Carrion's undoing. He let the robe drop from his fingers and the assault strike him down. He dropped to the deck, and for a few seconds lay there unmoving. Then, at a summons from their mistress, a horde of Mater Motley's stitchlings came out of the filthy smoke and picked him up. Doubtless at the old woman's instruction, they made certain that these last moments were as distressing and humiliating as possible. They vomited mud upon him as they tore off the last vestiges of his fine robes, uncovering his wretched, wounded body. Then they threw him up in the air like a plaything, dropping him and picking him up to do it again. Candy watched all this with profound revulsion. Though Carrion had been her chief tormentor during her time in the Abarat, she still felt some residue of pity for him. She didn't know whether it was the princess's heart that felt this surprising tenderness toward him or her own. But in the end, she thought, did it really matter? A feeling was a feeling wherever it was born. "Why can't they just get it over with?" she growled. "I hate stitchlings, and that woman. Most of all, I hate that woman." The creatures were bored with their tormenting now. They looked up at Mater Motley, who still hovered in the stained air on a column of churning motes, and she pointed to the railing. Hauling him like a sack of garbage, they carried their plaything to the side of the vessel and tossed him overboard. He sank quickly, and the water where his body disappeared became foamy and scarlet for a while as fishes converged on the spot to pick at the remains. But perhaps he was too toxic a meal even for the Mantazak, because the feeding frenzy quickly died away. "Was that who I think it was?" said John Serpent, looking toward the wormwood. "Not Carrion, surely," said John Drowse, sounding quite scandalized. "Like a piece of spoiled meat," John Slop said. "Well, isn't that what he was?" said Dodo. "What else is Carrion?" Candy wanted to contradict Dodo, but she knew any protest she made now would not be understood. Later, perhaps, when all these horrors were over and done with, she would confess to somebody that what little she had known of the Midnight Prince had suggested a man far more complicated than anything she had ever heard said about him. But now was not the time for the truth to be told. People needed a villain today, pure and simple, and he was an ideal candidate. So she kept her silence. Besides, there were other things to occupy everybody's attention. One fact in particular was now of pressing importance. The Isabella was starting to recede. It began slowly at first. The flotsam and jetsam that was floating on the surface of the water turned around and was carried away. Mischief was the first to notice what was going on. "All those who are going ashore ought to get going," he said, "because after this, the next stop's the Abarat." There was sudden consternation on board the Ludlimbo. Mrs. Hagan was quite prepared to throw herself overboard rather than take a one-way trip to a country she'd never heard of, and was only dissuaded from doing so when Candy said, "Ropes! Everybody help me!" "What are we going to do?" said Geneva. "We'll hitch the ship to the chimney of our house till the water goes down a little." "That's risky," said Finnegan. "What else do you suggest? These people don't want to go to the Abarat." "I do," said Ricky, glancing at his father. "That's where you went, right, Candy?" "Yes, that's where your sister went," Melissa said, "but she had special reasons to be going. You belong here with your family." "Aw, Mom." Don't even try it, Ricky. You're not going anywhere." While this exchange was going on, Candy, John Mischief, Geneva, and Tom had all found ropes. Finnegan scrambled up the roof to the chimney stack and caught the ropes as they were flung to him, while they secured the other end to the mast of the Ludlimbo. None of the Chicken-Towners lifted a finger to help with this labor. They kept their distance from the Abaratians, as though only now, with the distracting spectacle of battle over, had they begun to realize what incredibly alien company they were in. Only Bill Quackenbush spoke up, and it was to make the most idiotic of complaints.
"I built that chimney," he said, pointing his finger at Finnegan. "You better not do any damage."
"Oh, for God's sake, Bill," Melissa said. "You didn't build it."
"It's still my chimney," he raged.
"Got no choice, sorry," said Mischief, leaning forward so that he and all his brothers' faces were inches from Bill.
"It's either that," said Moot, "or you and your family," said Slop.
"Get swept away," said Fillet.
"To places," said Drowse.
"You would not want," said Plucket. "To end," said Serpent.
"Up," said Sallow.
"They'd eat you," Mischief added, "beginning with your nostrils." All the brothers were most amused at this last remark.
"Nostrils, good one," Drowse remarked amid the guffaws.
"Are you laughing at me?" Bill Quackenbush said. "You freaks."
Bill threw a punch at the brothers, but somehow he missed all 8 targets. Mischief put out his foot behind Bill and gave him a quick push. He stumbled backward and would have slid off the roof into the water had Ricky and Don not caught him.
"Let it go, Dad," Ricky said.
"We need some help here," Candy said. "Everybody lend a hand." Bill glowered and muttered to himself while everybody else put their efforts into hauling on the ropes and helping Finnegan secure them around the chimney. It wasn't an easy task. The receding water was exerting a powerful grip on the boat, and it took everybody hauling together to keep the vessel from being swept away. But with the combined strength of Chicken-Towners and Abaratians, the Ludlimbo was successfully moored to the Quackenbush's house, at least for a while. As folks wiped the sweat from their brows or leaned over to catch their breaths, Tom said,
"There's a sight."
And everyone, either on the roof or on the deck, looked up to see the wormwood, its structure weakened by the fire and magic and nightmares, now unknitted by the very tide that had carried it here. Its back broke in 2 places, and the forward section started to slide into the water, dragging the mast on the midsection with it. The mast came crashing down, rolling off the deck and into the sea, its rigging in turn dragging down the mast beside it.
"Can you see Mater Motley?" Finnegan asked Candy.
"She's there at the stern. See her?" The only victor of today's battles wasn't alone. A few of her seamstress sisters had survived the engagement and, along with the stitchlings who had disposed of Carrion's body, were gathered around her. An ugly music was coming from the women, a chorus of unharmonious voices singing a song of power. Its purpose soon became plain. The sound produced a nimbus of skittering energies which proceeded to cloak Mater Motley from head to foot. "She's getting away," Finnegan said. He then let go a stream of Abaratian for which Candy needed no translation. He was cursing. The song spell was steadily growing more discordant. The veil of transport now eclipsed the old woman entirely. Finnegan glanced at Candy. "Can't you stop her somehow?" "Me? You've got magic. Stop her escaping." "I don't know how." "Damn her," Finnegan said, as though he were genuinely wishing the hag to hell deep in his heart. "She doesn't escape unscathed, if that's any comfort," Geneva said. "I saw wounds upon her. Carrion left his mark." The seamstress's song spell suddenly stopped dead, and on the instant that it ceased, the flux it had summoned up folded into itself and disappeared. Mater Motley had gone with it. "If there's any justice, her wounds will be the end of her," Mischief replied grimly. "I doubt that they will," said Geneva. "But we can hope for the worst, I suppose." Chapter 56. Down and Down. With Mater Motley gone, the remaining portions of the wormwood now succumbed to the receding tide. What little remained of the deck collapsed, bringing down the final mast, and as it fell, the once mighty vessel shuddered and folded upon itself, timber on timber, the waters of the Isabella extinguishing the flames as the ship sank and receiving the sad remnants into her embrace with something like a sigh. In a matter of a minute or so, the sea had claimed the vessel's bones and carried them away, leaving only a dark scum of Toto mud, ash, and splinters to mark the spot where the wormwood had sunk. Only John Serpent, of all people, had anything good to say about this grim scene. "She was a great ship," he remarked. "Whatever terrible purposes she was put to. Mischief, salute her for us, will you? We should pay our respects. She was mighty in her way." Candy gave Serpent a sideways glance. "Of course, if you think not, lady," he said, his tone distinctly more courteous than usual. "No, salute away. Personally, I'm glad it's gone." "You're young," Geneva said softly. "Death doesn't move you so much because you can't imagine it ever happening to you." Candy contemplated this for a moment. "I think I can," she said finally. Behind her, her father suddenly started yelling at the top of his voice. "Look at that! My chimney! I told you this would happen!" Candy looked around to see that the chimney stack was beginning to crack under the pressure put upon it by the tugging of the Ludlimbo. "It doesn't matter, Dad," Don said quite reasonably. "We were going to move anyway." "Shut up! I didn't ask your opinion." "I'm only saying—" "And don't talk back to me," Bill hollered. He lifted his hand as though he intended to strike his son. Don didn't flinch as he would normally have done. He just stood looking at his waterlogged father with a faintly amused expression on his face. Bill suddenly seemed to realize that there were a lot of people watching him. He lowered his hand. Then he turned to Melissa. "Are we going to get on this damn boat, then?" he said. She didn't bother to look at him. She was staring at her daughter. "What are you going to do, Candy?" she said. "Well, first we're going to get you all to a safe, dry place where you can stay till the water goes down. There'll be help here soon." "Yes, I know. But after that, honey? What will you do after that?" "Oh, I'm staying," Candy said. "That's why I came back. It was time to come home." A smile of relief came onto Melissa's face. "Oh, honey, I'm so glad. I've missed you. Lord, how I've missed you." "And I've missed you, Mom," Candy said. They put their arms around each other as though they had only just been reunited, and hugged and cried while everybody else on the roof tried to pretend they weren't looking. "Why didn't you tell me, Mom?" Candy said. "I didn't know how to," Melissa replied. "What the hell are you two talking about?" Bill Quackenbush demanded. "Forget it, Bill," Melissa said. "Oh no, not this time. It's a conspiracy, that's what it is." "Don't be stupid, Bill." "I'm not stupid. I'm the only normal one here." He turned his rage on the Abaratians. "Look at these freaks." "They're not freaks, Dad," Candy said. "They're my friends." "Friends? These things? They're not even human." He pointed at the brothers John. "How can you call that your friend?" Now at Finnegan. "Or that abomination. What kind of screwed-up thing is that? Black skin, red hair, green eyes. That's not natural. I'm warning you, all of you. You'd better get your sorry butts out of this state before the water goes down, because I'm telling you, this is Chicken Town. We don't mess around with weirdos like you here." "Stop it, Dad," Candy told him. She didn't speak loudly, but she didn't need to. Her voice carried a quality she'd heard in it before. Her father wasn't so dumb as to ignore it. He stopped his threats and looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression on his face. No, not puzzled. Frightened. For the first time in his life, Bill Quackenbush was a little afraid of his daughter. Candy could see the fear there in his eyes, and after all he had said and done over the years, she couldn't help but feel a little rush of pleasure. "You listen to me," she said to him. "One last time. These are my friends.
They come from a place called—" That was as far as she got. There was a sudden crash, and the chimney stack toppled, an avalanche of bricks and concrete tumbling down over the roof into the water. No longer moored, the Ludlimbo creaked and rolled as the receding waters tugged on it.
"This is it," Finnegan yelled. "The boat's going back to the Abarat, whether we like it or not."
Panic and confusion erupted as everybody who'd been pulled aboard the Ludlimbo started to clamber off. They didn't know where the boat was going. They only knew they didn't want to be on it when it went. The roof of 34 Followill Street might be a shaky refuge, but at least they knew its address. People pushed, people cursed, people kicked. Sickened and a little ashamed of what her people were doing, Candy looked away down into the water. Was there something down there besides the ever-vigilant fish? Yes, there was. A face, a human face, was looking up at her from the murk. She knew it, too. The deep-set eyes, the mass of dark hair. She started to retreat from the railing, but in the same instant the figure below her propelled himself out of the water, his hands reaching up to catch hold of her. The deck was wet and slick beneath her heel, and she lost her balance, falling forward. His hands grabbed her neck and shoulder. She let out a yell. The creature smiled up at her for an instant, as though this was just some innocent game, and then she was dragged over the railing and into the fast-retreating waters of the Sea of Isabella. Chapter 57. Never Fear. Her abductor was strong, and he carried her down and down, and though she fought him as best she could, his hold was too powerful for her to free herself. Once, just once, she managed to look up and saw the shape of the Ludlimbo far above her. The bullyings and persuasions of the tide were quickly carrying it away. Any hope of rescue was leaving with it. She took her eyes off the dark shape of the vessel and looked down at her abductor again. It was Lethio, of course. She tried to signal to him that she needed to go back to the surface, but he shook his head. Was he crazy? Her lungs were ready to burst from the lack of air. She struggled to release herself from his hold, desperate now, and this time, much to her astonishment, he loosened his grip and pointed toward a doorway. It was not just any doorway. Though she'd become momentarily disoriented in the rush of gray-green water and all the trash that it contained, she now understood where they were. He had brought her down to the front door of number 34, her own front door. It opened and closed eerily as the vagaries of the current caught it. Lethio pushed it open, and they swam over the familiar threshold and into a very unfamiliar world. Yes, of course she knew it all. The pictures from the family's visit to Orlando floating off the hallway wall, a school of beer cans floating past, the furniture and the threadbare rug. She knew all of it so well, but, as if in a dream, it had been made over by the waters, become a murky warren of rooms, and she floating through them, defying gravity. Lethio was pointing upward now. Candy understood instantly what he was telling her, and she started to swim up the stairs. After 13 or 14 steps up, she broke surface. She drew a succession of gasping breaths, then climbed the rest of the stairs until she reached the top where she sat, panting and coughing. Lethio had put his head out of the water now, and as soon as she'd caught her breath, she said, "Were you trying to drown me?" "No." "Well, why did you drag me off the boat like that?" "Him." Lethio pointed up the stairs. Candy looked over her shoulder. The door to her parents' room was open. She got to her feet, the water squelching in her shoes, and crossed the landing to the bedroom door. She glanced back at Lethio, thinking he was going to accompany her. But he had stayed where he was, his chin just clear of the water. A box of cereal floated behind him, its soggy contents scattered over the water, small silver eels picked at them. "Go on," Lethio said, nodding toward the door. "He won't hurt you. He's beyond hurting anybody now." She'd known the moment that Lethio had said him who he was talking about. She could hear a thin, whining breath from the bedroom. He was there. But was he really beyond hurting her, as Lethio claimed? She thought of her last sight of him as he was thrown over the side of the wormwood by the Stitchlings. He'd been in no condition to harm anybody.
She was safe from him. She pushed open the door a little wider and stepped inside. This room had been her mother's sanctuary, her place of refuge from the kids and from the man she'd married. There was a double bed in it, but her father hadn't slept in it for 5 or 6 years. And now, how weird was this? There was a man in that bed, and that man was Christopher Carrion. The Lord of Midnight was lying sprawled like a corpse in the middle of her mother's bed. He was a mess. He had pulled up a sheet to roughly cover himself, but his wounds were already bleeding through it. His collar was, of course, shattered, leaving just a few sharp fragments around his neck. His nightmares had gone, dead or forsaken him. But it was his face that was the really shocking part. His skeletal look, that living death's head of his, had always frightened Candy, but he was fearsome no longer. The battle on the wormwood had cleansed all the venom from his expression. The cruelty had gone, too. So had his intimidating stare. He didn't even seem to know that she was in the room. Finally, she said, "Carrion?" His yellow-gray lids flickered, and his pale, pale eyes slid in her direction. "So, Lethio found you. Good." His voice was so small, so frail, that she could barely make sense of what he was saying. "Come here," he said to her. She didn't move. He raised his hand, the fingers barely more than bone, and beckoned to her. "Please," he said. "Come here." She took a step toward the bed. Some ragged scrap of a thing that had been brought into the room attached to Carrion's body crawled like a wounded crab away from her foot and took refuge under the bedside table. She shuddered. She was sorely tempted to leave now before he spoke again, but then she'd never know what he had to say to her, would she? And she wanted to know. He reached up, and very gently he took hold of Candy's hand. His flesh was icy cold and damp. His thumb moved across her palm and came to rest in the middle of her hand. Then he seemed to summon a little fragment of energy from somewhere, and 2 pinpoints of brightness appeared in his eyes, focusing upon her. "Princess," he said, "are you in there? I want to talk to you." Candy started to pull her hand away, but for all his frailty, Carrion held on tight. "Princess," he said again, "speak to me. I beg you." Candy shook her head. Tears had sprung into her eyes, and she felt an agonizing ache in her chest. The air in the room, pressed into this little space by the water, made her blood thunder in her ears. "Please," he said again, "all I want to do is speak to you one last time. Is that so much to ask?" The reply came out of Candy without her even willing it to, her tongue shaping thoughts that her mind had not invented. "I'm here," she told him. It was true, too. She could feel the presence of the princess in her, almost as though they were standing side by side. But the stranger thing was this. There was nothing new in the feeling. She realized in that moment that the princess had always been there with her, right through her life, but her presence had been so familiar to Candy, so much a part of what it felt like to be Candy Quackenbush, that she'd never questioned it. "I see you," Carrion said, his eyes narrowing. "By all the powers, I see you." There was a noise at the door, and for a moment Candy took her eyes off the Lord of Midnight and looked back. It was Lethio. There was something about the way he watched her that made Candy's heart quicken with unease. "You should get out of here," said a voice at the back of her head. "Princess?" Candy thought. "Is that you?" "Yes, it's me," the thought replied. "We have to get out of here, sister, while we're still able to do it." "Can Carrion hear our thoughts?" "No, but he'll guess soon enough. He's not stupid. We have to get out. This time there won't be any women of the Phantomaya to save our necks." "Does he still mean us harm?" Candy thought. "Of course," came the reply. "Of course." "What are you thinking?" he said to her. "Nothing important, just talking to myself." "Are you afraid?" "No," she said with more certainty than she felt. She deliberately kept her gaze averted from his, afraid that he would read something there. "Princess," he said, "forget the girl. It's me you need speak with." They had to have a plan, Candy thought while Carrion talked on. If they were going to get out of here alive, then they needed to be ready, if a moment presented itself, to seize it. But it was hard to hold on to her thoughts in the oppressive bubble at the top of the house. The air seemed to be getting staler with every breath she took. Her head throbbed so hard she thought she would pass out. It was so hot up here, the air under such pressure. Wait. There was something useful in that thought, if she could just make sense of it again. What had she just imagined? A bubble of stale air locked up at the top of the house, the air that kept them breathing and also kept the water of the Isabella from invading the rest of the house. Yes, that was it. The air was keeping the water out. The windows were all closed, and so the sea couldn't get in, but if one of the windows were to break— "What are you thinking about?" Carrion said.
Me?
Candy said. "Yes, you. Look at me. Let me see what's in your eyes." Candy tried to laugh it off.
"It's just strange, that's all,"
she said, still keeping her eyes from meeting his.
"To see you, lying there like that, on my mom's bed."
I said, "Look at me." There was more strength in his voice now. It wasn't a request, it was a demand.
"Be careful,"
Boa warned.
"He's not as weak as he's pretending to be. We're only going to get one opportunity to do what we're thinking. He means to die with us."
"Why don't you look at me?" Carrion said.
She couldn't put off the moment any longer. Taking comfort from the presence of the princess, she looked down at Carrion, and he returned the look. Gaze meeting gaze, meeting gaze.
"There you are," Carrion said softly,
and Candy knew by the tender tone in his voice that it wasn't her he was talking to at that moment. It was Boa. She took immediate advantage of his distracted state, very gently slipping her hand out of the Dark Prince's grip. Then, still holding Carrion's gaze, or more correctly letting the princess hold it, she took a slow step backward from the bed. His eyes flickered like fire flecks in milk. She held her breath, praying that he wouldn't wake from his trance of devotion, but would keep staring at his princess, keep adoring her. She began to take a second step, but as she did so, there was a sound from the roof above, and he made a small puzzled noise in his throat, as though he suddenly understood that he was being abandoned. Oh, so softly, he said, "No." Then he sat up in bed. The sheet fell away from his wounded body, and a foul smell came to Candy's nostrils. The stench she had sometimes smelled behind the chicken factory, of dead and rotting meat. She turned her back on him at that moment and ran toward the window, trying to keep her mind focused on what she'd been planning. Behind her, Carrion spoke again, not so softly this time, nor to her. "Princess," he said, "where do you think you're going?" Candy squeezed her eyes closed until they stung, determined to ignore both the question and the questioner, but the princess had a history here that she did not. She couldn't be quite so indifferent to this man. He had killed her, after all, or at least masterminded her death. That was a hard claim to casually shrug off. "Come back here," the Lord of Midnight said, "and let's get this whole tired business over once and for all. I've waited, Princess, and so have you. Even the girl from the hereafter has waited, though she didn't really know what for. But it is very simple. We were waiting to put an end to this sad little game of hide-and-seek." "I'm sorry," Candy heard herself saying, though the words were not being shaped by her. They were coming from the other girl in her head, the princess. Was it a trick the Princess Boa was playing on Carrion right now, distracting him with this apology while they'd plotted against him? Or was there something here Candy didn't understand? Something that the princess had done to Carrion for which she was genuinely apologetic. "Sorry isn't good enough, Angel," the Lord of Midnight said. "You owe me more than that. You know you do." Candy heard her mother's bed creak as the Lord of Midnight lifted himself up off it, which in his broken state must have taken an immense effort of will. She forced herself not to look around at him, even when she heard his dragging tread as he approached her.
She just stared at the window and at the fish on the other side, darting through the clouds of silver bubbles. He was right behind her now. She could feel his breath on her neck, even colder than the touch of his fingers. It was the ice of the midnight hour that was in him, the cold of Gorgosium's hour, the hour of madness and despair and sorrow everlasting. All of it was in his touch. She felt his fingertips graze her shoulder. "Never fear, angel," he said with a terrible tenderness. "I've got you now, and for always." No, Candy thought. No. He wouldn't take them. She wouldn't allow it. Not after the struggle she had had to free herself from him and understand who she was. She wouldn't let him put his hand on them and take them away to death. The princess seemed to hear her resistance. Candy felt Boa's presence closer than close. In her, beside her, holding her hand, holding her heart. It gave her comfort. More than that, it gave her power. Together, she thought. Together, the princess replied. "Angel," Carrion said. The princess didn't reply. Instead, they drew a single breath, the two in one, and unleashed a cry on the back of that breath, their voices one tremendous word sound. Jasasakya Thum! The force of the word flew against the window. For a moment the glass simply rattled, its strength sustained by the force of the water on the other side. Then it cracked. A second before it broke, Candy felt her legs go out from under her as the princess dropped her down to the carpet. A heartbeat later, the window shattered inward, and a rush of inky water flecked with silverfish poured into her mother's bedroom. Candy caught a glimpse of Carrion in the instant before the flood claimed him. She saw his white eyes widen and his mouth grow slack. Then the wall of water caught them all, and the image of the Lord of Midnight was erased as though a dark hand had been passed across it. Chapter 58. The Return of the Sea. On the roof of number 34, the survivors heard the sound of the breaking window and felt the house shake as the water rushed into it. But none had the least idea of what had gone on below. Nor saw the three people, Candy, Carrion, and Lethio, who were carried away by the force of the tide. They were too busy praying or sobbing or watching the skies in the hope of seeing some sign of rescue. Even if any of the survivors had glimpsed somebody in the flood, it's doubtful they would have recognized any faces in the rush of water. Not with so much else from the Quackenbush residents being carried along in the same tumult. The armchair which Bill had made his throne, and the television in front of which he sat, despairing of his life. The family photo albums and all the love letters Bill had written to Melissa while he was courting her. The kitchen table where they'd all sat as a family and eaten in unhappy silence. All of it washed away. The same thing was happening throughout Chickentown. As the Sea of Isabella retreated, her waters carried the town's garbage away with her, scouring the streets of the weary town. Of course, in the process, they destroyed much that was of genuine value and which could never be replaced. The town hall and all its records were washed away. The parks and cemeteries were turned to mud. Whole streets were leveled, hundreds of vehicles carried away. Even the biggest structures in Chickentown, the coops that had housed the egg-laying treasures of the town, were brought to their knees by the fury of the waters. But in spite of how terrible all this destruction was, there was remarkably little loss of life. Not only had a lot of people retreated to safe places before the inundation, but the waters themselves seemed to have treated with a supernatural courtesy those whom circumstance had put into their care. Stories would abound of how people were saved from the flood by the flood, how the waves seemed to conspire to bear them up rather than overwhelm, to lull them like infants in cradles of water, to be their protectors. It was all so strange, people would say when they talked of this day in times to come, the day of the Chickentown wave, all so very, very strange. Tragic, too, of course, and sometimes even terrifying, but mostly strange. Needless to say, the retreat of the waters was scarcely the end of the matter. While Chickentown went about the business of accounting its losses and burying its dead, The authorities attempted to solve the question of where the waters had come from in the first place. The more preposterous suggestions, another dimension or world that couldn't be seen by the human eye, were immediately dismissed. Luckily, there were other, more plausible answers close at hand. 4 days after the deluge, a group of geologists came from the University of Minneapolis with a clear edict from the head of their department that they find a rational explanation for what had happened in Chickentown. It didn't take them long. 48 hours later, they were able to report to the press that they had discovered the presence of subterranean tunnels that had undoubtedly provided the conduits for the flood that had inundated the town. There was, they surmised, a very large body of water deep underground which, owing to some fracturing of the walls that contained it, had been suddenly and disastrously unleashed. The water lay too deep for anyone to reach it and offer photographic proof of its existence, but it was still the version of events that most people accepted. It had the stamp of science upon it, after all, and that lent it legitimacy. Of course, there had been significant pieces of evidence suggesting an entirely different explanation. Pictures of the lighthouse and the jetty taken by the Courier's photographer, and several garbage bags full of dried fish and other detritus picked up in their vicinity. But the police records had been washed away. So, of course, had the lighthouse, the jetty, and all that had been left at the high water mark, erased by the coming and going of the Isabella. Those same erasing waters had borne Candy away from Chickentown with great speed, their tumult quieting once the divide between the hereafter and the Abarat was reached. "I'm going back," Candy thought as the sky started to darken overhead and the unfamiliar constellations that hung in the heavens above the islands began to show themselves. "I tried to leave, but here I am, on my way back." The thought made her smile, and the smile was still on her face when sleep overtook her. News of what had happened in the hereafter had preceded her to the islands. Some of it was unsubstantiated rumor, some pure invention, but fact or fiction, it was the matter of the hour. There'd been a great wave, everybody agreed. It had traveled deep into the other world, breaching the divide between the Abarat and the hereafter. There had been great damage caused and many deaths. Possibly a great sea battle. Possibly, though this was widely dismissed as unlikely, the destruction of the great warship, the Wormwood. Even less believable, though there were many who prayed it was the truth, were the reported demises of the matriarch of the Carrion clan, Mater Motley, and her lethal grandson. Finally, some solid facts emerged from this seedbed of possibilities. The first fact was the arrival of the Ludlimbo at the Yebadim Day, where the weary travelers, led to everyone's astonishment by a man the Abarat had long thought dead, Finnegan Hobb, presented themselves to authorities and requested an emergency meeting of the Great Council of the Islands. There was much to tell, much that the leaders of the hours and their people needed to know. The council was quickly convened, and half a day later, in the three-domed Chamber of Decrees on Soma Plume, representatives from all the hours assembled to hear the tales that Finnegan, Tom, Geneva, the John brothers, and Malingo, even Dodo skipped in for the proceedings, had to tell. "And what news is there of Candy Quackenbush?" the leader of the council asked when the testimonies had all been offered up. "She seems to be at the center of all this. Is she still alive? And if so, where or when?" Only the Isabella knew the answer to that. With the tenderness of a loving mother, the waters carried the sleeping Candy through the channel between the outer islands of Outland and Afreet, protecting her from the bitter winds that howled around the latter island by calling up a current from thermal vents concealed in the coral shelves north of Quam Ha. Occasionally, Candy's eyes would flicker open, and she would catch a glimpse of some sight that reminded her that she was back in the Abarat. Once a huge red ship sailed past her with what was surely an entire town built on its decks, houses and churches and winding streets. On another occasion, she sleepily opened her eyes to see that she was traveling past a rock on which there stood a church with twin steeples made of the skull of an immense dragon. She smiled to herself in her dreamy state. There was so much more to see, she thought, so much more to learn, so much more to be. Finally, it was the sound of birds that woke her properly. She opened her eyes to see that the tide had brought her close to the shore of a tiny island with an even tinier island set just a few yards from it. She didn't need to make any effort to reach the island. The current carried her straight toward it. These were no shallows. It rose straight up out of the water. But she had no difficulty hoisting herself onto the grass, which grew lushly under a large spreading tree in the branches of which the birds Candy had heard hopped and sang, feeding on the fruit that hung abundantly among the foliage. Candy was too hungry not to try the fruit herself. She was glad she did. Not only was the meat of the fruit rich and filling, there was a pit at its heart that was filled with sweet water. Both hunger and thirst assuaged, she lay on the lush grass beneath the tree, thinking she would make some plans for the future, but her fatigue was by no means over. Again, a lovely drowsiness crept over her, and again she slept. Over in Gorgosium, on the other hand, nobody slept. The hour of midnight had seen more horrors than most, but it was now in the throes of a new round of terrors. Though Mater Motley had returned to the island wounded, she quickly recovered from her injuries and proceeded to put Midnight under a new rule of law, her law. The first of her draconian measures was to order the arrest and execution without trial of anyone she or her seamstresses suspected of being sympathetic to Carrion. He was dead, she announced, and anyone who had been loyal to him would now follow him to oblivion. No sooner had the guillotining begun than several battalions of Stitchlings began the demolition of all towers but the 13th, where Mater Motley had long resided, destroying in the process every piece of furniture on which Christopher Carrion had sat or slept, every book from which he had read, every scrap of paper on which he had written, every keepsake, every statue. In short, everything upon which he might once have laid his eyes or taken pleasure in. The official reason given for this cleansing was that his grandmother was grief-stricken by the loss, and that she wanted to be rid of every object that put her in mind of him. But this persuaded few. They knew the truth. A new night had begun, which would in time prove darker even than any that preceded it, and in its midst was the hag Mater Motley, who nursed in her broken soul cruelties that even her grandson would have refused to countenance. And alone in her tower, Mater Motley sewed and sewed like a woman possessed, and while she sewed, she thought of how fine the orchard had looked the night it had burned, and how proud she was of her fire. Again, Candy woke. This time it wasn't the birds that stirred her, it was the crash of waves. She sat up. The sky that was visible through the branches was bright with stars now, and the moon, full and amber, was rising over another island from the shores of which came the sounds that had awoken her. But how was that possible? The island hadn't been in view when she'd sat eating the fruit under the tree, nor had it been night. There was only one plausible explanation. The little island on which she had found refuge had moved. Indeed, it was still moving, with its tiny attendant island in the lead, gliding through the waves toward the shore where the silvery surf boomed. "Weird," she said, wandering down to the edge of her little dominion and looking out at the peaks of the approaching island. It was Huffaker, she guessed. Yes, Huffaker. She could see the enormous cave where she and Malingo had been washed out into the starlight several adventures ago. But how had the island gotten here? Her question was answered as soon as her traveler islands reached shallower water. The tiny island ahead of her lifted itself up out of the surf, and the bushy green head of an animal with vast kindly eyes turned back toward her and smiled. She had no words. What do you say to a smiling island? All she could do was smile back. Then the beast returned its gaze to its destination and began to raise its immense body, on the back of which grew the sweet fruit tree under which she had slept so soundly, out of the waves and climb the shore. There were lights in the woods that fringed the beach, she saw, and people emerging from the shadows of those woods and coming out onto the moonlight sand. And in the pyramids of Xuxux and in the hives beneath, the sack brood multiplied until there was nowhere left for them to breed. and then they waited, knowing their time would come, and soon. And on the shores of the 25th hour, Diamanda introduced her sometime husband Henry to Mespa and Jofi, and sat down to talk about a future that seemed to have more darkness in it than light, and where even the light was uncertain and flickered like a candle in a great wind. And far away in a motel room outside the flood-swept ruins of Chicken Town, Melissa Quackenbush lay awake while her husband snored in the darkness beside her and thought of how it would have been if she had given herself to the retreating waters, as she knew in her heart Candy must have done, instead of staying here in this stale place. What sights she would now be seeing, what wonders filling her eyes, when instead there were only tears. And on the shores of Huffaker, Candy slid off the back of the great island beast that had brought her here, and saw to her great delight that she knew the faces of the people who had come out onto the sand. They were laughing and calling her name and opening their arms to her, welcoming her back with shouts and songs. And so it was that Candy Quackenbush and the Princess Boa came home at last to the islands of the Abarat. Witch, do this for me. Find me a moon made of longing, then cut it sliver thin, and having cut it, hang it high above my beloved's house, so that she may look up tonight and see it, and seeing it, sigh for me as I sigh for her, moon or no moon. Christopher Carrion. So ends the second book of Abarat. The end. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. To order additional cassettes or to receive a complete catalog of Harper Audio and Cadman titles, please call us at 1-800-331-3761. That's 1-800-331-3761. Thank you.